and welcome to the True Champion Gaming in-person regional in Michigan. My name is Gerrit and I'm here with OnceInLuv. How are you doing, Tyler, on this wonderful day?
Hello. Today's an interesting day. There's been some results from a couple events that have come out. Mainly the Tokyo regional or one of the regionals in Japan. So I'm really excited to see if anyone made any last minute deck changes based on those results.
Ooh, did you already take a peek at the result there?
I did. I really like following specific players more than regions.
Oh,
Hachiko is one of those players that I've been following since he topped at which regional was that? Manila?
hmm. Okay, super interesting. What did Hachiko play today? I didn't look at all the results. I just know one of my close friends that I know already for like 15 years was at the regional and actually placed in the top 8 bracket with
He's
his
playing
water.
wait, he played what did he play?
Water Diana Alpha Wing.
Water Diana Aetherwing. I see.
It's a
Oh,
Celeb DNB. I always mix the last letters up.
I love D's nuts, bro.
Exactly.
Hachiko is on Ablation CL, but
Oh,
he's playing 12 for 15 cost.
oh, that is an interesting tech.
Yeah, so
Did
he's
you see this
playing
already from some players or hear about it?
not that many people that are playing like a true 12-15 cost.
Oh,
Usually there's people who are playing checkmate plus like it depends. So you either play like 8s and you play checkmate plus advent. Some people are
mm-hmm.
playing just the or the ash arcane. Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Just the arcane cards, advent and then
Yeah.
ionized asceticism. But there are some people also who are playing things like Poivoir Absolute if you want something that you can actually play.
For everyone who doesn't remember the name Tyler just mentioned, it's the CL Ultimate.
Yeah. You can also play Distort Reality too, which is the Umbra Alice ultimate. That's a 12 cost. Poivoir is a
Mm.
13 cost. It's like slightly less damage than hitting the 15s. The only thing that makes a big difference is that Flomsor Cell is more efficient if you play all the same costs.
One thing I personally find very interesting about the idea of just throwing that many high cost cards into your deck is that you actually can omen cards again. One thing that personally irked me a lot about the Oblation deck is that you never had omens and couldn't use the cool abilities that are coming from having omens, right?
Yeah,
And
pretty much because you really want because like, Baleful Ablation says that it deals damage based on your lowest reserve cost omen. So if you're playing 15 costs for Baleful, it basically means you can't omen anything else.
exactly, and that was, to me at least, always a very feels bad moment, and the reason why I didn't touch the deck. Because I thought the Omen mechanic in itself is so cool, you want to use it to its fullest potential. And the decks before did this with Grim Prestige, now sadly gone. I'm still crying in a corner at times.
I
But
think one of
probably
the
thought it was
things
better.
with the previous deck for this though is even though you ideally don't want to omen other things, uh, there were a lot of times where you could omen at least one card, just due to the fact that you can pull it out with the Mantra Marmar. Which
That
it was
is
like a
true.
small saving grace because it let you play your Flumster Cell earlier on, or find just other ways to like push a little bit more damage or get a little bit of setup for your Omen Bringer trigger. But overall, the deck is a lot more fluid in the way it plays now.
Yeah. Especially if you consider that Checkmate also is a card that can be used to imbue your top city crease now, and also all the new angels with the advanced imbue. So, pretty good card, I would say. Sadly, I only have 2 copies.
It's pretty strong. I do like the concept of like this defensive protection here. So like we've foregone playing Stalwart Shieldmates and now we're just playing 8 Library Witch attendants essentially. Kind of
Yeah.
the new age meta for this setup.
I can't wait to see people throwing in Escape the Wreckage just to return the Benediction Angel index. Going to be fun. You either have then advanced element cards or just norm cards at some point.
Yeah, and a lot of these cards that are basic element plus exalted are seeing a lot more play now too because of how relevant they are for things like advanced imbue, right? So Benediction Angel is a perfect example. If we look at the EMP charity event, Jet was on Windlux, and one of the like cards that he was running in the deck was Psychopomp Scale. So Psychopomp Scale just says advanced element. It's an exalted wind card that just says banish all cards in a graveyard. Pretty sure he's only playing the card because it has exalted, so it's useful. It's usable for Benediction Angel, and it's wind, so you can also use it for what's it called? Your Windmill Engineer.
Windmill. Yeah, he actually exactly said that line on some smaller interview section you guys had on the stream.
Yeah, it's a lot of these cards are splashing in for like really interesting reasons. You know, it's not necessarily, hey, I want to actually play this card. It's this card enables me to do what I want to do without actually playing it. Which, I mean, that's kind of exactly what Baleful is, right?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can't play Advent or Ionized Asceticism or Checkmate for that matter. Well, I guess you could technically play Checkmate if you wanted.
I guess, yeah. It wouldn't do that much, but you could technically. It's interesting. I have seen a lot of very cool decks and more of decks that are bringing a fresh wind into the meta. I'm not sold on how good some of them are. I tried yesterday with a couple of friends a water Jin deck, and it felt somewhat, maybe I'm just not finding the ratios or something. But you have a lot of ways to go to level 3 and do all the cool things you want that people were more or less complaining before about that you can't get reasonably to level 3. And that issue is, for me personally, more than solved.
Yeah, Fractal of Waves, Angelic Channeling are both great ways to deal with that. And I feel like Angelic Channeling plus Fragmented Spirits, Glimpse Spirits in general, allow you to kind of push this direction where you can start greeting further and further into the advanced element pool. Like before, the limit, like the hard limit was basically like 27. I think if you played more than 27 advanced element cards, you were just gambling whether or not you were going to super brick, right? Like 27 is like the high end for Rye. Nowadays, we could see people playing like maybe the upwards of 30, maybe even 31.
31 sounds very spicy, ambitious. I'm not sure how to phrase it, actually.
I kind of agree. The thing is that with cards saying advanced element imbue and them being engine focused cards, it does make a little more sense to see higher counts. I think 27 is still pushing like a crazy amount, right? So in decks that use Benediction Angel, where you're looking for an advanced imbue 2, I think your minimum is like 12. You really, really want 12, ideally 14. When it comes to looking at the Angel Attendant decks, you can just get away with having like maybe 5 or 6. You're actually pretty likely to see one of your advanced element cards, especially if you're playing a Glimpse Spirit.
Speaking of advanced element cards and a water Jin, I heard somewhere that we are having now our first match here with Steve on the left side on a water Jin deck versus what's Baroque Bon on Daochan Fractals. Okay, this is already going to be very interesting. I have no clue what Steve's deck actually wants to do, or rather, how it actually fares into Daochan.
Yep, so it's going to be interesting. Steve or Herman from Canada, one of the head judges up here a lot of the time. So Water Jin is one of those decks that we just talked about essentially. That is coming into the meta. Water having the ability to be played because of things like Fractal of Waves, but also Angelic Channeling allows you to kind of build these more advanced focus decks, but it also gives you the opportunity to have a higher influence when you're playing a level 3 deck.
Another cool thing that specifically Water got for Jin is that you now have a negate that you can use on level 3 that is not incapacitate, right?
True.
Because Engulf is one of the strongest cards, in my opinion, that came into the game. It's a hard negate let me rephrase. It's a cleric spell that costs 6 and says negate target non-attack card activation, and if you are level 2+, it costs 3 less. So you basically get to negate anything that's not an attack card for free reserve on level 2 plus. It gives more of those go face and sometimes interact with your opponent decks, like Jin, for example, more of a breathing room, and you don't need to be playing some not cringe cards, but cards that are highly costed, like Incapacitate, right?
Yep, for sure. When I'm looking at the deck here, it actually doesn't look that great for Steve here. I think he has one channeling, so he's like okay, but it was not looking great when he was trying to find his ability to go a little more aggressive there. I think he's gonna play it now in response to Tongu, most likely. Yep, wants to be able to play it without getting it frostbinded or glimmering or anything like that. So we're gonna see. I believe that is a Seething Intersection, an Enrage, and I think a Hemorrhaging Rend.
It's an Enrage. It's this is one of the new cards. It's Crimson Rupture.
Oh, I couldn't see what it was.
It's an Exia card that costs 3 and says if you have 25 damage or plus, it costs 2 less and it destroys an item or a Regalia card.
I think Crimson Rupture is really important, especially if you're playing Serene Spirit. Once you lose access to Fracturize, you need to be able to have something that allows you to remove Regalia from the board.
You are correct, and at times you need to kill your own Tome of Abyssal Heaven, because people can interact with it and you can come into very cringe scenarios here. I had it happen yesterday a couple times. Baroque Born here just doing the fractal thing, putting down a couple fractals with the intrusive and the Fractal of Rain here.
Not imbued specifically. He decided he just wanted to play it for fractal. You're gonna see Intrusion here. Intrusion again, just for a fractal. There's no float coming out with that.
What's your take on Fractal of Rain being imbued or not?
I think
you should always. Oh, okay.
I think it depends on what you have in your deck. If you know you're like really low on float count, I think if you're gonna do that, you're probably. Personally, if I have really low float count, I'm gonna target mill my opponent. And in a Water Gym deck, I'm like 99% sure that guy's running like a decent amount of float. And I don't think that it's worth it. It's like really scary to +1 your opponent on a gamble.
Funnily enough, I think compared to other water decks, the Water Gym deck from Steve here isn't running that many floats in total. We have a Shape Breeze, Fracturize.
He's running 14, 13?
Is it 14? We have the 4 channelings.
4 channeling, 3 gentles.
7.
4 Fracturize, 2 Shade Mist.
11.
13?
Yeah, 13.
I feel like 13's enough that I would not want to take the gamble.
Okay.
So Shade Mist Priestess coming out here. Shade Mist Priestess, I believe it's a 0/1 with stealth that says whenever you would take or whenever your champion would take damage, you recover 1.
It is actually when a source you are not controlling deals damage to you. So someone in the design team was thinking, oh, this card could be broken in Jin. Let's add a clause on it. But every time you take
3, recover 1 would be kind of broken. Draw a card.
Yeah, exactly that. The card is already pretty strong as it is, because it says, it kind of says every damage source from 1 or less is just 0 damage. And you are pretty good against most decks. There are not that many cards interacting with it because she has self, right? And here we see what happens. Zhang Zhao attacking, dealing 1 damage, and Steve recover 1. Zhang Zhao, of course, being here, drawing 2 cards, as we all know, with Unmake Duality gone. We have less cards that let you draw 2, so you might as well use them, right?
Yes, I'm seeing the Return to the Archive. Return to the Archive is an interesting one here. So that allows you to sacrifice a Regalia you control, recover 2, and then draw a card. And it gives you floating memory. So it's like, it's similar to Unmake Duality, just not as directly efficient per se.
Yeah, it is more of for decks that actually can benefit of those floating memory, right? Otherwise, it's just basically a cycle card that recovers you 2.
We're gonna see. I mean, we're looking pretty good here. We got influence of, I believe, 7 for Baroque Bond with 6 fractals on the field. We are level 1, so if we do level up, we're gonna have to go down a little bit. But I mean, it's definitely a good position to be in, right? Or I guess influence of 6. Sorry, influence of 6 fractals. One of them is an unstable fractal. You also have the fractal of snow if you're afraid of allies coming in.
This is looking already very scary here.
Yeah, so you haven't used any like abilities or like attempted kill spells here, so no refracting missiles. We haven't seen any of the shimmer refractions or anything. So Herman's gonna go up to 2 here. We do know that he has the dungeon guide, so once he does dungeon guide to 3, he'll be in a much safer place against this deck. It's gonna be a lot tougher for Baroque Bond to kind of push lethal.
Tyler, did you know how many lines of text Jin has?
Jin has 1 line of text because just like Tony 2 doesn't do anything on the other lines of text.
The 1 line of text says Jin is immortal, and exactly that is Steve right now.
Something interesting that I did see is Steve is actually running the Eventide Spear in his deck. I think this will catch people off guard because one of the things with Jin is a lot of people assume that you need to take out Shuangji or Huaji to find like an aggressive combat focused lethal. But if you're up against a deck that does have 2 or more rested units, you can actually activate the Eventide Spear from your material deck, which gives you the ability to like declare an attack because you just need a weapon or an attack card, right?
You are correct. Sometimes you are just this 1 materialization phase short of going to a lethal, and against certain decks that risk champions and allies, you get the free materialization from the spear. That is pretty cool. I underestimated how strong it actually is, because sitting there with 2 enrages and not being able to swing because you can't activate a hemorrhaging rend or something else feels very bad. And here for Baroque Bond, we just have the good old Water Resonance Bauble with wonderful promo and playing another Fractal of Rain. Does it seem to you that he is just missing a little bit of damage spells here?
Yeah, I think we kind of need to dig, right? So Water Resonance Bubble comes out. I feel like unless you're going to play some like a Fractal of Insight to Glimpse, it might have been more worth it to just draw immediately there. Try to find something that you can push for.
Ooh, good old backup charger for Steve here. So he is slowly regaining the influence loss from leveling up here.
Yep, starting with the backup charger, probably going into the Berserker play at some point, but waiting till he has the ability to protect it, maybe.
You most likely are waiting for a way to protect it and also looking for a floating memory here. One line could be that in the end step, Steve chooses to backup charger and then just gets something out that is costly from his material deck, just to be able to pay for it. Usually with Jin,
fractals. Not able to do anything.
The worst part is actually, even if you have enough damage to force lethal here, the Shapeless Priestess will halve your damage. Since Jin can't die until we are in the end step, right? Mm-hmm. You will be dealing whatever amount of damage you will be doing into damage instances, and then the Shapeless Priestess recovers 1 for every damage instance. It seems like as soon as you get to level 3 with the Jin deck, you are somewhat stabilizing against fractals if you have the Shapeless Priestess on board here.
Shapeless Priestess essentially saying, hey, you need to kill this. You need to use some sort of spell because you don't have things to deal with Spell Shroud. All right, so we're going to see the beginning of the new cards here with RDO.
Seething Intercession. It's a pretty crazy card. It says you pay 2, and then if it resolves, you reveal 3 cards, banish them, and you can activate them from your banishment and pay 2 additional health for activating them. And this got negated here by Baroque Bond. That is a pretty smart and heads-up play because you can snowball out of control very quickly with this one. The best cards you want to see with Deceiving Intercession is, for example, Exia Side or other cards that just plus you into memory or hand. It's pretty strong.
Yep, that paired with so see the intercession, it doesn't actually deal that much damage to you, so it's going to be 2 unpreventable for every card you activate of the ones that are banished. But being able to draw off of those is kind of nuts, right? Influence 4 or less, all of them cost 1 less to activate. Like you said, it's just going to plus you in a really aggressive way.
Yeah. And another very interesting thing I realized is that those cards are in the banishment and they can't get revealed. So whatever your opponent might be doing with your actual influence, those cards are not in any danger to getting milled, discarded, or whatever. So if you are smart, you can actually stack up the top cards of your deck with the Angelic Channeling and an Intercession in a way that you always have access to those important cards.
Did we see a double Fracturize here? Power Cell and the Enfeebling Orb from Baroque Bond?
It seems like.
So double Fracturize puts him at 9 fractals with a Zhangjiao on the field. 9 fractals is on the scarier side. We're gonna see Refracting Missiles for 10, Shimmering Refractions for 9. They're like pretty respectable amounts.
Steve is such a man. He has the mighty Maguro man. Tyler, it's over.
Is that his Power Cell?
Yes, it is.
I see. So I mean, that Dungeon Guide's getting some pretty good value. Dungeon Guide has done 4 damage this game. That is more than anything else on the field has done so far.
And even if Zhang Zhao would have attacked multiple times, the Shade Mist Priestess is still there, being obnoxious as she is.
You gotta send in the 1 damage with the Zhangjiao just to send a message. You gotta keep him on his toes and be like, yo, I know you're gonna recover 1, but I'm still gonna hit you for 1. Because the scars of this attack, you'll remember these.
So what you're saying is you have to assert dominance at some point.
Yeah, you need to win the mental game, right?
Okay, I see. Winning the mental game sure sounds important.
Okay, so we're gonna see the Return to the Archive. It's gonna give us the second float here for Baroque Bond. I don't think we can utilize a second float off the top of my head. I know that we are running the Scepter Fascination. I believe that is our only card we are using that can convert float outside of level.
Froststone Paladins. We have a free Invalist for Baroque Bond.
I am surprised we have not seen anything yet. No Frostborn Paladin, no Refracting Missiles, no Shimmering Refractions. I mean, we're kind of at the point where Steve could very well just kill Baroque Bond in 1 attack.
That is certainly a thing, and okay.
Shimmering Refraction number 1 for, I believe, 9?
9 is a number. Look at Steve holding his cards in a way we can see them.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking, do I go for lethal? I mean, it is very possible to push a really aggressive lethal here.
Yeah, it is.
I don't even think it's hard for him to find lethal. His opponent has On Spirit. Right? Okay, so Refracting Missile, this is going to come in for 10. So we're going to go up to 19. We do have 28. He's going to recover the 2. Reminded by the judge here that when he takes damage from a source he does not control, he will recover 1.
What does Steve have in hand? He has 1 Relentless Outburst, 1 Men Flash. Can't see the other cards right now.
Burst Asunder. This is okay. So this is interesting. Burst Asunder is very interesting here. It makes me wonder if Baroque Bond knows the interaction.
I would assume he doesn't, because it's a card that is super new and most people probably don't know what it does.
The dangerous thing here is if you try to push Steve to lethal, like he can do it still, right? It's gonna come in. He could push him to, what is that? 27. I guess it's one short. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I'd push him to 27 after the recovery. And because it's Baroque Bond's turn, that means that Steve does still have Immortal. He's banking on the fact that he's gonna live through Chalice of Blood draw, Berserker Plate draw, Shuangji draw. He's gonna draw 5 cards this turn.
I mean, we can't forget that he still has the Spirit of Serene Water. So
true. And he has a Men Flesh in hand.
Yes, I think this kind of seals the deal here for Steve.
He did not draw into the Fracturize. If he drew into the Fracturize right now, he just end step Fracturizes the Safeguard Amulet, free win. Like nothing that can be done about that. Oh, Pearled Prayer. This looks like in Baroque's end step, I think, because he has nothing
recovering
in memory.
4 and drawing 1 card into memory. He probably just wanted to cycle so that he has a bigger variety of cards that he can lose that he doesn't mind.
He needs a card in memory for the Shuangji. He has no float, like because he has no graveyard, so he has to put something down there. Loses burst.
That is also true.
Card. Also, I don't know if anyone else saw that, but when he flashed his material deck, we noticed that I believe underneath the grill is the Tome of Abyssal Heaven. He's using it as a defensive option. So Pearl Prayer's gone. DG's awake. I think Baroque Bond has no cards in hand. I think he is like giga dead.
Is it 2 enrages that Steve has?
He fracturized his Power Cell? I guess there's no point doing it to your opponent's Safeguard Amulet anymore, right?
It's not if you plan to go for a kill here.
Yeah. Plus it gives him the float for Tome. 2. He's gonna triple enrage. Enrage 1, he'll take 4 damage here, and then he will get +1 power for every 4 damage counters on his champion, so he's gonna get +8.
8 more.
Then he's gonna play another one. It's gonna be 9.
That is correct.
So it's gonna be 8, 9. That's 17. He'll be at 36, so he'll get 7 bonus on it. Oh, he's just gonna attack for lethal. that do be enough.
Doing many more.
I'm not gonna lie. When you're at this point in the game, I feel like you just play the extra enrages because that's like the fun part of Jin is being like, hey, I'm gonna swing you for like 40. I know you only have 15 life, but swing 40. It's like when one Light Weavers kills you, but you decide you want to play all 3 of them. Sometimes
you have to send a message, is what you're saying, right?
I'm saying more players need to send a message when they play as fast as Steve does. I think if you play really slow, sending a message is probably not the play because then you're sending the wrong message. But when you're playing as fast and as clean as Steve does for the most part, I think doing that is okay. This matchup is also pretty quick.
It is. Is it? I'm not sure.
I feel like the matchup is quick because it's either Steve gets to 3 and then does whatever he wants, or Steve gets negated on his way to 3 and then Baroque Bond kills him.
Okay. Speaking of going to, what do you think Baroque Bond will be sideboarding in here?
Song of Frost for sure coming in.
It's kind of sad he's only running 1 in the sideboard and 1 in the mainboard.
I think the Captivating Opulence is also pretty good. It's just like one more thing that they have to deal with that's kind of annoying. Like if they want to pop Chalice of Blood, they gotta pay 2, right? They want to banish any small banish is like just a little bit more. Quicksilver Grail becomes a lot more annoying to use as well, right? You have to pay 2 to activate the Quicksilver Grail to bring out whatever you want to bring out. If it's Scarlet Tassel, then you have to pay 4 for Scarlet Tassel.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest catch here on the Scarlet Tassel, being required to pay 4 for the activation here.
And then probably Viridian Trinket. I think Trinket's good too.
Viridian Trinket is indeed good. One interesting thing I realized about this water deck is that you actually only have like 4 to 5 cards you want to activate during your opponent's turn that are water.
Yeah. Progue Prayer, Pressurize, and Gulf. I mean, he only really plays like what, 5 water cards?
Yeah.
So I guess it's everything except for the 1 slow card.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Or I guess there's 2 slow cards. I forgot he's playing Fractal Waves. I didn't see one in that game.
Hmm.
But
I
I
think
guess that's another thing to bring up. No
Hmm.
Fractal of Waves, which is like one of the stronger engines for Angelic Channeling level 3. And you know, Herman Steve still gets to that point in the game where he's like, I'm on influence 3. You can't kill me for the next like maybe 5 turns. I'm just gonna like draw a million cards.
It's actually one of the funnest things about the deck. If you get to the point where your opponent can't kill you and you just hoard all your fancy looking cardboard in your hand.
So he's keeping the regenerates, putting one of the 2 channelings on the bottom. We're gonna draw into a bunch of angels. Looks like we drew an angel attendant and a benediction angel there.
Hmm. I'm surprised he still has the angel attendant in the deck right now. Because a couple of cards that Steve could have sideboarded in is, for example, Expire the Departed, the Dynastic Whirlpool probably not coming in. The Hemorrhaging Rand
This game
also.
might be a little too slow for that.
Yeah.
Or I guess those cards might be too slow for how fast the game is. Let me rephrase that, because saying the game is too slow is a little bit misleading in that regard.
You're correct. And if you sideboarding in Dynastic Whirlpools, you need to resolve at least 2 to successfully mill out your opponent, and that is difficult at times. Steve here with the materialization of the backup charger after Baruch just had a more average fractal turn here with a fractal of rain and the fractal of refreshment here.
Did he cycle anything on the refreshment? It doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. No.
I like looked away for a second to look up the cost on Dynastic Whirlpool.
It's free.
Holy. I'm not gonna lie, when you said that, I thought you said it's free. I was like, huh? It's free. I'm like, what's making it free? Triple Exegosite?
I did that. You can certainly do that.
Triple Exegosite into Dynastic Whirlpool is a little bit diabolical.
I mean, double with a fractal is also very diabolical.
It's looking like a bit of a rough start here for Baroque Bond. We have 2 fractals on the field. He did go for the Water Resonance Bauble early on there. We're going to see Thronekeeper Bullfrog. Thronekeeper Bullfrog in this matchup, I think, is actually just a -1 for a very long time. Because Steve's not playing a deck where he like pushes a lot of chip damage. His chip damage, if anything, is just Dungeon Guide for 1 multiple times.
You are correct. Most of the time in those matchups, the interceptors and taunters are just a minus until they start doing something, especially if they have 0 attack whatsoever. That's why I was kind of surprised that Steve kept the angel attendants, as it seemed, or maybe he just kept a few of them.
He probably wanted 1 in case we saw the Frostborn Paladin line.
And here we have the Angel Attendant. It is one of the new cards that has Advanced Imbue. It has Advanced Imbue 1, and it says it has now Intercept. Other text on the card is, on death, draw a card. It's basically a library witch on steroids, if you so will.
Yep, so it does require the Advanced Imbue, but it is going to be a 3 life one. It's pretty good there. We're going to see Song of Frost banished here for Daochan level 1. This time Baroque Bond going into Cleric. He doesn't want to pay full retail on everything. He wants the Cleric class bonuses.
That is kind of a brave decision, if you ask me, losing the Song of Frost here right away.
Yeah, I feel like Song of Frost is like one of the breakout things here. Oh, so John Yu's going to come
Ooh.
in. I assume we're going to name Dungeon Guide here, right?
Probably. Hopefully.
What else would you consider naming in this situation?
Menflesh.
Menflesh is not bad either. He can push a little more aggressively that way. He does still have Serene Spirit though, so it is harder to find that aggressive lethal.
And we just got confirmation from our table judge, True Champion Isaac, that indeed Dungeon Guide was called.
That's crazy. You didn't call Heavenly Guide?
Yeah. It is a mystery to me, right?
Yeah, these all
Looking
make
at
sense.
this, you think Janyu could also be played in the Water Gym deck?
Probably not. I think just negating things with Engulf is better. John, because if you play Fractal of Waves, right, you're gonna sacrifice the Fractal of Waves every single time.
If you see them before level 3.
I feel like if you see them on level 3, you're just not gonna play them, right?
Oh, of course not.
Surely you don't play Fractal of Waves unless you just really need to put something down into memory. That's like the only time I could see you playing a Fractal of Waves at level 3 is if you have to put cards down so that you can grab, Tome of Abyssal Heaven or Shuang-Chi or Berserker Plate. But even then, there's like so many other ways to put cards down fast. We have Regenerate, Seething Intercession, Pearl Prayer. Even like Topsy Decree works. You can just Topsy to remove a card from your opponent.
Yeah. Who knows? I think the decks are right now still in the baby phase of the iterations, so there is quite a lot of room for improvements. And certainly a couple things that can be done here. And Steve putting down a gentle respite. Having less influence, drawing one into memory, and getting the floating memory. Quite good here, quite good. I would assume that next turn we probably see the breastplate, right?
I would think so.
No.
We're in a pretty comfortable place, right? Our opponent is in a position where he's very, very, very slow, right? Lower influence, only 2 fractals in the field. We do see the Jianyu to stop the Dungeon Guide, but we've -1 from leveling up. We've -1 from putting the Thronekeeper Bullfrog on the field and doing nothing with it.
Very costly, and I should have paid more attention. I didn't even see Steve was not level 3 at all. So there are a couple lines now that happen, especially with all those triggers on the stack with the Fractal of Waves and the Angelic Channeling, whereas the player who has the triggers on the stack can choose the order of how those resolve. And it seems like Steve is choosing to Seething Intercession here first, getting those cards banished after he put 3 cards on top with the Angelic Channeling from before, and now he's most likely sacrificing the Fractal of Waves to draw the other 2 cards he put on the top into memory. So he has a lot of variety of cards to choose from, even though he has not that many cards in his influence here. It's one of the very interesting play patterns that now emerged from all those new cards that you can do, that shows how you can just mastery the sequencing here at all. And on the next Angelic Channeling, we have another Frostbind from Baruch Born here. So telling Steve, nah, you are not choosing what gets gone here. Angelic Channeling, also a pretty interesting card to just cycle through your deck. If you have a lot of advanced element cards you can't really use up right now on level 3, you still can activate it and basically get rid of those cards for good, right? And after that, you still have the same influence minus Angelic Channeling. Steve here just trying to get more floating memory and draw into some more interesting cards for him here. And has he 2 Shapeless Priestesses in his hand? Who knows? I saw only 1, so for sure we will be seeing later on. Just passing the turn here, not doing much more, and With a lead of 1-0 and the one key line of text on his champion that says Jin is immortal, you don't need to be doing a lot, especially with a rather rough start here from Baruch Born. And he is choosing to materialize the Scepter Fascination, drawing one card, and damn, he is losing one of the Shimmering Refractions. That hurts quite a bit.
It's truly crippling. You need the fast. All the fast kill spells are so important in this specific matchup, right? Because Jin does have immortality until his end phase. It's a rough one to be in.
It is indeed very rough. Baruch Born paying 3 for... What did he activate? I'm so lost. Okay. Fractal of Intrusion. Is he capitalizing on maybe some possible float here with a refracting missile that he's throwing at Steve?
Looks like no.
He's not.
So in the graveyard, we do have a Frostbind and Acquiescing Rejection. Those are the only two things down there. But it looks like Steve's stabilized. We reached level 3, Fractal Waves to draw into memory. We're up to influence, I believe, of 6.
It is indeed
Pop
6.
a Gentle? Oh, okay, interesting. So Gentle will be even. He's popping it just to have the controlled banishment here. Whether it's for the Quicksilver Grail there or the whatever he decides to get next time, whether it's the Chuangji, Berserker Plate, etc. It's really important to note that the reason he has to put cards down there in his main phase is that if Baroque Bond goes for like a cheeky kill in end phase, which I think in this situation would be a little bit too difficult due to low fractal count, he needs to be able to have cards down available to banish the tome in case, or the banish the Quicksilver Grail in case he has tome underneath it.
I think he just didn't do the math properly.
That's possible. I'm just trying to make our boy look a little smarter, you know.
He is already very smart because he picked a very interesting deck for this event and probably something not many people count with. So, but it is indeed correct that he needs to have cards in memory or in the graveyard to activate whatever he has underneath the grail. And what is he doing now? Getting the Berserker's Plate out to just draw more cards. Do you actually know if Caben likes the deck that Steve is playing, Tyler?
I have no idea if Caben likes this version of Jin. I know Caben loves Jin overall. I do think that Jin has a lot of splashes and a lot of like small seasoning differences between all of the different types of decks, right? Like some people are playing Water Spirit, Serene Water, Fragmented Water. That's enough of a seasoning difference right off the bat that some people might be turned off. But I think that the concept of Water Jin is probably very much what Caben likes to do. Caben loves to draw cards. We know that draw card is his favorite three words. Draw a card. Sometimes when it says draw 2 cards, it's even better, like Fractal Waves.
It's almost double good, right?
I feel like drawing cards is like exponential, right? You draw 1 card, it's great. You draw 2 cards, it's like really good. You draw the 3rd card, it's like 4 or 5 times as good. Like the feeling just amplifies more and more the more cards you draw. So like when you Rile the Abyss and you used to discard 2 Specters and draw 3, that was like the ultimate high of drawing cards for players. The next one is probably Berserker Plate, Chuangji, draw 2, Chalice of Blood, draw 2, draw for turn. The 5-card draw hand is pretty good.
If you're sitting there in your recollection phase and drawing 3 cards, more or less before your actual draw phase, it's so great.
Yeah, or if you have the ultimate setup, you can go like Quicksilver Grail on level 2, put the Chuangji underneath, then you Dungeon Guide to 3, then you go Berserker Plate. So you have like the draw from all your fractals and waves, then you go Berserker Plate, then you Chuangji. Draw a billion. But I guess the original one, right, is Cremate Library Witch?
Yes, that is the original line.
The original draw 3.
It's still an amazing line. The second best line is Shieldmate into Cremation. And
nowadays, I feel like Shieldmate Cremation is so risky. So many people play Topsy Decree.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel as good as it used to.
That is correct. The meta is evolving, and so are the cards with the rules on them printed.
All right, what about for another throwback, Gerrit? What do you think of the triple increasing danger line? Holy, the triple fractal of refreshment.
We are in for a
Cycling?
lot of triples here. Is he cycling?
I'm surprised he hasn't cycled cards. I'm actually like shocked he hasn't cycled cards here.
Maybe he has all the things he's looking for.
Okay, here we go. Shuangji's coming out. Fractal of Waves banished. Gonna take 5. We're gonna take 3. We're gonna draw a card for that. We're gonna draw a card for the Berserker Plate. We're in a pretty good place. So we do have a Thronekeeper Bullfrog on the field, so Rend is really important. But there's a possibility that Steve actually just swings into the Thronekeeper Bullfrog now with just the Shuangji, right? Because like, you don't care about giving your opponent float at this point in the game.
Not really, especially not if it is bringing you closer to closing out the game in the next couple of turns. But speaking of the fractals you mentioned before, right? That you are never activating them on level 3. We just saw one timing or one good opportunity when you can use it if you find them with Sieving Intercession. It also translates to an actual +1.
Yeah, Seething is broken. I'll just say it like that. Indeed. Seething Intercession is like insane.
The card is nuts. And here we have Relentless Out. Is Steve activating Relentless Outburst here? Oh, he wants to cycle the cards. Because he imbued the Angel Attendants here with the Relentless Outburst, he gets to draw 2 more cards and also push a little bit of damage onto Baruch Born here, and maybe even some meaningful amount to the Thronekeeper Bullfrog here, if he finds an Angel Attendant here.
I think it's a great play. So he's going to draw 2 off of the Angel Attendants. He also gets to remove the Throne. Is he going to remove the Thronekeeper Bullfrog here, or is he just going to leave it? That's my question.
Oh,
he's actually just going to leave it.
Okay.
I guess he's afraid of like a Wand of Frost convert, because Wand of Frost was commonly used in Daochan fractals for a long time. It does say draw a card.
It feels like every card that doesn't say draw a card is pretty bad these days. Or is that just my impression?
I think you're a little caveman pilled there. You love to draw cards. It's okay. I'm a Luxem player. I also like to draw cards.
And we have another fractal for Baruch Born here. More fractals equals more better, right? It seems to be a very tricky situation for Baruch Born here. You need like what at this point? 5 pieces of damage into Steve's end step and interaction for whatever he has now deployed on the board.
Scarlet Tassel coming out. This is like kind of a new card, right? Scarlet Tassel's like kind of new, not really new.
It is, exactly. It's one of the regalias that says it has actually a link. That means you need to attach it to a specific object that the link mentions, in this case regalias. And it then has an activated ability that says pay 2 and give the linked regalia Omni Shroud for the turn. And here we see that Baruch Born has Fracturize for whatever Herman wants to attach it to, and he has one of the cards we mentioned before, the Engulf. And now the fight on the stack, Baruch Born with a Glimmering Refusal on the Engulf, and Steve here drawing 2 more cards with the Chalice of Blood since he's above 21 damage, and finding another Engulf. Is this enough to protect the tassel or whatever it wants to attach to?
We're going to see another Glimmering Refusal? Okay, so
It
we're
looked
going
like.
to grab Tome of Abyssal Heaven. So okay, so what was it? Was it a Fracturize in attempt, and then he played Engulf, Glimmering Refusal, engulfed it again, and now we're seeing the Glimmering Refusal. So Steve goes for Banishment on the Quicksilver Grail to bring out the Tome of Abyssal Heaven to give his object Spell Shroud. Is that what that sequence was?
That is exactly the sequence that is happening. Thomas of Abyssal Heaven is one of the new RDO cards, and it is an extra regalia that says on enter, you get page counters equal to the number of damage counters on your champion. And at the beginning of your recollection phase, you need to remove 8 page counters from the Tome of Abyssal Heaven. You get to draw a card, and if you can't, you lose the game. And the other line of text that is more important right now is that all your other objects have Omni Spell Shroud.
Dude, Omni Shroud would be crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna see another Seething here. Expel the Departed, Dungeon Guide, and a Regenerate. Regenerate, not bad. Same with Expel. Yeah. You could expel the Jian Yu. Not that it really does anything at this point in the game, but it would be kind of funny just to send a message.
One of the very
Oh
important
my
things
God.
now we need to be aware of is that Steve loses in 2 turns if he can't find either a lethal or removal for his own Tome of Abyssal Heaven. And I'm not sure if we saw either another Fracturizer or Crimson Rupture here for Steve.
I believe Steve has 13 cards in hand. If he doesn't find a lethal in the next 2 turns with this many cards, I would be shocked. There are a lot of red cards in that hand. A lot of Exia cards in that hand.
Yeah, and a Fractal of Waves. Interesting to see. Oh, he has an Hemorrhaging Rend, and is he just going for a 2-turn line? Yeah.
I think rending here is fine. You know, Daochan still has access to 2 Glimmer counters, so you kind of want to just see what can come out of this. Because we have no safeguard, right? So if you Hemorrhaging Rend and he uses his only interaction to deal with the Hemorrhaging Rend, you could lean into looking for a Relentless Outburst.
I think you're just Hemorrhaging Rend here. See if he has interaction, and if not, you just deal a bazillion damage to him and next turn swing for lethal. Because he can't target any objects you control right now. It seems like Steve just decided to go for another Fractal of Waves here for his secret tech that he is not playing in the deck, the Jian Yu. Probably during the next recollection phase, we will be seeing the Innovate, the Regenerate activated, and also the Expel the Departed being activated on some of Brookborn's fractals here.
Yeah, Regenerate's still pretty good. Even if you don't really need the recovery, it does still draw into memory. Draw into memory is pretty good. It does, in fact, say draw a card, just slightly differently.
That is one of the strong cards that you can find with Seething Intercession, because it basically says draw delayed 1 card.
True.
And here we have Expel the Departed on, where is it going? Which fractal do you not like, Tyler?
Probably, well, nothing in there actually is that important, right? There's no Fractal Snow, there's no Unstable Fractal. You can choose literally anything you want.
Yeah, there is no specific target you need to choose. Oh.
I see an Acquiescing Rejection here. I think you just let it get negated. I don't think you care.
Yeah, you really don't care. Just let it go to banishment. You're not dying.
I think there's like an argument where if you had the second line of text on Expel the Departed, you might let it through, since it says draw a card as well. You let them draw 2, and then you cycle 1 extra card if you need it.
Steve is digging pretty heavily here.
Looking for Engulf number 18.
Probably that. he wants to make sure that whatever he is trying to do, and here we have another expert departed, actually activated from hand this time for free.
He's trying to do it so that he's outside of lethal range, because right now Refracting Missile comes in for 7, which puts him at 33.
He can't be targeted right now because of the Tome of Abyssal Heaven. All objects have spell shroud.
Objects, true. Wait, there's no fear then.
Steve has a little bit of fear because he now needs to find lethal or removal for his tome. Otherwise, he's just gone for good. Next turn. Let's see if he found something.
Surely, with his whole deck in his hand, he has found at least something to find lethal. Seeding Intersection for the +1,000,000,000.
I'm not sure if that is the right play here. Getting rid of the Thronekeeper Bullfrog a couple turns before might have been pretty good here, especially with the Topsy Decree in hand, where you can just remove the Floating Memory from your opponent's graveyard.
I feel like it was really important because you know that your Shuang-Ji has durability of 3, right? It's not a 2 durability weapon where when you use it, you have to like really debate your second usage. When you have 3, you can use one of them like pretty willy-nilly. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so if he did pass here, then he is essentially saying, I have a way to deal with my Abyssal Heaven.
That is what I would assume.
Because if you pass and you don't have a way to deal with the Abyssal Heaven, you just lose.
And he has to go now Enrage for basically free. So he takes 4 damage, goes to 33 damage. That means the next attack will be dealing 8 more.
Yep, and then we're going to see 6 extra damage currently on the Shuang-Ji of Sacrifice, so that will come in for 7. So we're currently attacking potentially for 15 with nothing else. Hemorrhaging End for 19 would be lethal.
That is correct.
There's still an Enfeebling Orb on Baroque Bond's side. Not that Steve really cares about that with his 18 cards in hand.
Would you now just activate the Topsy Decree to let your opponent discard a card here?
I think it's pretty good. You kind of force them into a position where they have to make an action right then and there. I think Baroque Bond has 4 cards in hand, though.
And 2 active Fractals here. Oh, Steve has a way to deal with his Dome of Abyssal Heaven because he has a Crimson Rupture and the banishment from the Seething Intersection.
Crimson Rupture, good. So we're going to see Refracting Missile to push him to 41. I think that... does that even work? Does he have Tome of Abyssal
No,
Heaven?
it doesn't work because the Tome of Abyssal Heaven gives every unit Spell Shroud on Steve's side.
I think he wins anyways, though, because there's no way for him to stop this. He lost the 1 Song of Frost. I believe that's... Oh, no, so he does play 2 Song of Frost. 1 in the main, 1 in the side. But, yeah, not a lot of ways for him to get around that. So we're going to see the 2-0 here for Steve. Round 1 RDO Michigan Regionals. Water Djinn, pretty good.
Water Djinn is a pretty cool deck, but you can run into quite a few dicey matchups. Did you see one of the new funny decks that people are trying out these days with Crux in it?
There's a lot of funny decks people are running around these days.
It's more of a generic value pile that I believe also topped in Japan, right? Recently.
Another Byakko Merlin deck?
It's just a Spirit Ruler deck where you have Sabella and hit face with the swords all the time. And recycle all those on-enter abilities that come with the swords and the
I know what you're
Sabella.
talking about. It's the Ayala Sabella loop the drawn blade build, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yella
So
Sabella.
one of the cool things with this is that it plays Nereal as well, so it benefits the level ups to try to push like ally damage. Because you can also throw in you can also technically throw in a Banner Knight if you wanted to push extra damage, and then we like swing all the way back to like ALC meta.
It is very scary. I have seen a friend of mine who put in the Warper Sword. Getting this out with a Ella is a lot of damage. You hit for 5 without anything else.
Yeah, Vorpal Sword's kind of strong. There's a lot of cool kind of things you can do. I think Ayala is like one of the best cards to come out of RDO. It's Exalted Wind and it's generic.
Yes.
So it's usable for Benediction Angel. It's usable for Windmill Engineer. It also has an insane effect and it's fast activation.
And the best part of the card is that is a line I skipped initially is that in general first activation is free. I always thought it's just the first time you activate it, the turn she comes in, it's free. Because card gamers don't read cards. Yeah. It is just generic. The first activation of her is free and she has fast activation. So at any point in time, if you see it fit, just throw her in. Can she actually target herself? Do you know that?
She cannot. She cannot target herself. So there's a text error on one of the 3 versions of Ayala. So there's the non-foil, the foil, and the CSR. Specifically, the foil version of this card does not have the word another in the text. So there's like a very small errata there. But yeah, when it comes to Ayala, it explicitly should say another object.
Okay. Man, this was a very interesting first round.
I'm happy we saw a deck that a lot of people have been looking into, which is Jhin, specifically Water Jhin, right? Water Jhin is like one of those. Oh, people are playing Water again. It's like all these new Water cards are fun to see, but really with Jhin, I think it's the new Exia cards, right? Seeding Intercession is probably one of the nuttiest cards out there.
Yeah, it is super strong, and it gives you value on all the avenues that you actually want to get avenue on. It gives you a little bit more self-damage. It gives you more cards to choose from to activate and find things you want to do. And it inherently pluses you that way. So makes also keeping track of things a little bit harder. And I feel like that we will be seeing quite a big difference on results for people who know how to sequence Seething Intercession, Fractal of Waves, and Angelic Channeling properly versus those who goof on this. And I'm probably more on the goofy side because I have no clue.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with these things. Pretty cool.
Stacking triggers in Grand Archive is one of the very difficult and interesting parts. Any predictions for the rest of the regional today, Tyler?
I really want to see somebody play Spectralis or Suited.
Okay, Suited sounds cool. Is Superior at the regional? He's probably on one of those funny decks then, right?
It's possible. It is very possible. Yeah, there's a lot of different decks out there right now, right? So we look at like the standard deck. So Luxem exists in multiple colors. Water Luxem is a lot more viable this season than it has been in previous seasons. Slimes are relevant again. Last season people were playing Wind Slimes. Nowadays people can play Water Slimes with the introduction of Dewy Slime and Fractal Waves. Angelic Channeling also pretty good there. We can see the normal Spirit of Slime, and then the classic Sungoria Special and Henki Special, the Fire Slimes. It's a good one there. We have the old school decks. 2 of your favorites, Tristan and Merlin. Those are pretty much never gonna die.
You're correct.
Those are always playable at some point. It's like even if they're not the best deck, they're at least playable to some regard, right? Do you want to talk a little bit about what those decks have gotten this season?
Tristan didn't get anything, I feel like, unless Ayala.
I feel like AL is pretty good.
Yeah, Ayala is pretty good in Tristan, and you then can also start suppressing your opponent's tokens during the in the mirror. Oh Lord, where are the words? And I feel like Merlin got a lot of new cards in general because we have seen a lot of Crux cards. I'm just not sure how explored those are yet.
I think Merlin's ultimate is actually amazing. I think Fast of the Forgotten is like one of the better cards that has come through Merlin. Even if you only play it as a one of, she's a deck that generally can draw into your one ofs. Like your silver bullets in that deck do exist, unlike a lot of other decks. Merlin either draws a lot of cards, or if you play anything that glimpses, like if you play like 2 Scryless guys and you play them on like level 5 or level 6, you're going through half your deck by the time you're on turn 6.
That is true. I didn't tinker around with Merlin yet because of time reasons. And for everyone who hasn't watched it, True Champion Gaming has a funny video about a Merlin variant with the Distorted Alice level 1, where you try to just get the Mantle of the Abyss to ride into the Abyss with a couple more Spectre cards. You should all watch this for sure after the stream today. And
Yeah,
Superior.
Oh,
Please.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh. Superior is actually at the event. Maybe we can get Isaac or Gaben confirm what funny deck he is on for us. Maybe he brought something
we'll
very
just pull
interesting.
him on stream. Surely we'll just pull that guy on stream. Surely he's just playing Genbu again. There's no way he plays anything else, right?
There's a chance he's just playing suited, right? He also likes suited, I hear.
I do like suited, and I do think that suited is very fun to play. I think that in a world where Jin is very good, suited is very bad.
Luckily, we are not sure in what world we are now, since we are still fumbling through the tunnel towards the looking glass here, right?
It's true. But when your locals are Herman, Steve, and you're playing against suited regularly, it's probably pretty rough bullying at locals if you're playing suited. One of the other decks I wanted to talk about that came out, or I guess I want to talk a little more on Ayla because I think it's a little bit overlooked how good she actually is for a lot of the decks. So the big thing with Ayla for me specifically is that Ayla in a lot of aggressive decks or mid-range decks strictly reads remove opponent's defensive ally or remove opponent's defensive regalia. Right? You fast activate her, you remove a Frostborn Paladin. You fast activate her, you remove like a Stalwart Shieldmate. You fast activate her, you remove the Majestic Spirit from the board. Right. So in Tristan, even though Shadow Strike does have unblockable, so you can get around those things, if you remove like a Majestic Spirit, then you're removing the damage reduction. If you don't have a Shadow Strike, it opens up your lines for Slice and Dice.
That is true.
And she's also a 3-cost 2/3, so she actually does damage. A good ally, a very good ally, because her ability doesn't make her rest either. And if you're playing like a high influence deck, you can just activate Ayla's ability multiple times.
So what you are telling me right now is I need to buy 2 of those CSRs? Is that what you just said?
Me first, Gerrit. Me first. Not like this. I'm overselling it. No, I do think Ayla is like one of the better cards in the game.
Ayla is for sure one of the most generic cards that you can splash into every deck that wants to go to level 3 with the base element. So by default, you probably want to have a couple of her in your collection for future deck building, regardless of what she's now played in. Same as, for me personally, Spirel or Windmill and Benediction Angels. Right?
Yeah, I think Spirel's a little harder since she is an advanced element, ally, whereas the other ones are basic plus exalted or just basic.
Luckily, most of the champions are
aren't even
Umbra.
either of those; they're just normal.
Yeah.
Sure, there are more Umbra champions than anything else in the game. That is factual.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Crucible Razorgale does well at this event. I know that Water is getting played a little more. Crucible Razorgale, while it is strong, is susceptible to being blown out by certain water decks.
But only by certain, right?
I think only specific types of decks work, and it's decks that have additional removal. I think that a lot of the time, if you're playing Crucible Razorgale and you're playing against water, you're very cognizant of Fracturize. But when you have to play around things like Crimson Rupture or any other advanced element destruction, Nocturne's Oblivion, etc., it
Mm-hmm.
becomes a lot harder. Also, when you're playing against decks that can just blow you out for damage, Ablation for 15 out of nowhere will probably kill you through your Veiling Breeze.
Are you telling me that Veiling Breeze for free doesn't protect you against 15 damage 2 times?
I mean, it protects you against the first one. I don't know if it protects you against the second one on the stack, though.
You are correct. So overtime just started now. I would say we just had in a small break here right now, and we'll be back with round 2 in just a couple minutes after the round is wrapped up.
Yep. Stay tuned, everybody. Make sure, if you haven't already seen it already, True Champion Gaming is sponsored by two people. We have ENDGAME sleeves, so you guys want to check them out. I believe it's endgametcg.ca. True 10. True 10 is the code. You can check it out in the description as well, and you'll see it during the break. But also, if you're looking for singles, CORETCG, great splashback. They're wonderful, and so are True Champion Gaming. But without further ado, we will see you guys at the beginning of round 2.
Hello and welcome back to the first in-person regional in the US in Michigan, hosted by True Champion Gaming. My name is Gerrit and I'm now here with Valkyrie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Good morning, good morning. I'm up, moving, and ready to watch some Grand Archive, Garrett. Happy to be here with you and Tyler casting the RDO Michigan Regionals. We did the PTM Regionals together, and it's super cool that the crew is back here. And man, I watched a little bit of that round one. We had that Jin versus Daochan Fractals. And, it was a really fun matchup, but Jin just gets to that point where he is literally unkillable.
You are
So
correct.
it is one of those, it's a ticking time bomb, right?
It is very bombastic to see him tick up and then nuke you down. That is what he does. Did you see anything else out of the ordinary that catch your eye recently for Dex Valkyrie?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I've been really hunkering down and helping practice with the team for nationals. So we've been sort of exploring every possible option and avenue capable, and we've come up with some pretty fun things. Some of my own personal brews is just throwing baby gray slime into almost like any deck. And it works very well. You need about like 12 to 16 slime cards, and it's a nice little value engine helping out a lot of decks. Like I personally just finished playing locals with a 3-0 record on a Fire Slime Gojia deck that went all the way to Luxem. Really took advantage of that lustrous slime.
Oh damn, oh damn. You are one of those people who show up in my nightmares. I see how it is. I still get
Yeah.
haunted by all the slimes from MRC back then. And we are jumping right back into our second game today. We are having Liz versus Mr. Keckert here.
And an interesting matchup actually between these two players. We have good old Fire Merlin, the true classic that everyone knows and loves over here on our right-hand side with Kakarot. And then Liz on what we have now pretty much started calling Horse and Taxes. That Vanitas list that Chess Club brought out at an Ascent did really well, and now it's sort of just a mainstay. You'll always see at least like a couple of players on this list.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very interesting one. Because from my personal experience here, if you are playing Merlin yourself, facing a Vanitas player, you are in for quite a ride. If you don't get your Stalwart Shipmates out and possibly some resolute stands or multiple avenues of protection. Because the taxation that Vanitas Dominus Rex on hit ability can put on you with all the funny items you want to get out of your material deck is very heavy here. Going to level 1, paying 1 more memory cost for this, and then in addition having to pay 1 memory cost for the quote-unquote free materialization that usually is the super strong point of playing Lorraine level 1, that Kakarot is so costly, and oh boy, it is very shaky to say the least.
Yeah, we actually see the cool new spirit from RDO as well for Merlin. It's technically a Lorraine spirit, but it's the fragmented spirit that you can open in the RDO boxes. So really cool to see as well that these alternative spirits, I like to call them, are seeing a lot of play now with the different variety of decks.
You think it's actually more to them being very pretty and people just wanting to use them, or because they are actually useful? What's your
I
take?
think a combination of both. Like if I opened a spirit, I would have just played that deck. Like
Okay.
it's very true.
Maybe you can help figure out with me what fire deck I can play with my Fortuitous Spirit here.
Easy enough.
And Liz going ahead during her first turn here, playing a Fluffy Shopkeep and banishing the Purifying Thurible and a Smoke Bomb here. That is interesting. Fluffy just staring there menacingly. And let's see what Kakarot is now doing. Getting
I
out
actually,
danger. Please.
I was gonna say, like, I actually don't like keeping the Fluffy back, right? It's feels like missed damage potential here on Lys's side. Against most fire decks, they're not really going to be like swinging in with for a lot of damage early on, so that
Hmm.
intercept's not really gonna be needed. And of course, like classic fire playstyles is play an ally, cremate it, or like Creative Shock, discard a float. So that one damage might, not be the end of the world, but will come into factor, especially because Horse and Taxes wants to sort of giddy up, race to the finish, right? They want to beat a 3 first, catch you off guard, and just make it very difficult for you to level up or get any like resources. And then from there, sort of like the damage adds up slowly. So we'll see if that does come into factor. But Garrett, just as we're talking about leveling up super quickly, we see a dungeon guide straight to 2.
Dungeon guiding to 2 is pretty good here, and this gives you the ability of leveling up on demand to Vanitas Dominus Rex at whatever point you want. You probably could have played the line a little bit different here, because I saw a liminal guide and a scatter essence moving to banishment here. And the very interesting part is if you keep the scatter essence, especially right now with the current board state in hand, you trigger the bonus 1 damage on the Vanitas level 2 ability that says every time you activate a spell, you get +1 damage for the turn. And you would have even preserved 1 more card from your memory here because it has floating memory. And you would get rid of Kerkat's Spirit Shard Fragment here.
That would be
Because
insanely good value.
that would have been very juicy. But
Speaking of
nevertheless,
juicy, shirtless Vanitas here now.
damn, I had to hold back to make a very silly comment. Oh boy. But he is for sure hitting the Lorraine Spirit here pretty hefty.
Yes, swinging in. And list doing the 50% of the deck's name. We have taxes. We just need horse now in order to go ahead and fulfill the prophecy of what this Vanitas deck loves to do.
Yeah. And now every materialization costs 1 more, and this is now the struggle I was mentioning before. That everything costs basically 2, and here we have the Terraframe. That is a pretty good call, I would say.
That is, especially because Vanitas will only have 2 cards in their hand if they do opt into a like GCR or a Bauble perhaps to draw that. So they're really only going to be able to attack with 1 unit, probably opting in for that Vanitas. But it looks like our Merlin player sort of was reminded that he has to pay 1 to materialize that Terraframe, and now it's sort of a contemplation.
Yeah.
Really, like, is
This
it worth
is,
it?
who knows? This is what I was talking about before. If you are in this position, this is already very scary and threatening. Now you need to find probably a Stalwart Shieldmate and a Resolute Stand in combination to go to level 1 and maybe even to level 2 with a Dungeon Guide to just manually level up down the road.
Yeah, it's tough, especially if you're not used to playing against Vanitas. It's really hard to decide like what you want to do on materialization, and do you go down that like -1 influence to get resources to stop like help prevent this, or do you try and find a way to fight through? And it looks like we are opting into sort of just going that value route, play that Hasty Messenger, discard that liminal guide, so now when we do pay 2 to level up, we at least get 1 card back, so it's just like making it almost a normal level up, right?
Are we getting a card back? Oh, it seems like if we choose to level up, we do, and here we have the Impact Hammer. That also means no Resolute Stand is standing in the way here for this and the on-hit trigger for Vanitas. This is already very, very, very scary.
Yes, this damage is adding up very fast, and the taxation will not stop. It is going to be every single turn, thanks to Vanitas just having a power stat on the champion itself, right? And that's why this combo and the strategy is so strong. It is the only champion in the game with a printed power stat, which means that he can just declare an attack without a weapon or an attack action in it.
Or could even retaliate if he so pleases.
Mm-hmm.
The best part is that on hit triggers also will happen on retaliation. It's pretty good. And here we see another card activated from Gerrit for the Angelic Channeling, just to get the floating running. And he is most likely leveling up now.
You have to level up now. You are in the
Yeah.
danger zone if you choose not to level up here. Like you'll use one float and one card from memory and get a liminal guide trigger. So, you're not negative, you're just almost going neutral at this point, which you're more than happy to, right? You want to get that life buffer, make sure you're not within that threat range. And keep in mind, Lys's damage is like numerically locked at a certain point, right? Vanitas will always ever swing for 3 once this impact hammer is gone, and most allies in the deck is only 1 power minus your horses, and we're not sure if Lys has actually drawn a horse yet.
He is for sure not riding yet visibly, but I think leveling up also comes with a little bit of a bad aftertaste, since you're losing 2 floating memories here, or rather 1 float and 1 card from memory. And then you have to pay another 1 for the additional materialization of the sword.
You just opt out of the sword, right? You don't have to grab the sword here.
You can not opt to not do it, probably.
Oh, let's take a gander here real quick. With the power of GA Index, a really good resource for anyone out there who wants to, take a look at any Grand Archive cards. They do a great. I looked up the level 4. It is a materialize a weapon card with memory cost 0. Ooh, it's not a.
It basically says that the card has to that the sword has to have a base cost of 0, and you can also choose to not materialize a weapon if you want to, because the material deck is a hidden zone, and you can just quote unquote say, no, I don't have a valid target.
Yeah, but it looks like we did opt into grabbing that additional, paying the additional cost for it. So losing that Cheshire Cat. See, I think I might have just passed on the materialization of the sword, save you that additional card, and be able to, go from there. But it looks like we may be just trying to fight for board through this fluffy shopkeep, and that attack with the inert sword may be very much needed here to get that removed.
Yeah. It is interesting that Gerrit decided to discard the Stalwart Sheepmate here for the on-attack trigger for the Hasty Messenger. That means he probably has a plan laid out for him already. Otherwise, you wanted to just get rid of the Fluffy and have the Stalwart Sheepmate to protect you 1 turn from the attacks and the onslaught that the Vanitas deck from Lys can bring here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a lot of matchup knowledge coming in for Merlin player here at this moment. If it's a lot of like, if you don't know how to play against this deck, it feels so oppressive, right? It constantly feels like, well, I can't do anything, everything costs more, like I don't want to go super down in resources. And it just gets in a very awkward position for a lot of players, unsure of what actually to do to break this lockout. And for the Vanitas side is if your opponent's not reacting to you or really doing much, you can just keep turning Vanitas sideways consistently, forcing them to have an answer. But Gerrit, we've done it. We have horses and taxes now.
We assembled the lasagna. Wait, what?
That's a 7-layer lasagna right now.
And here we have the Resolute Stand activated on the champion, so Gerrit is not taking any damage from the attack of Dilo here, and Liz is attacking with the impact hammer, will be taking 2 damage. That means she will be attacking for 5 damage in total, and hitting Gerrit here. 3 gets prevented, 2 go through. And the on hit will be triggering here. Ooh, Gerrit activating Angelic Channeling here, putting 2 Pendragons away and drawing 2 more cards into memory, and now he is leveling up. Let's see. Star Achievement and Angelic Channeling and another card from memory, I hope so.
We need one more from memory. Yep. That's the taxes got you here, so one more. I wonder if we have a dungeon guide, and if we do, we hope we don't hit it. A liminal guide. Okay, we're fine with that.
At least it was a guide, right?
Yeah, it was a guide, just not the one that you. Oh, there was a dungeon guide in that too.
That is pretty good, I would say. It seems like Gerrit is just crawling slowly back into the game here, because as soon as Merlin gets to establish a board in some way with a somewhat meaningful life total left, you are in a pretty good position here.
Mm-hmm.
And Gerrit has 2, 4, 5 cards in hand, attacking with the Hasty Messenger, discarding the Pendragon. So if he now decides to level up with a dungeon guide, he will have 1 card left. Yeah, 1 card left in hand. And even if he cracks the Spirit Shard Fragment, he cannot activate anything else right now.
Unless there was an Ascension that was. Oh, we don't have any swords anymore because we attacked with the weapon. Never mind on that idea. But we do have, if we DG to 3, we have 2 Angelic Calling triggers, which, we've seen multiple Ghosts of Pendragons be banished by Angelic Channeling, so next turn is going to be very explosive.
Yes. And I think you don't really mind losing the last card down the memory then for a materialization next turn for a sword of some sort. And we see the Benediction Angel and the Sun Steel leaving the memory here, and Gerrit now is into the game again and can start playing it.
Yeah, well, this is a very good position for Gerrit to be in. However, Liss, their window of opportunity is now slowly fading, as once the Merlin engine sort of gets online and they are able to start activating Ghost of Pendragons, it does feel like if you haven't done enough damage early on in the game, it is very difficult to close out as Vanitas.
That is true. Vanitas kind of drives on the idea to put on a lot of pressure early on and just close out the game with the last few means with Ember Crypt Burn, some combination of Fractal of Sparks, and what's my favorite card called again? Searing Review, right. I love this card. Those cards together can push a lot of damage very quickly and close out game states where you would not expect it. And speaking of Searing Rebuke, Liz actually has 1 in hand. So if you start attacking with the 1 attack health allies, might not be the wisest of choices here. You either then just prevent damage on your side, or you just push a lot of damage onto Gerrit here. No materialization? Okay.
I think there's no need to, right? Because you're down to 2 cards. If you materialized anything but like a drawn blade, you would be down to only 2 cards after you draw, and you really want to be able to play Ghost of Pendragon here, right?
Yeah, but you really also want to draw cards? Because you know you put 2 Ghosts of Pendragons on top and a Spirit Blades Ascension. So just getting the advanced element cards into your hand and being able to just activate them is a big upside here. And here we have 2 more cards. It's almost like Unmake Duality, but on a fair card, right?
You know, I'm sure if you ask 90% of the community, they'll totally agree with you that Ghost of Pendragon is fair. I'm a Ghost of Pendragon enjoyer, but I'm also very Lorraine biased when it comes to Crux. I feel like others may not have that same thought process. But at the same time here, we saw a fireball in the hand for Merlin. So I really feel like we're trying to set up maybe like a double fireball or next turn a draw into off the Merlin trigger for the additional level counter into like fireball recollect play ghosts to close out the game. So this is one of those moments where this can be Liss's last turn here. We see the Beast Soul Visage materialize on the dungeon guide. Gonna give that Pride 3 and additional 2 power here. But Merlin sitting at a healthy 28 life total, Gerrit, really makes it difficult to push in for this end game.
It indeed does, but I'm wondering here, even if you throw a fireball at Liz here during the recollection phase, do you have enough damage to close out the game? Because you're right now staring down 8 damage that will put you to 25. And that basically means that whatever you do, you need to be very, very careful. Otherwise, you are just flopping over head to toe.
I have a lot of faith here, Merlin. Oh, we're actually going to be fireballing the dungeon guide instead here. Going to go ahead and save some damage, removing that dungeon guide, and that Beast Soul Visage that was ally linked is now banished. And I think that was to clear the Ghost of Pendragons, perhaps. So, gonna force Liz to really decide: do you swing Vanitas into Ghost of Pendragon, or do you try and get that taxation on Merlin here?
You know, I played some digital card games back then, and there was a class in that is called Hunter, and there was one very specific saying: "Face is the place." And I think this is also what Liz agrees on. Face is, in this case, the place. So the taxation is on, and if Kekat now decides to materialize something, he has to pay at least a 1 memory cost. And I think he has a lot of good cards put down there, right?
I think 4 cards in hand, you'll draw one, or 4 cards in memory, draw 1 off the Merlin recollection trigger, so you'll get a 5 there, and then 6 for turn, depending on our materialization here as well. We know there's a Ghost of Pendragon down in that memory. Opting just for that Terrafring. Interesting. We're risking our Ascension and our Pendragon here. We're losing that Pendragon, unfortunately.
It was basically a quote-unquote a free materialization since you draw 1 for the Merlin trigger, right? It all evens out. It's all fine.
I don't know. Losing a Pendragon is a -2, right? Because you're no longer able to put away a Regalia to draw 2 cards.
Maybe. Do you actually want to put back your Regalia right now? Because it costs you 1 memory. You want to make good use of them, right?
No, you want to put it back. You cycle through your deck, draw additional cards, and you're not being forced lethal this next turn. Vanitas cannot burst you down as effectively as most decks can. We'll take a look to make sure there's not like an intensified pyre in the deck, which there is not. So at most you're looking at 3 damage, maybe 6 if there's a horse, and at Merlin with 28 total life, you are okay with doing that. There's not any combination of cards Liz can play for 4 influence that could deal the 8 damage here on the Merlin.
You are probably correct here. Oh, a sudden steal for 1. That is 7 damage. That is a big number. And now Kekat will just activate during the recollection phase of Liz, the good old Terror Ring. So that means you get to choose playing a card from your deck or just attacking. Making things actually difficult here.
Interesting. Okay. Safeguard Amulet and not wanting to get fireballed here. But what does Liss have here, Gerrit? We see your favorite card, a Dungeon Guide, a Volda, and a Fractal of Sparks.
Fractal of Sparks would be pretty good if you can manage to survive one more turn, but this is, looking at the board state, very difficult right now. And here Liz decides to just scoop it up and go to the next one.
Yeah, very looking at that hand, looking at the opposing board state and going, yep, can't really do anything about this. Let's go ahead, pack it up, shuffle up. Look at those sideboards for our game 2.
Yeah, I think for sure we are seeing more resolute stands here for Kekat, and I can see Reduced to Ash also coming in to get rid of the pesky low-cost regalias like Impact Hammer here, for example, to just protect your life total a little bit more.
Interesting, yes.
If at all.
I could see that there. Resolute, what do you take out for the Resolutes? That's what I'm curious about here.
Yeah, about that one. You are asking the right questions. I'm not sure you could take out the Spirit Blade Sanction, because as soon as you get to level 3, you just want to get your allies that draw your cards. And going there is the most important part. And I feel like that the Spirit Blades Sanction is not helping that much to getting to level 3.
Is there a world where you take out the Crystallized Destiny in favor of the Resolutes?
You could. You could. Also, Facet the Forgotten is maybe also not a card that you really need in this specific matchup.
That's a good catch there as well. Over on Lissa's side, we see Blanche as a potential bring-in against this Merlin. And plus, that's an additional 2-cost fast activation unit to be playing as well to help get those lines for that quick level up. But other than that, nothing really else calls to me in this sideboard.
You could side in one more Dream Fairy to get rid of the Pendragons. Or any Interceptor or Taunter that you might face.
That is true. Take out those Scatter Essence. Or actually, no, you want to keep those in because we do have the...
The opportunity window for using the Scatter Essence is very low, so you're either going up to 4 or just removing a couple of them.
Oh, we see.
Do you even need to get rid of them?
No, you don't need to get rid of them completely because they're still useful in that earlier turns, which we saw on that game 1. If instead of being put down to play a card, if they activate that, could take advantage of the floating on that next turn. But we actually just saw Liss taking out Smoke Bombs out of the material deck, and I think maybe putting in Lantern or Vessel, which I'd be curious about. What was the one? Maybe we'll see it for the materialization this game, but a very interesting choice here.
The thought process is that historically Merlin decks run a couple recover cards like Fast Cures, or the new one that is called Attune something, I'm not sure. And you recover small amounts of health here, and also the Benediction Angels. right?
Benediction Angel. Yes, you're right on that one.
So the vessel can help you to just keep the lead a little bit, and might be a preferred choice, and you just, why not, right? Smoke bombs costs you one, so you need to have the influence, or rather the floating memory in the first place. And the card I meant was Tune Up, was it? It's one of the new RDO cards with floating memory that says recover 2, and if you control an automaton ally, you recover 4 instead. And it has 2 very interesting characters on it. Tristan and Beatrice. And oh my lord, Liz here with the double fractal of sparks.
Very aggressive turn one. Almost looks like you're playing like Fire Daochan, right? If this was game one and I saw that opening, I'd definitely be like, oh, I'm against Fire Daochan. This is I really got to contemplate that now. But luckily, we're in game two. We know what we're playing against. Kacker, looking at this opening hand, sort of contemplating what they need to do here. I think there's an angel looking to be imbued, is the potential line.
It is the good old hasty messenger here, doing messenger things. Attacking for 1.
Hasty Messenger brings the good word, and the good word is either a liminal guide or a float. And, you know, I think we're just okay, happy with that liminal guide here. If there isn't like a fast Vanitas line, you're more than comfortable keeping it as it is. Hopefully you didn't put any like really important cards down in memory here in case there is fast Vanitas on this turn, or the turn 2 Vanny. But once again, like, I don't think it's as bad when you have a liminal guide in the graveyard or waiting to become ephemeral, just because you do get that additional draw. Like, yes, you're not plussing, but at the same time, you're not going super negative like Vanitas wants you to do. But taking a look at the hand here, we see Undying Dreams, Dream Fairy, Lava Soul Tiger, Verucan Acolyte. No way to fast level up here. So do we jam the Tiger and call
We
it
for
a
sure jam the
day?
tiger. It's never too late for the cat, right?
It's always cat time, you're correct.
Thinking about it, if you really wanted to, you could more or less decide what you want to banish for the next turn to level up after you activated the Lava Soul Tiger, if you combine the 2 Fractal of Sparks here for the reserve cost payment.
I think Liz is using these Fractal Sparks as the most aggressive option, and we're going to probably see at the end of Kackert's turn just dealing 2 damage, since we didn't use those as reservables for that Dream Fairy, which I really like your idea of just putting down 2 cards and using one of the Fractals to guarantee what 2 cards you banish here for your Vanitas too.
I believe you have to actually put rest both Fractals, because the Lava Soul Tiger should be costing 4 reserve.
Oh, for the Dream Fairy, not the Tiger.
Oh,
we kept the Tiger.
Yeah,
hand,
that works too. That works too.
So we level up Lorraine 1, put 2 down, Inert Sword, Liminal Guide triggers, we draw a card, and this is sort of the B&B, the bread and butter. The everything that Fire Merlin players dream of is getting smooth level ups into a Liminal Guide, drawing additional cards, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Creative Shock, or past Creative Shock, or like DG into Merlin 2. All very strong options here, and anything to help prevent sort of the Vanitas taxation. We're just going to cremate a liminal, though. Draw more cards. Why not, Gerrit?
Ghost is roast.
Roast the ghost. I like that. I like that a lot.
Well, Cremation Ritual has one of the strongest text lines in every card game. It says draw 2, right? So might as well
that is
do
a
that.
very powerful line. You are correct.
And here we have the Cheshire Cat pumped up with the inert sword here. So it's a 3/3 ally that has stealth and spell shroud. And that card is going to be putting in quite a bit of work here, I would assume. And Liz deciding to level up, losing 2 cards from memory here. Most certainly decided to roll to what to keep.
I have a question for you here, Gerrit. You say you lose 2 cards from memory, but is it really a loss when you level up into Vanitas 3? Or is it like a cost you're willing to make, right? It's one of those your methods meet the means sort of deal. Like you're not really losing them, you're gaining a Vanitas 3, right?
I guess you could say so. But only if you are say so. Wait, what?
My question is, how do we deal with a cat? This cat, our own cat can't deal with it. Our Vanitas can't deal with it. We've already used our Dream Fairy.
You see, that's the niche part. You don't. Okay, on a more serious note, there are just 2 ways in this Vanitas deck to deal with it. And that is either use double stifling trap on your Dream Fairy, the Cheshire Cat. That's basically it. And here we have Liz now on the level 3 champion. That is being Vanitas Dominus Rex. And he is going to town for 4 damage now. Because Fast Cure is actually a spell and it will trigger level 2 Vanitas static ability that says every time you activate a spell card, you get +1 attack for the turn.
Yes, and that always catches me off guard is when someone activates a spell on Vanitas 2 and then they attack it for 4. I'm like, no, it's only 3. It's 3. They're like, no, I played a spell. I'm like, Vanitas 2 has text? What?
Yes, he does have text. Back in the day, when you could use Icebound Slam, a funny line was you attack with the level 2 and then you get reduced level up cost if you did a lot of damage to your opponent during this turn already with your champion.
Mm-hmm.
And you could level up for very cheap, sometimes even free.
Free is really good in Grand Archive, we've come to find out.
Yeah, that is for sure correct. And here we see Gekka leveling up into level 2 Merlin, losing 3 cards from memory. A very costly investment, but it will certainly pay off because Liz is sitting there with no influence at all. And I already saw a glimpse of a dungeon guide in his hand here.
So we're going straight to 3, and that is going to be no angelic channeling is actually this game for Kakarot here. So hopefully we did keep some Crux cards. I think we saw a Ghost early on from my memory there, but no other really Crux cards have stood out. But with the Ghost itself, that's the first domino, right, to start the Rube Goldberg machine of Crux decks.
It is. I think I have to look up half of the words you just used later on.
It just feels like a silly little like, oh, I'll put 2 down, put my looking glass back, and oh look, I've just drawn into everything I've ever needed, and just go from there. But I believe that's the new Stalwart Shieldmate, the RDO art coming in. I feel like a lot of people are actually favoring that art compared to the FTC and ALC art of Stalwart. I think it's clean. I think it's nice, but you gotta be faithful to the one, dance with the one you brought. And I'll always use the FTC Stalwart because it's the OG.
Really? Okay. I'm more of a ALC kind of guy here. I think steampunk is pretty cool. But nevertheless,
I respect that. I respect it. However, it's okay. We all have our opinions. I think steampunk is kind of overrated. So we will.
And here we have the Dream Fairy equipped with a funny head that is called Beast Soul Visage, getting rid of the Stalwart Shieldmate. That also means that Keka might not have enough influence next turn to level up into level 3. His line of thought was probably, oh nice, I have a Stalwart Shipmate, and if she dies, I can use the 2 cards in memory and the 1 from the floating memory here to level up, because Liz needs to play 2 cards or hit with Vanitas into it. But now he was forced to activate the Fireball on the Dream Fairy, and he gets what he wants anyway.
Yeah, that was really good value. Forcing Vanitas to have to swing in to remove that Stalwart Shieldmate. Now you're untaxed. You 2-for-1 list with the Materialization and the Dream Fairy, and a very commanding position to be waking up to the Ash and Dust and materializing your Merlin 3. And since you did get to eat that floating memory, you're going to go ahead and get that Recollection trigger immediately, Gerrit. And do you know what Merlin 3 says when you're at even counters?
You get to draw cards!
Draw a card. You are correct. That is the best.
As we all know, drawing cards is very awesome. If Kekard now decides to level up into Merlin level 3, he probably has not that many amazing cards he wants to activate right away in his memory, so might be fine to just lose what he has there.
Alright, what are we keeping? Do we keep the Ghost? Oh, no, we lose the Ghost here. Okay with those other two. Not really needed here. But we are going to effectively draw 3 this turn. 1 from the Spirit Fragment, 1 from the Merlin 3, and 1 for turn. So we're going to look into our eyes here. And I can't see what they drew. I'm curious. We're on the edge of our seats. What do we have? Is there a Ghost? Is the Domino going to fall? Or maybe an Ascension? An Ascension as well would be so cool. But all we know is it's inevitable that the cat will swing in for 3.
Let's see what Kekard is plotting. He probably wants to attack with Merlin right now, but if he has no means of getting out another sword here, he just choose to keep the inert sword here to buff the Cheshire Cat up.
Oh, we're just passing. Either reads 2 things to me. We have a Resolute Stand in hand we're going to want to just go ahead and use, or we've drawn nothing of immediate value, so we need 1 additional materialization to get there. That's the issue. Vanitas is going to prevent us from just getting a free materialization of a Terrafring, a backup charger, anything of like necessary value. So I wonder if it's just dead cards here. Maybe I see Fireball, a Turbocharge, and the only 2 of the Glims. But we're back on list side, Gerrit. We see a Liminal, Stifling, and a Volda. Also, once again, not really good cards to be pressuring a Merlin with.
Ooh, now if you are Liz, you could now be very, very cheeky and activate a Volda from hand, because Volda says she has fast activation if you are level 2 plus, and for Cleric and I believe Guardians, she says fire sources damage can't be prevented this turn. And Vanitas is indeed a fire source. That costs dearly for Kekard here. Ooh.
Yeah, this always feels like a really bad gotcha moment, right? When you're like, okay, I
Yeah.
planned out, I'll prevent this damage, and then they have something like a Volda, or like on their turn they play a Varuk to prevent or stop any prevention. You're like, oh, well, what I just planned for is out the window, and now that taxation is happening for Kakert here. You went -1 with the Resolute, didn't save yourself from it here, and now do you just not materialize here and just go to Recollection?
I think that is actually what you do, because you can't afford to go -2 for nothing.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to level or getting our 3rd level counter, drawing for turn. And it's that turbocharge is just stuck in the hand. We cannot get that backup charger out due to this Vanitas. But here's the race though, right? It's Vanitas versus a cat. Both of them are going to be dealing 3 damage. The issue is Merlin has taken more damage this early game than Vanitas. So Vanitas will win this race unless something comes to the assistance of the cat.
We can't forget that Liz also still has the Searing Rebuke in hand, and those represent basically 6 damage at her will. If you wanted to race here on in Kekat's place, you probably needed to get out another weapon, maybe the Power Sword, to buff up the cat and also start hitting with your champion, so you just deal more damage than he does.
Oh, we're just going in with a sudden still, though.
Okay, that's 10 damage this turn.
Oh, I really like this here.
And Fireball, kapow.
Yes.
That is mathed out beautifully. That is 7 additional damage with no way. That was a very close game for Kekat here, and mathed out pretty well.
It just, one of those moments where it feels like you just get Merlined, right? It's you pin them in a corner, you're like, I got you, and they just go, okay, well, I'm gonna take full advantage of my warrior mage class bonus, and I will use a warrior card with a class bonus of efficiency, and then I'll use my mage to get the class bonus of a fireball to just kill you in a turn, and effectively draining the hopes that you had to close out the game, because you stated it perfectly. Liz was in such a good spot with that Searing Rebuke and the 2 fractals. All you needed is cat attacks in, you in response Searing Rebuke, hold priority, activate your 2 fractals, deal 6, then prevent that last remaining one to deal another 3, 9 total damage into Kakarot would have been such the Tide Turner, but Merlin has a fireball, and that is more powerful than most anything else.
A fireball is indeed a Tide Turner on the back burner here, I would say.
It was indeed, but a really good game from both these players. Really showcased both the decks, and a little bit of a sort of matchup knowledge check for both these players, sort of seeing how do I play against this one particular deck that's meant to like counter level 3s, and then as the Merlin, you go, well, how do I get around the deck that's supposed to counter me? And we saw it pretty well. Fireball, a very, very good card, and it was shown in removal, in unit removal or ally removal, in champion removal. Additionally, as well as we didn't see a single Ghost of Pendragon be activated that second game. That was purely just off of draws and positioning that Kakarot got themselves into.
If the cat gets out the claws early on, you need to be aware of some lines that Merlin can do, especially if they are on sudden steal, because the damage can come out of nowhere, as we have seen, right? Mm-hmm. Suddenly, Liz taking 10 damage from attacks from a Cheshire Cat and Merlin here with the Inert Sword. So it is very explosive, especially with a fireball backed up here and 3-level counters.
Who knew that getting free things like levels would be so powerful on a Grand Archive card?
Yeah, and those powerful cards don't have the strongest line of text on it that says draw 2 cards. So you need
it only
to be
has
aware.
50% of that. It says draw a card. Gerrit, I think we have time. And for those of you who may or may not know me, I'm a very avid anti-Merlin person. I really don't like FTC Merlin. I feel like, she haunts my dreams. And the chat said it perfectly, is no matter all the bans and everything, Merlin still somehow is like that little goblin in the corner managing to scrape by every ban list and everything. And may not be the most powerful deck in the format, but you'll always run into 1 or 2. And if they just high roll you, it feels miserable. You got fireballed, you got ghosted. But yeah, it's I'm out here gonna be spreading some more anti-Merlin propaganda. I really do appreciate True Champion Gaming having me to commentate for the RDO Michigan regionals, but at the same time, you know, all these Merlin players out here are really maybe we need
Ruining
to
your
just
day.
maybe we just need to ban Merlin level 3, you know.
This might be a very hot take, right? I think if you have a lot of decks that sustain playability, it is actually pretty good for a game.
Yeah.
Because if we are looking at Grand Archive on a broader scale, right, the decks are quite costly compared to other competitor games on the market, right? And if you once fork out all the cash you need to build a proper deck, you have only a small maintaining cost if we disregard Cheshire Cats and Looking Glass. But outside of that, you can just fresh up your deck very easily and keep up with the game for not a lot of money. And for me personally, this is always a draw to a game. Because I know my favorite deck might not be the most meta competitive one, right? But I can still reasonably play it and attend events.
Oh, I completely get what you're saying here.
It's also the same with slimes, right? I personally, I have nightmares of his deck and the storm slimes coming from the top of the guy's blessing. But I still appreciate the deck being there and being a good entry point and still playable. It is also pretty easy, or rather easier, to convert people into the game. You just tell them you need to buy those cards. Your deck will be playable, not the best of the best all the time, but you can certainly compete with it to some degree.
Yeah, I also think in Grand Archive itself, an argument that I always tell my locals and stuff is at a local level, all you need to do is get your hands on cards for a decent deck. You don't need to play the best deck. You don't need all the fancy bells and whistles, because at like a completely local level, it's more about learning the game, how the cards interact with each other, and I feel like it's more skill expression than not. When we get to like the really competitive avenues like your Ascents, your Nationals, things like that, that's where it's like, okay, you should have the best options for your deck because you'll be playing against everything like that. Like it's like I almost said a ramp, but like a graph, right? Locals,
Yeah.
you start low, fun, casual, and as you get more competitive, you invest into more of those expensive cards.
Exactly. And when you have all the weapons needed at your disposal, especially if you're playing Diana, you have Gunsven. And it gives you then also the entry in the competitive scene. Mm-hmm. Frequently, I meet up with, or not very frequently, but at times I meet up with people from the locals to just play games with printed out cards, just to get a feel for, is this worth the money? Do we like this? Is this our jam, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's totally fine and good to do with newer people.
Yeah,
and you might even approach a very interesting deck building choice of some players that are just locals who are not able to facilitate all the cards in their collection right away, and they still come up with super cool things. I got very rolled by a player last week who is rather new, and he played the Luxem deck, and I was like, oh, okay, Luxem Zender, I know what this does. And yeah, screw you, Gerrit. He was actually on 1,000 refractions, and I got blasted.
Moments like that is what I love about Grand Archive, right? Because you're a very vetted player. You've seen Luxem hundreds of times, so you know what to expect, and all it takes is for like a small little change in strategy to really catch someone off guard.
Yes. And sometimes this is what the rogue decks bring to the table at Ascents, for example. The Horse and Texas deck we have just seen and witnessed was one of those strategies no one was really aware of, I would say, and got rolled. And everyone who played against this deck basically got rolled during, was it Santa Clara or Boston? One or the other.
Boston, I believe.
See? If you build a funny deck and have a cool idea that no one sees coming, you are in for a treat here.
Yes. I do still think Grand Archive is a young game. We're only 3 years, right? And like in my personal / professional opinion, 3 years is about the benchmark of showing like a game going from a baby status to infant status, right? In like the spectrum of card games that have existed. And so the game is still young and there's, still getting a lot of players in, and we're missing like the key component for a good player base, which are like your brewers. Those players who aren't really like the best like pilots out there in the world, but man, do they make some crazy decks. And we're starting to get that introduction of the brewers into our game. Chess Club was a really good example with this Horse and Taxes deck. I know True Champion Gaming have brewed some nice variety of decks, but like more and more players are now brewing these unique strategies as our card pools have sort of expanded. It was harder earlier on in the game, but now we sort of hit that, I wouldn't say critical mass point, a certain point now where everyone can start brewing more effectively.
Yeah, it's also, I would say that a lot of niche strategies were missing a little bit of support, and with the more generic support we get every set for water, wind, and fire, you can expand on whatever level 3 strategy you have. Before it was basically for fire, you just draw, discard, float, and do whatever with it. With water, it is basically milling or just playing a ally strategy that is very low to the ground. And wind is just the influence gain through raw card draw and recycling on enter abilities.
It's each element is getting that support. But speaking of elements, Gerrit, if you could only play one for the rest of your Grand Archive career.
Water.
Good answer. Good answer. Smart answer. What about champion?
Champion. Tristan.
Water Tristan. He's got it. All right, everyone. You've heard it here. Gerrit is the Water Tristan master now.
Joke's on you. I have an idea for a Water Tristan deck.
I'll send you a list you can look at.
Really? Okay. I am tempted.
Some good old stuff. I hope you like the card Suffocating Miasma.
I love Suffocating Miasma. I was already back in PTM thinking about a Alice deck that just abuses all those silly fantasias that Umbra has, and sacrificing all your allies off and dealing damage to your opponent that way.
It's the alternative damage win cons.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love alternative win cons.
Yes,
actually.
They're so good. My only issue with like Water Tristan is they just gave wind all the support for prep counters, and it feels like fire and water just like don't have enough, or the way you can get them sort of roundabout. And so like if you feel almost shoehorned into playing Wind Tristan, but it's really fun to like explore champions out of their quote unquote supposed elements, right? It's like, Fire Merlin is the classic, but you every once in a while see a Wind Merlin or a Water Merlin, like, hey, that's fun. Same thing with Tristan. It's typically Wind Tristan, but we see a Water Tristan or a Fire Tristan here or there. And Jimmy Lee has done it with Mordred. It's a Water Mordred deck, but he's playing it on Fire to gain access to a little bit more like uniqueness that most decks wouldn't have been able to get a hold of.
The very interesting part about Jimmy Lee and his moderate rendition is that he is opting to skip the glimpse and the flawless spirit and the inherited of the level 1 for Lorraine level 1 and the free materialization of the sword. And it's crazy to me that since Dawn of Ashes, Lorraine level 1 is still one of the strongest level 1 champions you could just throw into any of your decks.
Oh,
right?
it is so strong. Yes, yes.
It is another beginning, but for a weapon on a champion materialization.
Who doesn't like free materializations? That is like,
You know what will make me very happy with hopefully the next set, Valkyrie?
tell me, Gerrit.
When my ponytail Merlin gets support and I can actually use all the shiny cards.
Oh, that is, Ponytail Merlin, your Assassin Merlin. For those of you who may or may not know, Merlin got a recollection deck, Brilliant Visage, where she's now an assassin. Still Crux as your advanced element, and that one's sort of geared more towards water. But the deck it feels like it's missing a one or two like glue. It's missing the gorilla glue, the super glue that can hold the deck together, right? You have all the
Yeah.
building blocks, you just don't have the thing to put the blocks together. So yeah, I bet Gerrit here and a lot of people are really hoping for some more Assassin Merlin support. And the cool thing is that next set will also have Mordred support. Since the Mordred Recollection deck was actually pushed up a set to come out with RDO, as the Weebs of the Shore want to make Radiant Origins more of a beginner-friendly set, so you put in a Recollection deck that has amazing staples. So that's also something to look forward to next set, is Mordred support.
Maybe we are getting an ultimate for him. I wouldn't be opposed to
Ooh.
it.
An ultimate, yes. That'd actually be really cool. I wonder if it would be Exalted or Luxum for the ultimate.
Why not both?
Uh
Diana got both, right?
that's what would be how would an Exalted Advanced Element card work?
Like
Because
checkmate?
well, Exalted is an advanced element, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and Checkmate is a norm element card. So it's just
Yeah, you,
Exalted.
yeah, you can just make it norm exalted.
Okay, okay, but I get you now. I get you. Because when you said both, I thought you meant make it Exalted and Luxum at the same
Oh,
time.
no. I
I was
meant
like,
getting two.
no, okay, I get you. I get you there. Oh man. But we appreciate you guys listening into us, chatting, having a good time. We hope you guys are enjoying your Saturday afternoon slash morning slash evening, wherever you are watching us here. And we're here to just remind you of some things as well. If you're enjoying this stream, if you want to watch more of the stream or maybe some of the podcasts or content from True Champion Gaming, go ahead and click the like button and subscribe to the channel. If you want to get notifications, you can ring the bell as well. And then keep in mind, if you want to pick up any singles online, you could go to CORETCG and use code TRUE10 to get 10% off of your orders there. And additionally, you can also grab sleeves as well using the same code from the website. I'm spacing it, Gerrit. What's the website name for the sleeves?
It should be ENDGAME.tcg.ca. I'm pretty sure it is also in the description of the channel right now. It is
Yes.
indeed endgametcg.ca. So get those great sleeves. I love them. They're amazing.
They are amazing indeed. Well, everyone, we appreciate you chatting with us. And we will see you all for round 3. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 3 of our RDO Michigan Regional. I'm Valkyrie, and I'm joined with a beautiful face, an amazing friend, a co-podcaster, co-caster, co-hoster, co-star, OnceInLuv. How you doing?
Dude, that's actually Mental Boon Tyler now.
Mental boon,
Actually,
Tyler. So many
no, no,
titles
no.
now. So many.
OnceInLuv still works. This is still the working professional title. I came to a realization just now that this is the only time I ever get to cast with you. It's
That
it's
is
always the
true.
Michigan Regional.
That is true. It is our home together because usually on other regionals, you're the one, the man behind the screen, the in the chair running production.
Yeah, usually doing the production for you guys. Speaking of which, I will be doing the production for the RDO TCG NA Online Regional, which is also hosted by True Champion Gaming next week. It will be on this YouTube channel, same one as usual, but that'll be the first online regional for the NA region. And then I believe you'll be casting that one.
Yes.
And then the day after that, on my channel on Serene Balance Productions, we will be hosting the EU regionals, not maybe 6 or 7 hours after the closure of the RDO regional #1 for NA.
We have a very regional heavy next week, and I think it's going to be very exciting for everyone watching, keeping up with the meta. And speaking of which, we have our matchup right here. Jumping right into it, Tyler, we have wind. There's water, Merlin versus fire, Jin. What are your just initial thoughts on this?
So my initial thoughts, Fire Gen is very interesting. I think I like water more in the current meta, but there are reasons why I could see someone wanting to play fire. There's a couple. I mean, obviously the biggest card that I think fire specifically got for Jin, Flagrant Guide, I think is actually this is probably the only deck I think I would consider it playable in.
Mm-hmm.
So Flagrant Guide says on enter you may level up your champion. If you do, deal 6 plus X unpreventable damage to it, where X is 4 times that champion's base level. So you'll level up to Jin, you'll get immortal, and then you'll deal 18 damage to your champion.
Yeah.
It's like pretty good. Other than that, I feel like for the most part, the water package is what more people are interested in right now. Fractal Waves, Angelic Channeling. But with the addition of the Angels, we can never really scoff at the idea of Angel Attendant plus Cremation Ritual. However, I don't think this deck is actually playing Cremation Ritual at all.
It's sort of opting for more of a different package, and part of that package we actually see here is this fractal of insight. It's not one you commonly see a lot of the times. It fell truly out of favor a long time ago, but sort of going here to just really secure the top cards because your draws really do matter with Jin. You want to see dungeon guides, flagrant guides, or just not get completely like stopped with Exia.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit. Well, Gerrit and I talked about this a little bit at the start of the stream, but we were talking about advanced element count index. It's very interesting to see Tenchi is playing 24 advanced element here. That is a lot. I think that's on the higher end. We see like the cap end of like 27 usually on Rye. Some people are crazy enough to run like up to 30, 31 right now because of Angelic Channeling being able to cycle so heavily plus Glimpse Spirits. But I don't know. We'll see how that works out for Tenchi overall. I think with this kind of deck list, having the channelings, having the Glimpse Spirit overall, but also having ways to kind of have other off turns. We know he's playing backup charger. We also see Chalice of Blood. Chalice of Blood early is like okay. It's not super crazy. But the other one is gonna be that Hwaji of Heaven's Rise. And here's gonna be so Flagrant Guide is gonna come out here. Tenchi's gonna level up to 3 into the Jin Undying Resolve. And it's gonna take a bajillion damage. Actually, just took a bajillion damage.
Yeah, that's if this was any other champion, you just lose the game on the spot right here, right now. But luckily, holy moly, Jin is undying and cannot perish as long as it's not your end step. And water is really not known too much for super like early damage. Like, yes, we have refracting missiles, but typical water decks aren't getting into like big numbers with that.
Yep. So things to talk about while we're kind of in the standard level up package phase of Merlin here. Play something, get the Entered Sword, level up. Fractal Waves being the new addition. I want to look into Tenshi's deck list a little bit. So looking at the material deck, the main differences between this and what we saw Steve playing in the first round, there is no Tome of Abyssal Heaven in the deck, right? We are also not playing the Safeguard Amulet. Biggest mistake, forgot the Lost Providence last turn. Generally, I would say you really want that Lost Providence out because you're going to go Chalice of Blood here since you took damage up to 21. Right? You took 3 from the cat. You're going to take the, 18 from the Flagrant Guide to level up. This could have been Chalice of Blood into a Lost Providence here. It's a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. The other thing to mention is because we're not playing the Quicksilver Grail into the Tome, we are not protected from a lot of these fast interactions, right? We don't have fast ways to give our champion Spell Shroud or objects in general Spell Shroud. But we're also playing the Hwaji of Heaven's Rise, right? Hwaji of Heaven's Rise does kind of work in this deck when you're relying a little bit more on the Flagrant Guide, right? You're able to get the flip and get the damage out there faster.
Oh, this is one of the new cards. I believe this is Seething.
Transfusive Aura, I believe.
Oh, Transfusive. This is the heal one, correct?
Yeah, so Transfusive Aura says on enter, draw a card into memory. It's a 2-cost Fantasia Cleric spell. At damage 20 plus, if you would recover an amount, recover 2 plus X, where X is that amount. So every time you recover for 2 more, essentially. And this is not unique either. So playing Transfusive Aura in this deck, he does have 4 of them. So Benediction Angel Imbued going to come out here. So it's going to be recover 2, draw a card into memory. So we're actually going to recover 4.
Yes, with the Transfusive Aura. What a really neat showcase combination of cards here from Tenshi. And once again, we are missing that Lost Providence as you pulled out, but I'm really enjoying this sort of like Jin style of deck. You're looking at that list, and I actually saw one card that like jumped out to me in Hand of Tension right now. He did Vengeance. This isn't a card normal Jin decks run, but I think it makes so much sense in the deck.
Yeah, I also feel like Benediction Angel should have been attacked with. You're not playing. I mean, it doesn't have taunt or intercept. I don't see why you wouldn't push the damage on Merlin. Damage is generally quite permanent on Merlin. So this is another thing that's new and interesting that's coming out here with I guess the water packet as a whole. So we're going to see the introduction of 4 of Diamonds as well as Diamond Ribbon. So Diamond Ribbon is a 1-cost Regalia that says you can pay 4, banish Diamond Ribbon, generate up to 2 Bolt of Diamond cards and put them into your memory. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each suited object you control with different reserve costs. What it's going to do is it's going to give you 2 Bolt of Diamonds. Bolt of Diamonds is a 2-cost deal 1 to target unit spell that says level 2 plus. This costs 2 less, so essentially it can be activated for free. It's really important that you have this for the 4 of Diamonds specifically. 4 of Diamonds allows you to reveal 2 suited cards from your memory. If for each one you do, you generate a Bolt of Diamond cards and put it into your memory. So essentially you're using it to like get a strong package to plus multiple times.
Yeah, I really like the value package here because effectively it's for 1 materialization and 1 ally, you net 4 cards in memory that then you can use to like banish off for level ups. You can use to pop spell shields. So it's a really cool like package that they are including now in a lot of these aggressive level 3 decks here. But we have activating of the 4 of Diamonds, getting 2 more bolts, putting it now. So a total of 4 bolts generated, which means effectively you plus 3 to right with having to play that 4 of Diamonds initially.
Yeah, plus 3 because we converted a float for the Diamond Ribbon.
That's right. That's right. Yes. Yes. Righty. And what is Jin cooking here? Like at this point, are you just sitting here waiting to find the necessary Exia cards for a like combo turn? Because you are against water. You got Song of Frost. You have like Engulfs. A lot of just interaction against Jin themselves. So at what point do you decide to pull the trigger, or do you just keep building an influence and hoping your opponent makes a mistake and puts more cards down necessary?
I think it's difficult against water, right? Specifically against water, you know that there are a lot of options that are good for anti-lethal. We have Coriolis Ward, which prevents damage based on its 1+ level. It's not going to be used for the draw into memory mechanic because we do not have a Shifting Currents mastery. Spalling Cleanse is essentially the water float version of Fast Cure that has no conditional recovery on it when you are not Sheen Merlin. And then we also have the risk of a Song of Frost, right? It is not being played in this specific deck, but Song of Frost is risky. Cerulean Decree also fairly risky.
So many risky options here. It makes it so hard to like as Jin to decide what you want to do. But you highlighted at the start, Fractal of Waves, really good card for these water packages. We see as soon as you level up to 3, 2 are drawn into memory. You just have to sacrifice the Fractal, but you'll take that trade any day. And now Merlin's recollecting with, I believe, 9 influence, 10 influence. It is insane how much cards you're able to just have now as a level 3 water deck.
Yep, Fractal of Waves pairs incredibly well with Angelic Channeling. In this deck, you don't actually need it though, because he's not playing like a super high uh, count of advanced elements. The big thing that you get out of this deck is it's kind of this influence building water focus, right? Where you go with the Diamond Ribbon plus the 4 of Diamonds package, and then you also have the Fractal of Waves, which helps you pay for costs on the way up while you're building your influence. So you generally go level 1 or level 2. You then utilize whatever your class bonuses are, then build influence with the Diamond Ribbon, right? Diamond Ribbon into the 4 of Diamonds is, like you said, essentially a +3. Right? It gives you a lot of flexibility. The other thing is that even when you're so building influence is great because you're able to activate more cards and kind of push different strategies. At the same time, you can also just bolt of diamonds for 1 multiple times.
Yeah, you do get that level 2+ bonus, so it is completely free. I'm just sort of like pushing in that influence, especially if you see multiple 4 of Diamonds as well. I'm actually going to take a quick peek at the deck list. They should be running
He's running
4.
3. He's running 3.
3, okay.
I actually think 3 is optimal personally. I think 4 of diamonds is a little bit bricky. When you play the 4th one, you basically have to play it and you have to play into the package. You don't have any other ways to focus because you're taking away something else, right? You're either taking away a float or you're taking away some sort of defensive option. And a lot of people want the defensive options more right now. I think the only slot you could take it out for in this deck specifically is you would take out either the 4th Ascension or the Sudden Steal. But 4th Ascension, a lot of the time, is the answer to a cat, right? You don't generally have that many options outside of Sword of Seeking, which I think a lot of people are not playing, especially if they're playing Majestic Spirit.
The Looking Glass combination with the Nerd Sword is just too good for a lot of these players to pass up. You rather get a 2/2 weapon rather than a 1/2 with True Sight.
Honestly,
Majority
even if you
of the
didn't
time.
play Inert Sword with Cheshire Cat, the other thing that you can do is you can just have the Looking Glass out as a guaranteed regalia that can be interacted with when you're looking for the what's it called, Ghost of Pendragon Return. I think the only
Yeah.
mechanic that really like actually interacts with it is wither counters.
Yes. But Daochan level 3, not that popular here. It's sort of the same thing what players were doing when they were running Gojia level 1 in Merlin, just to get a Fate Stone that's uninteractable to be put back with Pendragon.
Yeah, I made it worse. They baby green slime your Byakko Fate Stone, and you're like, okay. Not really a big deal. So Audio Medic going to go into the Drawn Blade here. Drawn Blade will allow him to draw 1. He will move to Recollection, gain a level counter from Merlin. Level counter goes to even, which means he can draw a card, and then also will have +2 power to his attacks this turn.
It is a very, very good position here. The levels do matter in water a little bit. There is one card that a lot of these Water Merlin decks do play that scale off of levels themselves. I'm just checking here if we have them. We do. We have Cone of Frost, 4 of them here. Effectively, these are your water fireballs, air quotes, right? They're your way to push non-combat damage at fast speed. Or are they slow?
They're slow. So Cone of Frost
Slow.
is slow. The other one that scales, Sudden Steel obviously has efficiency. We have Incarnate Majesty, which is being played right now. So Incarnate Majesty has efficiency on it, and then a class bonus for weapons and banishment. It's going to bring out the Majestic Spirit here. Majestic Spirit is very strong in this matchup. Have the second line of text on it that says Crux Crux units you control prevent half damage round up.
Mm-hmm.
So that means if you deal 3, you actually deal 1. If you deal 5, you deal 2, etc. It's pretty good amount of prevention, but it also gives your champion Spell Shroud.
Yes, and which really catches a lot of other decks off guard. I have no idea why they decided to do rounded up damage. It feels way too strong. Rounded down would like make a little bit more sense here. But Majestic Spirit, the only way really to remove this with Jhin is just a big attack or a huge relentless outburst.
Yeah, so one of the neat things is that Spell Shroud on your champion in this deck actually might be worse. So the reason it's worse is because if you have Spell Shroud on your champion, you can't activate Coriolis Ward targeting your champion.
Oh, yeah.
So you are like ever so slightly in a position where you could take more damage from like a cleave if the cleave is big enough. But at the same time, you're also preventing half of it round up, so it's like kind of whatever, right? Relentless Outburst being instances of 1 means that you're like fully protected because of the prevention. Oh, Smoke Out here. So main deck Smoke Out to deal with the cat. I feel like that is something that a lot of players should do more of. It's a very, very high respect card for the cat. I also noticed that Tenchi is playing 64 cards. And there are 4 Smokeouts in the deck.
You know, when you can't make a decision, you just say no cuts. Just put in the 4 smokeouts and call it a day. I'm drawing enough.
I mean, I guess when you draw a billion cards on Jhin, it's like a little less noticeable, but it does make your opener math a lot worse. It does, however, make it easier to not brick when you are playing 24 advanced elements. So there's just like a weird argument that could be made in that regard.
Is that I run more advanced elements, but also have more cards in my deck, so it's like the ratios are exactly the same as if I was 60 cards with the less advanced elements. We actually see the Heated Vengeance coming in here into I believe the Majestic Spirit, and this is oh gosh, I have to do math real
Holy.
quick.
Wait, so we're gonna see Cerulean Decree imbued with 2 Cerulean Decrees, -3 draw to memory. So Heated Vengeance. Heated Vengeance is interesting because rarely is it actually used on a warrior. So you can use its attack, or its on attack trigger, which says you may have Heated Vengeance deal 3 damage to your champion. That would push him to an increased damage threshold, but for now we're gonna see. Let's see, Heated Vengeance will come in for 2 plus the 3 because he's taking damage from the Berserker Plate this turn. Shuangji will have +6, so 7. It's gonna come in for 12.
12 and then Cerulean, so it has 1 life left.
Yeah, so
The
the interesting
Majestic
thing is,
Spirit.
I don't know if he did take the 3 damage. I didn't actually check, but if he took 3 on attack damage from Heated Vengeance, it would have been enough to get over the Cerulean Decree because it would have put him at 35, which pushes him to a position where the Shuangji does have 1 extra damage there.
Oh, you're right, because the threshold it's every 5 damage counters for that Shuangji to get the additional power.
Yep. So he
So
would have gone up to 35, take the Retaliate, go to 39, and then have to play this Fast Cure. Fast Cure would resolve, recovering for 8.
8.
So bring to a 31. He'd still be in a fine place. Don't think there was enough cards in hand for Audiomedic to kill him with the Bolt of Diamonds, but we're kind of reaching the point where Bolt of Diamonds is very close to lethal now.
Yes, we have 4, and our magic number is well, Serene Spirit's gonna recover for 10, so that's something to keep in mind as well.
But you have to play it early enough because you can die in response.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
as
you're
long
right.
as
Yes.
as long as he lineage releases before the end phase, he'll be protected by his immortality.
Ooh,
That's the big thing. Ooh, timing. Fracturize the plate's pretty good. Yeah, not playing water, so no engulf. Okay, so we are now a 28 life champion. We no longer have access to the Berserker plate for +7.
I
Pretty
think we
good.
may be setting up to push for lethal next turn on Jhin here with those bolts, as you were saying. I like the fracturize that Berserker's Plate, which means if Tenchi doesn't lineage release in the main phase or play a card that recovers, you're able to just sneak in. There is that Safeguard Amulet, but with 4 bolts, you're more than happy to playing around that. One, two, three, four, five. Counting Tenchi's influence right now, constant hand movements makes it difficult to see, but I feel like we're
All we
12
know is he
plus.
has a million
Yeah.
cards in hand.
A million. Yeah, that's very accurate. Especially against the water deck that just has answers. As you said, it's imbued. Um,
This is the last turn of the game for sure, right?
yeah.
So we have Serene Spirit. We have. Well, okay. It's not guaranteed to be the last turn of the game. Men Fleshes, Benediction Angels. The double Transfusive Aura does actually give you a lot of breathing room. We do have access to Incapacitate too, so Creative Shock. Yeah, try to dig as far as you can before you have to get rid of that Serene Spirit.
Finds 2 creatives off the draw.
Pretty good. I would take 2 creatives. All right, how many engulfs do we have for Audiomatic though? That's what I'm interested in the most.
We have 3 main board, and I'm pretty sure there's 2 in hand. Creative again. We're digging. We're looking for answers. What do we even need as well? We found a Men Flesh off the top. That's gonna be
I
very
think
helpful.
there's like 2 angles we're looking at here. We're looking to either recover because we need to live and not die immediately. So Men Fleshes are great for that. We also have Benediction Angels we can dig for. The second option of what we might be looking for is we might be looking for. Huh? Wait a minute. Now, I wonder how many cards are in hand. So those Creative Shocks are our main phase. So I guess we're gonna use the Serene Spirit this turn to live. It's gonna be recover 10. So sorry, to go back to it, we're looking for either recovery angles because we have the transfusive auras, or we are looking for a hemorrhaging rend and enough enrages to push lethal. Because engulf doesn't work on attack cards, but it does work on everything else.
Oh yes, hard negate for everything but attacks.
Yep. So Men Flesh is really good here. If he engulfs the Men Flesh, that's kind of good for Tenchi. So we're going to see a Cerulean Decree. He's going to show an engulf, a Cerulean Decree, and a Coriolis Ward. So we will see the negate on that. He's going to have to lineage release in this case to recover. I don't think Audiomatic has enough fast damage to kill him in his end phase, though. Right, so Serene Spirit of Fire, lineage release will recover 6. He's going to get 2 extra from each of the transfusive auras as those both trigger, and then they resolve separately. So the recovery will be recovery 6+2, and then it'll go to 8+2.
Oh wow, so you effectively get an additional 2 then for the just the way those stack.
Yeah, so
That's
each
actually
of
really
them
cool.
resolve separately, which is nice.
Mhm.
So we're gonna see a Spirit Blade Ascension here. This is, I believe, an end phase after the resolution. We're going to see. I think Audiomatic is trying to kill him in end phase with double or triple Ascension into the Bolt of Diamonds.
Oh, I see it here now. Yep, using
With 3
the
damage from the fire, we're gonna see another Spirit Blade Ascension here, put him to 24. Ooh, Cruxite. He's gonna pay 2 for Cruxite, return the Ascension, draw a card. 1 down. He's gonna Spirit Blade Ascension. This will go to 24. We only have we do have 4 Bolt of Diamonds. We have exactly 4 Bolt of Diamonds, right?
yeah, exactly 4.
Yeah, so this is just lethal right here on the deck.
Well, but we do have that Safeguard Amulet we have to fight through.
But it hasn't
So
been popped yet.
it's Tenchi.
Surely
Do
he
you?
remembers that he has it.
I
He
think he
has to
remembers. He
take the
just
damage here though.
no bolt of not considering the bolt of diamonds at fast speed. I think here.
So he's gonna take the 4. I think he might go into all of them. Or he just doesn't have enough damage. He might not have any cards left in hand. Okay, 2. Okay, so we just pass turn.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. It felt like a kill angle there, like trying to push and go for it, but sort of leaving it. I guess now here we can just use Majestic Spirit to push Jin to that 28, but we know Tenchi has other ways of healing, so this feels like just giving them additional turn to draw into those outs. But we do have the Engulf and the Surreal Decree that were revealed in the Imbue, so I think this is just more of a cleaner way to close out the game than trying to force it all on a end of turn gamble.
I actually have a feeling that Audio Medic forgot that there was a Safeguard Amulet on the field.
Oh.
Because that, like, without the Safeguard Amulet, that's a very clean, aggressive line there. So, like you said, we're going to see the 4 damage come in from the Majestic Spirit. We're also going to see 3 from Ghost of Pendragon. Hua Ji being brought out from Tenchi. Hua Ji, very interesting. Rarely ever gets the effect of the other side. So, Hua Ji, Heaven's Rise, says, unique warrior allies you control can attack using this weapon. It is a 1/2. At the beginning of your end phase, if your champion is Xe element, you may pay 3. If you do transform it, when you transform it, it says on attack, you may have Hwaji of Abyssal Fall deal 10 unpreventable damage to the attacker, which would be your champion in this specific matchup. If you do this attack, it's +3.
I don't think I've ever seen a Quaji flip. It's always just been
I've
in
only
like
seen it once, and it was the NorCal regional right after Ascent Boston, when
Oh,
Ryle was still not banned yet.
interesting. We have 2 Relentless Outburst in hand, and this is Relentless is every 6 damage counters, is that correct?
Yep, every 6 damage counters, you will deal an extra, or you'll deal 1 damage, which will
So
deal
we
0 damage to well, pretty much all the Crux units. So it'll kill the 4 of diamonds at least.
killed the 4 of diamonds. Um,
Does
and
not have
then
the +35 damage trigger for it either.
that's what we're missing, yes, to get that additional.
Well,
So
to be fair, it
5
would also deal nothing.
Oh,
Because
because it prevents,
Majestic
yes.
Spirit prevents, so you wouldn't get any of the bonus damage. So he's just probably using double Relentless Outburst to kill the Majestic Spirit, is my guess.
And the Coriolis ward to keep it alive, and just like that, Tenchi's gonna pick up the cards. Can't fight through that. You're already 31 past your total life pool on Jin. Tenchi, unfortunately, losing game 1 to Audiomedic on this Water Merlin, and importantly, we're seeing Audiomedic take out those Bolt of Diamonds. You do not want to forget those.
Yeah, Audiomedic is a very consistent player here. I believe the last 3 Michigan regionals, I think they topped. Last 3. So Michigan HVN regionals 10th place, DTR regionals 2nd place, and then PTM regionals 14th place. Fractals, Ryle Crux, and then back to Fractals. Now on to Merlin. So a Crux lover at heart, but a water player deep down.
And the best of both worlds for this RDO season for them, being on that water Crux.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not a believer in the Diamond Ribbon Bolt of Diamonds package, because I felt like in a lot of matchups it ended up being too slow. But I think that not as many people are playing as aggressive as I thought they would be this season, so it actually turns out to be very efficient for a lot of decks.
Yeah, it almost feels like a lot of times people say aggro's the like best thing to play at the start of a new season, but it feels like not a lot of people are like opting for that aggro in this, and it might be because just RDO gave you so much advanced element support, everyone is just wanting to play level 3s finally.
Yeah, I also think that this deck is built in a very efficient way. There's a lot of defensive utility in the deck, so you can forego the Safeguard Amulet slot for a Diamond Ribbon, while still playing both Prismatic Edge and Majestic Spirit. Because right now there's decks of all different colors. So when people are playing all different elements, they're playing Wind, Water, Fire. You do know that Prismatic Edge is going to gain a lot more value in matchups than it normally would.
Yeah, it's not even needing the prismatic package, as you said. Just you'll run into so many different flavors and elements of decks. Because before, like a lot of times, people are like, "Oh, it's a fire meta, so I have to put wind cards just to sort of get additional benefits in case I do need that in specific matchups. But then if you ran into like the one win deck, you're like, oh, this just feels not so good here. I do want to make a comment as well. Audiomatic sleeves, as they were pile shuffling, looked like the Kraft cheese singles,
That's
and I
so
don't.
funny. Maybe I don't know. Maybe cheesy fingers. You know, it's a dank meme for the TCG players out there. I'll be honest. Normally, I don't glaze deck building that much. I think Audiomedic's deck is actually very, very, very solid. Good balance. I think he knows exactly what he is afraid of in terms of bad matchups versus good matchups. And the sideboard reflects that, right? We see 2 Blanche, 3 Nimue, 4 reprograms, 3 Resolute Stands, and an Heirloom of Natra. So Heirloom of
Mm-hmm.
Natra is for either the Crux Knight matchup, I think, where you can, well, actually, I guess it's like just Crux Knight, right? Because you would use it for returning the swords back to your material deck, lower the amount of damage, and then I guess if you're afraid of preserve focus decks, you could be afraid of like Shukong. You can use it to banish 2 of the cards that were preserved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's really good against Sempiternal Sage if you're in the really long grinding matchups. You kill the Sempiternal Sage, put it in preserve. If they play another one, you do that again and then banish both. Otherwise, Heirloom of Natra is basically just another backup charger, but exalted.
yeah, it's a way to, like, as you said, free backup charger. Also really good for Ghost of Pendragons as well, because you want to use your backup charger early, and this is just a free materialization for that level 3 moment that can opt into a card if you don't have a ghost around. Fractal of Waves, Tyler, what is your like opinion about it? I feel like a lot of people are hyping this card up a lot. Then you have a lot of doomsayers and naysayers saying you play against Wind and you just lose. They scatter Essence main board and it's over. How are you feeling about this one?
I like Fractal Waves a lot. It is incredibly strong. It's a very good plus. I think if people start forcing respect on fractals, like running main board disenchants, main board expel the departeds, it loses a little bit of value. But the thing is, you're still trading 1 for 1, and you do get the reservable aspect out of it. So being able to use it at least once, I think, has enough value.
Mm-hmm.
Because if someone goes to scatter essence your fractal waves, yeah, they're going to be positive on the interaction, right? They destroy your reservable, they get a floating memory. Only Wind decks can do that. There's a very good balance of everything. I think Wind is actually still the least represented element right now. If we look at this event specifically, Wind is the least represented of decks, and it also has an advantage because we know that there's a Fire Vanitas player, so that increases the Wind count.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
it feels weird because, like, I think Wind's the strongest element right now. It has all the answers you need for these other decks.
I tend to agree. I think that Wind is probably the strongest, if not very close to the strongest element almost all the time. The problem with Wind is that it is a lot more punishing to make mistakes. So generally, I find that the best Wind decks or the best performance of Wind decks are at really high level events when the really, really good players are playing them.
Mm-hmm.
Last season, a bit of an exception with how strong the dragon deck was, but even then, right? Like Influence Dragon was the better of the 3 forms of dragon, whether it was the allies or the turbo variants. And from there, when we look at the decks, I really gotta say, like Influence Dragon, there were a lot of people who weren't playing it efficiently, right? They were playing it to
Yeah.
draw a lot of cards, but they were missing lethal like 1-2 turns earlier, and that's what really sets apart the difference on what makes the deck really good.
That's true. Yeah, it was what's the saying? The phrase it's easy to pick up, hard to master. Sort of with Windex, is you have the tools, but to proficiently use the tools is another option here. And I agree. Um, I feel like we are gonna see sort of a resurgence of some decks in Wind that may not be um as popular. Like I feel Tristan especially is gonna be coming out now since Diana is gone.
Yeah, Tristan's definitely a good one here. So we're gonna see the dungeon. Let's get back to the game a little bit. So we did set up on Audiomatic side. He's got the 4 of diamonds out. He's now doing the combo. So we're gonna see Bolt of Diamonds generated from the diamond ribbon. Then he will attempt to activate the effect, which he can use both of his Fractal of Waves if he wants to do it right now. He could do it in his recollection.
One,
Yeah, so
two, and three.
he's now essentially +3 on the effect of Diamond Ribbon, right? It's super, super, super efficient. So the ally card on board is the 4 of Diamonds. Again, I will repeat what 4 of Diamonds does because a lot of people have not seen this engine yet. Diamond Ribbon is a 1-cost regalia that says pay 4. It is reduced by 1 for each ability of or each different reserve cost suited ally you have on the field. Generate 2 Bolt of Diamonds into your memory. 4 of Diamonds is a cardistry ability for reveal up to 2 suited allies from your memory. For each card revealed this way, generate a Bolt of Diamonds card and put it into your memory. So if you Diamond Ribbon into 4 of Diamonds, you are essentially making 2 Bolt of Diamonds from the first generation, and then you're generating 2 more. So the efficiency and influence gain from that is absolutely busted.
It is. And Audiomedic already had the 4 of Diamonds on the field this time when they materialized the Ribbon of Diamonds. So it was effectively backup charger, right? Pay 3, get 2 cards, and then pay 3, get 2 cards. A double backup in a turn is very, very strong.
Yeah, and they thought Chalice of Blood was a problem.
True.
You know.
Looks like we forgot our Lost Providence again on Tenchi's side, having to bring it out after a materialization for the turn. But we have a Haji flip, Tyler. It has happened. I've seen it now live with my own 2 eyes. This card has flipped, which means Jin took 10 damage from that swing. Right?
Flip in
No?
end step. Flip
end
in
step,
end
end
phase.
step.
Yeah. So in end phase you pay 3, then it transforms. So it does retain its durability. So this is a 3 power 2 durability weapon. And then the on attack trigger is you can take 10 unpreventable damage and then get your attack that turn, or that attack gets +3.
This also just feels so risky against water, right? You're just staring down fracturizes, and almost feels like you're daring your opponent to go ahead and remove this weapon off the side of the field. But maybe you're okay with them taking some damage here. That 10 unpreventable is nothing to scoff at. And we saw how slowly Merlin did close out that first game. So, let Jin do some damage to himself. And if you have those defensive options and stabilization, you're more than happy. Oh, double fractal waves, draw 4 into memory. Such a good
That's
feeling.
pretty good. Draw 4 to memory is pretty good. Yeah, he forgot those are to hand. Good thing he didn't shuffle them in. We can confirm he did not shuffle those into his hand. It was very close to shuffling them in, though. Yeah, so I mean the beautiful thing about the Bolt of Diamonds, right, is that if the cards in your hand are good, you just banish all the bolts. So for your level ups or your other materializations. If the bolts are bad, who cares, man?
Yeah.
Or I mean if the bolts are better than other cards in your hand, you just get rid of the other cards in your hand. It's like it's such an efficient way to find your banishment, right? Because a lot of the time you're like, dude, I really want to hold on to my like Pendragon, my Crux sight is really good, it's really valuable. Now you don't have to worry about that. You could just get rid of anything you want.
It feels good. It's, lose them, whatever, keep them, nice, whatever. Pendragon, though, I didn't see what we put back with the Pendragon. Was it the sword?
Inert sword. Inert sword is gone.
Inert sword. And what's our total influence? 3, 6. So we can have a Majestic Spirit come out on the next turn as well. We saw how difficult that was for Tenchi to deal with, especially backed up by Coriolis Ward, Cerulean Decrees. And it feels like the window might be closing here. Tenchi's influence not as large as it was last time because we didn't Flagrant Guide into an immediate Chalice of Blood, which I think is also why Flagrant Guide is so good. It gets you to that point. But Lost Providence going to be activated, drawing a card, and we're looking maybe for some transfusive auras. I think 1 in hand to start helping with the stabilization.
Yeah, transfusive aura is really good. Something I'm interested in is how come Tenchi only plays 2 Seething Intercessions? I feel like Seething Intercession is probably the best Exia card in the game right now. Like transfusive aura is great because it lets you abuse more recovery in a very unique way. But Seething Intercession basically says, hey, I'm gonna potentially plus like 3. Maybe more, depending on what you go for. Because if you play a Seething Intercession and you banish like a Menflesh, you play the Menflesh without having to use an influence. You take 2 and then you recover 8 plus the transfusive auras. if you play an Exeosite, you just get a straight +1, you take 2 damage for it. It's kind of good.
Yeah, it's like I feel like with Exids, a lot of these cards say like deal damage, do this, but it feels, not bad at all for the value and the effects that they actually provide.
Also, like Gerrit said, you can't get regaled on those cards. Like those cards are just in banishment. And you
Oh,
can
that is
activate them
true.
from banishment.
Alrighty. Audio Medic, let's see the incarnate. Do we have the deer in hand? Are
I think that's
we?
also I feel like people are playing less regals right now. I don't know if you've noticed that or
Yeah.
how you feel about that, but I think with past Ishband, people aren't as afraid of regal.
It, yeah, I definitely see it. It feels like a lot of times people are like, oh, I need to add some new RDO cards in my deck. Regal's first on the chopping block in a lot of these lists, or Regals have just been like relegated to complete sideboard tech now.
Regal is a skill-based card. It's entirely dependent on how well you know the matchup. In the early season, it is a lot harder to know the matchup, like to know what
Yeah.
your opponent might have in their deck. So I can see the argument for it being like not a very good early season card. Lift Your Soul might shoot me for saying that, but I think it's a reasonable assessment to make.
Yeah, definitely a reasonable statement there. Also, the fact of like you don't know what you're going to be regaling, and you don't want just a dead card, because like what you regal out of a new Jin deck, right? If you've never really played against Jin to begin with, like do you just take all the red cards and be okay with that, or?
But at the same time, like if you regal someone and you don't need to discard anything, that information is invaluable to the game. That
Mm-hmm.
information makes that card the best card in the game. I'm like a firm believer that Regal Inquisition is the best card in Grand Archive.
Just for the knowledge.
Because of how high the ceiling on the card is. If you're unbelievably skilled and you know the matchup super well, that card is I win the game or I don't lose the game anymore.
Mm.
Or I know how I'm going to lose the game. Do I have an out to it that I can draw into?
You're now prepared for it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
like that.
information you gain from it is like unbelievable.
It is less of a disruptive card and more of a I'm gonna
Here
confirm
we
I
go.
can kill. Oh, what's happening? Is this hemorrhaging rend?
Yep, Rend comes in. So Rend is interesting to me. So I like that he's using Rend. I don't know if I like that he's using Rend without the Majestic Spirit on board. I think that Audiomedic knows that the Rend is coming out because he brought out Huaji. So looks like he's using the Huaji no on attack trigger, so it's just going to come in for 7. I believe Rend is 4 base.
Yeah, 4 base, just a casual 7 with a Huaji. Oh,
Wait, that doesn't work. You need 20 damage for Hemorrhaging Rend to have cleave, so he has to take the on attack trigger.
oh, for the 20 damage plus. That's something
Actually,
a lot of.
I don't think a cleave can be assigned part way through. I think cleave has to be part of the activation, right?
Oh, because it's the attack declaration. Yeah, you cleave the player, and if you declare an attack with hemorrhaging rend, you have to choose a
So
unit to attack.
yeah, so the way it works with Hemorrhaging Rend is that with Cleave is that if you activate a card with Cleave, it sets all units as defending units. But if the card doesn't have Cleave, you would have to target a specific object. Or like a specific
Mhm.
unit you would have to target.
Interesting. So even if you hit that damage threshold, you still don't get the cleave here. That is a something to really consider. So on that, should have attacked last turn then to take the 10 to get into that threshold for that hemorrhaging rend sort of a game plan.
Or go Shuangji. Take damage from that, go to 20. There's
Oh
other
yeah,
options there. Yeah, Hemorrhaging Rend is like kind of cooked at this position, right? You really have no way to gain the cleave because there's no way for you to take damage at fast speed. If he had a way to take damage at fast speed on the stack of the activation, it should work
yes,
because it would check that the attack on when the attack resolves and goes into intent, it would see that it's cleave and everything would be set as defending units. But in this case, This is just an attack for 4 at
Yeah, once
something.
it's already in the intent zone, it can't be modified. Wow. What a weird interaction. Something I don't think I would have like considered or thought of like as a judge call or problem here, but you know, it's one of the cool things we see about deck diversity is we run into these kind of judge calls or card interaction questions.
Yep. So if you're playing Jin or you're playing against a Jin, don't forget to read how much damage they need for their effects, their bonus effects. Whether it's Hemorrhaging Rend or Proof of Life. Like Proof of Life, for example, in the graveyard needs 40 damage to activate. Relentless Outburst, I think, requires 35.
35, yep.
Oh, that's a big one. Also, if you guys want to cheat the math a little bit, generally the cost of the card or the amount of damage you take is the number that you're using to multiply by how much you're gaining. So in Rage is take 4, and then for every 4 you get damage. Shuangji, I believe, is take 5. For every 5 damage you gain another power.
Oh, that's cheeky. Yeah, that's sort of a built-in tooltip.
Small built-in tooltip.
Oh, I'm actually curious. Now, since you mentioned in Rage, is this list running in Rages? Has to be, right?
Surely.
Only 2. Interesting. Usually that's a more of the like as 3 or 4 of what I'm used to seeing. But it looks like, you know, with seething intercession and siphoning stab is one of the newer cards as well being ran. I believe that's the one that's on hit recover and it has floating memory.
So it looks like Hemorrhaging Rend resolved. I think it was 4 damage into the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yep.
And then 1 from the Dungeon Guide. We're going to see another Ghost of Pendragon getting played here, returning the Looking Glass. That's not looking good for Tenchi. He's in a bit of a precarious position. We're going to add 2 minutes to the clock here for that judge call.
Quite a bind, was really banking on that cleave. Unfortunately, not working out in Jin's favor on that. I think this is one of the hardest part for Jin is the like being overwhelmed. Is if you don't have that Hemorrhaging Rend or a Relentless Outburst, you just sort of, you know, get packed down until they're finally able to kill you at that fast speed. And Relentless Outburst is we're still very far away from that even mattering.
Ooh, I think the game might be over.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
So the big problem is that if you cleave here, you're going to take way too much damage to try to clear the board. And then on the other side, like you have to find a way to deal with the Majestic Spirit. And if you double Relentless Outburst, the Ghost of Pendragon will remain on the board.
Yeah.
Relentless is fully prevented by Majestic Spirit. All right, Majestic Spirit says prevent half the damage round up. So if you deal 1 damage, it prevents half round up. It prevents 1, so it deals 0 damage.
And it's all instances of ones, not one big amount for Relentless, which is unfortunate. And a Terrafring as well being activated here on the side of Audiomedic. Tenchi staring up Mount Everest right now. And on top of that mountain is a deer staring right back down.
Yep. Majestically looking down, the spirit calls and beckons to your death. It does have Transfusive Aura with the Serene Spirit of Fire, so we are able to recover for 8 here. If it resolves, just need to make sure we do that in the main phase. I think, even though Tenchi has really high influence, because Audiomedic's influence is so much higher due to the Bolt of Diamonds generation, I think he can use the Fast Cure to recover 6. There's also a Men Flesh.
It's a late game fast cure actually recovering you is crazy to think, especially in a fire deck.
So the cool thing is, whoa, is that Savage Sunder?
Or Siphoning Stab, I believe.
Can't tell.
That is.
It might be Siphoning Stab.
Enhance. I believe that is Siphoning Stab.
It does look like Siphoning Stab. They're very similar. So Siphoning Stab is, as long as the attacker is attacking using a polearm weapon, Siphoning Stab has on hit recover X, where X is the amount of damage dealt by this hit. This is a 3 power attack, probably coming in with the Oh, was he coming in with the? Okay, so he was using the Hwaji, so it's gonna come in for. Did he? Oh, he Coriolis wards for 6.
For
Oh, so it
6.
prevents all of it. So no on
Yep.
hit trigger. Ooh, that's rough. So we're gonna have to see the Men Flesh. Men Flesh will recover 8 plus the bonus from Transfusive Aura for 2. Not bad, but looking a little grim here.
Yeah, it's the deer, the majestic spirit, the bane to a lot of decks. It is very difficult to get past, especially for attack focused, and it's backed up by negates and damage reductions, and Audiomedic knows exactly how to navigate this matchup. Keep that majestic spirit alive at all costs, and just slowly secure the game every turn, attack in, and it's adding up. Jin is running out of resources and running out of options.
Honestly, at the point where he's at right now, we're in a place where Audiomedic can actually hold every single card in his hand. The idea should be to try to push Tenchi to, I want to say, probably push to 8 over lethal, right? So 28 life champion, push him to 36. We know you have a fracturize, you have double fracturize in hand, so you can deal with the berserker plate at fast speed pretty easily. You can deal with 1 incapacitate because you know that Tenchi has to like aggressively push into you, right? So if you find a way to push 7 damage right now, like a Cone of Frost would be perfect, I think.
Oh, and just really force everything Tenchi has to do on their turn to recover, and then you could just bolt on top. I like it.
Yeah, because what happens is if he goes berserker plate, then you can essentially like double fracturize it. If he goes for the weapon in response to his attack, you double fracturize it, he'll die no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but for now we're gonna see the fast cure that will resolve. Fast cure for 6 brings it down to 23. You probably could engulf that. I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but this puts you in a position where going berserker plate might make more sense.
Berserker plate to stay alive, but I think Tenchi's just wanting to remove that majestic spirit. Yeah, looking at that
Shuangji.
Hwaji.
So
No,
Shuangji, in response
Shuangji.
to on enter, fracturize here is really, really good. He's gonna let him take the 5. Is he gonna let him go to recollect draw, or is he gonna fracturize? He might fracturize it in response to the attack, force Tenchi to kind of commit to the attack first.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Commit to the attack, use the resources, everything you need, fracturize it, and go from there. Do you know if there's a proof of life in the graveyard for
I
Tenchi?
don't think there is currently. One of the other lines here is instead of engulfing, if okay, so let's say you fracturize the Shuangji in damage. Tenchi goes, I'm gonna incapacitate this. You're like, okay, cool, I got a floating. I'm not going to engulf your incapacitate. I'm just gonna play another fracturize. Right?
Yeah.
It lets him save the engulf for the next turn when he's going for something, whether it's the recovery or something like that. All right, so we're gonna see another siphoning stab. Siphoning stab coming in with the, I believe this time with the Shuangji. So Shuangji will have 5 bonus power. It's going to be for 9.
Or 28.
Not using a weapon? Okay, so he's not using the weapon at all. He's just doing a raw 3. So he's going to recover. Okay, no,
No,
he
that
did use it.
was,
He
yeah,
did use
yeah.
it. Okay. Shuangji is for every 5, right? So he should have gained 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So 3 from the stab plus 6, yeah. Oh,
Did
dungeon guide for 10. Dungeon guide attacked him
Yeah, but
first.
where's the recovery? Did I miscount the recovery?
You recover 9, but then take 4 from the retaliation. So you effectively only
Oh, I
recover
see.
5.
Well, it should
Yeah.
be 11 because of the transfusive aura, right?
Oh, you're right. It should be. The transfusive aura does add that +2 from the recovery there. And Tenchi finally dealing with the thorn in their side, but unfortunately, we just saw a Crux site to get back the Incarnate Majesty spell. And on this turn, I think we all know Audio Medic is going to do what Merlin does best and play the Majestic Spirit again. Going into an even turn with the Drawn Blade, so effectively drawing another 2. Recollecting here, and do we see the final nail in the coffin for Jin here? Attacking in 1, 2, 3. Incarnate Majesty. Yes, here it is again. And we saw the Ascension in hand for Audiomedic as well. Which means
in a
that
pretty
we
good
have
position
that
here.
fast speed damage.
It's like it's just a very sad feeling when you're the Jin player here. You're like trying your absolute hardest. You're pushed in such an aggressive place that you can't take out your Berserker's play, right? That's how you
Yeah.
know you're in a position where the game is very grim for you. We still do have access to the Serene Spirit, so the recovery for 8 here, but Audio Medic can push a lot of aggressive damage in. So let's see. Berserker Blade comes out, puts him to 39. He can recover in main phase down to 31. But the problem with that is that if there's no, if there isn't another form of recovery, then the double fracturize on the plate is going to be enough to basically end the game.
Double Fractures on play, and then we have Ascension Cruxite as well. Which is it's a tough spot for Jin. Like, if this was any other matchup, I really think Jin would have blown through with the aggressive level ups, the cards they've seen. But just Merlin, that particular champion with the Incarnate Majesty, makes it so much tougher for ally decks or attack-based decks to like get through.
And Water Merlin specifically, having access to Engulf, Coriolis Ward, Cerulean Decrees. Like, you have so many good ways to deal with attack-focused decks. Especially when most of them are on-hit effects, right?
Mm-hmm. Really just denying your opponent
Like,
every.
you would almost rather be playing Savage Thunder here, because it's at least floating. The on-hit is fixed for Recover 5, but I don't know, hard to say. Savage Hunter is 1 more cost, so you pay 3 for it versus Siphoning Stab, which is pay 2. Siphoning Stab is based on the amount of damage you deal, whereas Savage Hunter is just on hit recover 5.
And with Transfusive Aura, that's not bad. It's 7, the same amount you recovered with Siphoning Stab. And here you see sort of the downside of Angelic Channelings. If you don't see them early, you draw them late game, and they are just completely dead in hand.
Well, you can technically still use them to cycle cards, right? It just depends on if you want to cycle those cards out of your hand. Because you can still banish for them, you just won't be able to do anything with them after.
If a advanced element card is desperately like not good in the matchup, okay, I could see that here.
Yeah, there's also a lot of cards in this matchup, I think, that are a little bit too late, per se.
Mm-hmm. Relentless Outburst, we have our 35 plus damage bonus here. And yep, just going to be met with an Engulf. A neat little card that is a 6 cost activated, negate target card activation, non-attack card activation. But it has a cool little level 2 plus last bonus that makes the card cost 3 less.
Not a class bonus, just level 2 bonus.
Oh, level bonus. You're right. Yes, yes. Level bonus. Which is very strong. Gonna take a read about that there. So with that Engulf, you're still able to keep up the Fracturize for that Berserker's Plate.
Maybe a lot of options here. Because you don't even need to deal damage. Like, you don't need to deal with this Safeguard Amulet, right? You can basically hold all your cards that would deal damage at fast speed. Protect yourself to the point where Tenshi can't kill you. One of the sad parts of Jin is if you don't get out the Berserker Plate early, you basically lose your entire draw engine. The Berserker Plate is like the equivalent of your version of Incandescent Reliquary.
It's the balanced reliquary.
All right. We're going to see... What is that? Is that Proof of Life?
That is Proof of Life.
So Proof of Life, he's going to attack with the He's gonna attack with the Hua Ji on attack trigger, take 20 damage. He's gonna attempt to go for lethal this turn.
Oh, using the proof of life activated from the graveyard to wake up your champion. And then, well, is that even going to
159.
be enough?
Nope, because Fracture Eyes on the Shuangji is stopping lethal here. So he's gonna come in for, well, it's not even close, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
11.
Oh, and that's the GG, 1-59, totaling 60 damage across the board. We're in a rough position here for the Fire Jin. I would be very interested to see how Water Jin performs in this matchup,
Mm-hmm.
having access to Fractal of Waves, but also to Engulf. But the main thing I think that Tenchi like really needed in the matchup was he needed that 5 damage. He needed the 5 damage so badly for that Hemorrhaging Rend. That was like probably the most crippling turn there was.
Yeah, if you could pinpoint where this game started to turn south, it was that moment when you were away from the cleave. Because at that point you could have stabilized. You could have gotten to a moment where you cleared the board, and then you stare down in Majestic Spirit, and you spend the same resources to go ahead and take out the Majestic Spirit and then go from there. But well, I think it was a masterclass of both decks. We got to see how both of them perform, but in the end, Watermelon just was stronger against this particular matchup.
Yeah, the masterclass for me was really in influence building, right? Audiomatic had such a smooth transition from level 1 to 3, whether it was with the diamond ribbon into the 4 of diamonds, but also utilizing ways to protect themselves, right? Fractal waves. Hey, I know you don't really do anything in the first couple turns. Instead of expending cards, I'm going to use my influence to build as much of it as I can, right? It's going to be backup charger, diamond ribbon, level 1, level 2, dungeon guide to 3. Or even in some cases, Dungeon Guide 2, Dungeon Guide 3. But overall, I think it was a fantastic showing of how that worked. I don't think we saw a single Frostborn Paladin played. Frostborn
Nope.
Paladin is like one of the best float converters. Pushes damage, also gives you the interceptor, but Audiomatic didn't need it. I would almost wonder if he actually may have just taken them out. A little crazy, but it's possible you take them out for like the Resolute stands or something.
Or the
Hard to say.
Blanches.
Or the Blanches. Yeah, Blanche is really good because it protects your Majestic Spirit from the Relentless Outburst, which is quite big. Requires a lot of extra commitment to clear the board.
Yeah, huge investment into it. That was only round 2, Tyler. We have 4 more rounds ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to it here. We only have about a minute 30 left in regulation time before we go into OT. So we're just going to go over a few reminders with everyone here at home. Once again, if you do enjoy this content and you like watching it, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to True Champion Gaming channel, and then go ahead and like the video as well. If you want notifications, ring that bell, make sure it's highlighted so you're notified every time a new video goes up or a stream is live. Additionally, if you want to pick up some Grand Archive singles, go ahead and make it your way to CORETCG.com and use code TRUE10 to get 10% off of your singles order. And if you're buying singles for a deck, you might as well sleeve that deck up into something nice. So you can visit EndGameTCG.ca and also use code TRUE10 to get some nice sleeves for your deck so you look very cool on stream using your cheddar cheese slice sleeves. And Tyler, we have some events coming up as well. What events are those? What can they look forward to?
Yeah, so next weekend on Saturday, we will have the TCG NA Online Regional, the very first one of RDO that will be hosted on this channel, the True Champion Gaming channel. I will be running the stream as Serene Balance Productions, and then have you guys as wonderful casters for that. In tandem with that, the day after, maybe about 7 hours, it's like, I believe 1 a.m. Pacific on Sunday will be the start of the EU online regionals. So if you're looking for a jam-packed weekend of Grand Archive, there'll be much to watch or much to play in, should you be interested in that. But you can check out that stream on my channel at Serene Balance Productions. But otherwise, we'll see you guys pretty quick here with the start of round 3.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back. I'm sorry, guys. I said welcome back to we'll be back for round 3. We're actually at round 4. My ability to count is hindered by the fact of how cold it is in Canada right now. Or maybe just the fact that I can't tell if I live in Canada or California anymore with how much I travel back and forth. But I'm here joined by Mr. EU himself, Gerrit.
Hello. It's amazing. Tyler, the last couple games were super exciting, right? And we are jumping right back into the game.
Dude, Audio Medic again?
It is him.
This guy's just
He is him. He is. And he is versus Dylan on Fire. It's basically just Kingslayer Merlin. Wait, what? Oh, I'm just a clown. Wait. No.
It is just Fire Kingslayer Merlin, right?
Yeah. It is. For some reason, I mixed the deck lists up because I didn't set it up properly. Damn.
All right, Gerrit. Without looking at the deck lists, what do you think has what do you think is favored? Water Merlin or Fire Merlin?
Water Merlin, actually.
Why? Why do you feel like it's Water Merlin?
Coriolis Ward is a stinky card. It eats a fireball alive.
I'm inclined to agree with you. The other one I think is really Engulf is just like goodbye all your fireballs or goodbye your like Incarnate Majesty, whatever you want to play.
Yeah.
Which in this deck there is no, I believe there's no. Well, there is an Incarnate Majesty. Never mind. I'm interested to see if that Facet the Forgotten gets resolved. That's the one card I think that will make this this deck very interesting, or the matchup I guess very interesting. Audio Medic with a pretty fantastic start though. We're gonna see a double Fractal of Waves opener.
Water had explosive starts. This is at the very least one of them.
Dude, he's so happy about the start that he didn't even rest the first Fractal to pay for the second one. That's how you know you're winning the game. You don't even care about holding on to one card. That one Dungeon Guide in your hand, don't care.
Yeah, because he has 2, right?
Probably 3.
Probably. But just imagine Facet the Forgotten on the Incarnate Majesty. That would be kind of mean, wouldn't it?
There's a couple really good Facet the Forgotten targets in this one.
I guess every Crux card you play yourself.
I don't know which one I would want to take. There's so many good choices, right? So for those of you guys who don't know, Facet the Forgotten is the Merlin Unique Fantasia Ultimate spell. It's a 5 cost that says Merlin bonus on enter. Look at target opponent's memory. You may activate a card from among them without paying its costs and ignoring its elemental requirements. If you do, your opponent can't play cards with the same name as the activated card for as long as you control Facet the Forgotten. And I would almost want to take his Frostborn Paladins if they're down there.
Why you are so mean?
Frostborn Paladin is so good in this matchup.
It is. Another very interesting fact is that neither of those decks can get rid of the Facet the Forgotten as soon as it hits the board.
I also really like taking Cerulean Decree or Coriolis Ward. Because you can just activate the Coriolis Ward, target whatever you want, doesn't matter. Activate the Cerulean Decree, draw a card to memory, so you +1 off of the, or you go neutral, I guess, off the Facet, and then they can't use it anymore, which is pretty big.
Okay, how about we activate Accelerate and then in response to an activation of something, you Facet the Forgotten and then yoink the Engulf from your opponent. Does that sound good?
It sounds a little too cute. I wanted Accelerate to be like an incredibly strong card, but I feel like it's, I think it's a little too slow, as weird as that sounds. I know Accelerate is a card that quite literally by definition means things should get faster. It is also a fast card. The main thing is that because it draws into memory, it essentially costs 3 instead of like cycling to hand. So it's like kind of tough to use it.
Yeah, it is for sure a very cute card, and the slow aspect makes certainly sense, because if you are not accumulating enough influence quickly, the card will just be dead in your hand, because it is an exalted card and you need to have enough influence to activate the other card that is meaningful at fast speed, right?
Yep. So we're seeing a very similar board state on both sides. We do see Inert Sword plus a Cheshire Cat on both sides. On Audiomatic side, we see the 2 Fractal Waves. However, Dylan has activated a Creative Shock, discard a Liminal Guide. I'm interested to see if he goes for another Creative Shock here in response to Level Up. Okay, we're not going to see it. Going to draw off the Liminal Guide. In Recollection, probably another Creative Shock here.
No Creative Shock, no more.
Holding on to it. I think he's holding the Creative Shock to not show anything in Grave for his Merlin ability, kind of waiting to bait Audiomatic into doing something.
It is kind of a knowledge check here. At least it was back in the day in the Merlin mirror, regardless of what flavor of Merlin you were playing, when to level up from 2 to 3, because usually you wanted to do something with your floatings even early on, right? Or getting the liminals going. And here there are benefits for not leveling up right away into level 3 and just getting more level counters on your level 2 Merlin, or just denying your opponent on level up triggers from the graveyard, especially for Audiomatic here.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing when I look at both of these decks is that going Fractal of Waves can sometimes be a downside, because you want to be able to put cards in memory, right? So you can level up. I'd be interested to see whether or not Audiomatic decides to go for his Diamond Ribbon package right now. Oh, we're going to see the level up to 2
He
here.
does not.
Because I think Audiomatic actually benefits more than Dylan by staying at lower levels. The only problem is the Liminal Guides being on the field do give him decent advantage.
You just get rid of them, right? Because your Cheshire Cat hits for free anyway, so might as well.
The only problem with that is you're losing the race, right? 7 to 3. If you clear off the Liminal Guide, you're still in a position where you're taking 3 damage a turn when you're sending 3 damage into an ally instead of to face.
Do you
It's a tough
actually
position to be in.
lose a race, considering you're running Spalling Clans, Coriolis Wards, and Cerulean Decrees?
I don't know. You might in some cases. Okay, so we're going to see Angelic Channeling. Oh, we're going to see the Imperial Countermeasure taken. I really like Imperial Countermeasure. I think it's one of the better cards to come out of RDO that are very generic. So it's a 1-cost exalted skill, which is kind of important that it's a skill. So you can use it on your champion even when you have Spell Shroud. It says prevent the next 4 damage that would be dealt to target unit this turn. Draw a card into your memory. It's like
It's a very
pretty good deflecting
interesting
edge.
card. Yeah, it is deflecting edge on steroids that you can imbue your angels with. You are basically ascending to some degree, right?
You can also imbue Topsy Decree with it. Pretty good.
It is probably the more important part here.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility in that regard. So we're going to see the Safeguard Amulet brought out by Dylan. I think they're both just playing chicken. They're really just like wanting to hold each other at this level 2 scenario. I am interested whether or not Dylan will go for a Palvor Sword just to push more damage.
Ooh, Dungeon Guide. Okay.
A DG to 3. Do we see the Engulf, or does he let it through?
Okay, that means that the ability of Merlin level 2 from Dylan here will not be used to consume the floating memory he has in his graveyard.
Yep, it makes sense because it's whoever activates their ability last will be able to resolve it first to eat the Angelic Channeling. So Dylan just accepted he's going to lose the Angelic Channeling. He wanted the trigger from it regardless. We're going to see 1 damage here from Dungeon Guide.
Especially if you think, especially if you think about it, that RDO Medic has already 11 damage counters on his champion, so going to level 3, pushing the advantage a little bit more forward, might just be the benefit here. Accelerating the game.
Especially if you know that what you're putting on top, right? You're in a position where you can kind of just do whatever you want. So we just see Rising Tides. Rising Tides is pretty important here. It's going to draw a card to memory and then also become a floating. I think we're going to see the level up here or the Diamond Ribbon. No, looks like we're going to see the level up. So we're
The level up.
Cerulean and I think a Fracturize. Merlin
It
Kingslayer.
looks more like a Umbra card, a Crux card actually.
Oh, it could be. Could be.
And
I'm a little surprised that he didn't activate anything at fast speed using the reservables from the Fractal of Waves before they were sacrificed.
he probably didn't feel the need to, considering he just had a one Spirit Blades Ascension in hand that he could have activated. Not sure if it would
I
have
guess your
been very
opponent having
meaningful.
only one in memory, you're kind of not wanting to risk the Spirit Blade Ascension yet. Because if you Spirit Blade Ascension, you lose the damage for your own Cheshire Cat. And if they don't have a fire, you can't kill their Cheshire Cat, so you're kind of in a sad place.
That is correct.
I don't know, Audio X-Medic's pretty good at this. I think he knows when to pull the trigger. Very calm and calculated player.
That is something that the European mind can't comprehend, because if we have it, we just send it. That is what
You guys would get along really well with all the Texas players. I think Needful has said that previously in a cast too. Needful loves to just say, "We have a saying here in Dallas Worth. If you got it, you got it."
Let's go. At the end of the day, you need to close up a game somehow, right?
Holy Incarnate out already. Goodbye, Cat.
Ooh, that is. With the Incarnate Majesty hitting the board, I think the game kind of got solved already here on the spot.
It's hard to say because Audio X-Medic has a really big influence, but Dylan is also about to draw into, I believe, 6 cards.
It's less about the influence right now and more like how much damage you have to sink into the Majestic Spirit here to just be able to push more damage.
So
and this consumes a lot of influence.
It looks like Audio X-Medic only has 2 cards in hand. I see a Spirit Blade Ascension, and I also see, I think that's a Coriolis Ward, so he does have a way to protect his Majestic Spirit. It's going to protect for 6. It's essentially, it is essentially 16 life, unless you kill it on the stack. Dylan does have, I believe, double Pendragon. Nope, just one. One Pendragon, one Incarnate.
And a Fireball.
The Drawn Blade.
He also has an Incarnate Majesty himself here. Is this maybe the reverse here? So you attack with Lorraine, with Merlin Kingslayer, get a bit of damage in, then play the Pendragon, and if you are lucky, you have enough influence to Incarnate again?
I think it depends. You could attack and break the Drawn Blade and then return something else if you wanted to, like, have a cheaper Incarnate. Ooh, okay, Imperial Countermeasure. We're going to just, we pass turn. We're just going to prevent 1. Or prevent all 4 damage from the Majestic Spirit and then draw 1 to memory.
Cycling a card is so good. It looks very silly if you look at Audiomatic, if he's shuffling off his hand and looking at all the influence he has.
Pendragon. And now we draw 2. And then we play another Pendragon and draw 2 more. And that'll be our 5th draw for the turn. I think people really need to bring back Mandate of Honor.
Wait, why not Tithe Proclamation?
Because, well, I don't know, Tithe Proclamation is okay. I guess Tithe Proclamation, I like Tithe Proclamation. I really, really like, sorry, not Mandate of Honor. What's the other one that I'm thinking of? No, it is Mandate of Honor, right? As long as you control a unique ally, influence of 8 or more.
That is Mandate of Honor.
Stopping the draw is really nice.
So what's your take on the Fantasia that says no player can have influence more than 7?
So I think it's okay in some cases. I think the problem with that one is that you discard at the beginning of your end phase or the end of your turn or something, instead of you can't have more than X influence. So if you have a turn where you just want to draw 1,000,000 cards, you just draw 1,000,000 cards. Right? So it doesn't stop something like Berserker Plate trigger, Chalice of Blood, draw 2, Shuangji on enter, draw 1. I'm gonna draw for turn, or like in Recollection, I'm gonna play my regenerates, draw 1, play another regenerate, draw another 1.
So essentially, what you're saying is that being able to draw the cards, regardless of if you can keep the influence or not, is pretty good.
Yeah, because a lot of the time people will just push to draw on the turn that they're gonna go for like a really big lethal, right? You can generally stack your draws or like save them for when you're ready. I think that a lot of the time, if you want to slow your opponent down in that regard, Weighted Accord is probably a better card. Weighted
I
Accord
see.
is pretty good, and I think is underrated as a card right now.
I think the card just didn't find its home yet.
Yeah, there wasn't as much advanced element before, right? So Weighted Accord says it's a 2-cost unique Fantasia Cleric spell. On enter, you can reveal 3 advanced element cards from your material deck. If you do, Weighted Accord gains the first advanced element card each player activates each turn. Costs 2 more to activate. It's important that it says each player and each turn, but then at level 2+, you can sacrifice this to draw a card. So you can kind of use it to protect yourself and then sacrifice it when you're ready.
You know
And it
what I just
draws a card to hand.
You know what I just realized? You can just be playing an Looking Glass deck, put 3 of the funny regalias in and play it then, and stay on level 1.
Yep.
And here we see the good old Diamond Ribbon from Audiomatic. At this point, one of the staple cards
maxing?
on the stream here. Yeah, influence maxing for sure. I'm curious to see if this package finds its way into other decks too.
I think it has the potential to. It really depends on how much you can draw, because when you do this Diamond Ribbon package, the Diamond Ribbon itself is generally better. Like if it doesn't have the 4 of diamonds with it, it's generally better to later on in the game when you need to convert a float into a +1. But this kind of converts a float into a +2 instead. Because normally it's like, oh, I'm gonna banish a float, I'm gonna get Drawn Blade, draw 1. This one's I'm gonna get Diamond Ribbon. I'm gonna pay a reserve cost that doesn't lose me any influence. I'm gonna gain 2 influence. So it is really good in Merlin. It's really good in Terra Kongming as well when you start to get that higher influence. But it's really, really strong when you have the availability to play it with the 4 of diamonds.
Just like a bolt here in response to the Crystallized Destiny would have been super good instead of just negating it.
Yeah, I'm interested that he used it in Golf instead of just popping 1 bolt of diamond. Oh, Cone of Frost. Okay, Cone of Frost will come in for level. It's got the full effect, right? So Cone of Frost.
Yes, it got the full effect.
Is what, 2 damage each? So it's gonna cost 2 because it's class bonus, and it's gonna do 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. So we're gonna see the Safeguard Amulet. Oh.
In response to the activation, the Safeguard Amulet was popped, and on the stack, AudioXmatic decides to, now it's the right time to Spirit Blade the Sanction to deal the remaining 3 damage that I need to kill you off. Perfectly planned ahead here.
My favorite part is that he doesn't even use the bolts for damage ever. He just banishes them or uses them only as like influence. It's pretty funny. Yep.
It's a pretty flexible card overall. It's a 1 damage spell you can activate for free whenever you need it to pop interceptors, allies of some sort, or just break prevention shields like Crystallized Destiny here.
And my favorite thing with Bolt of Diamonds is that it's not a class bonus. I like that a lot of cards are becoming level bonus. It kind of shifts the narrative towards playing level 2, not just level 3. Because right now the narrative that everyone believes is that, Weaves of the Shore only wants people to play level 3 decks. But I think that there are enough cards that have a level 2 bonus where some of these like aggro or like pseudo aggro decks could actually very well start being played as level 2 focused decks. So like Water Aetherwing Diana as a level 2 deck is actually not bad compared to it being just a level 1 deck.
Or in Nico, for example, right? She's one of the prime examples I can think of a deck that is not going to level 2, but also not staying on level 1.
Yep, Nico's a really good example. I think Water Kongming, if you play Suited or if you play Razor Gale, also utilizes level 2 really well. Because like you get a lot of level 2 benefit out of the Ascetic Vice, right? You go north south, you draw a card.
Yes.
That's where the engine is on that card. So if you're playing like level 2 and then you have cards like Weighted Accord, right? You have cards like Bolt of Diamonds, depending on what seasoning color you want to play. You want to play blue, the water, fire, or wind. I think that's my new favorite thing to say. There's flavors of decks and then there's seasoning. So I feel like the flavors are the different elements, and then the seasoning is like the different ways you build them. So whether that's like people who play Serene Gin versus regular gin versus fragmented gin.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he's blue flavored, but he's got different types of seasoning.
Okay, I see. Can't wait for the green flavor, yeah? A little bit of wood
Wind
rust.
Gin would go so crazy.
Would he?
I need Caven to cook the Wind Gin for us. and I really need it to not be just allies, even though we did get some cool ones in AMB Alter.
Yeah, why not? You certainly can wind cutter every turn with Xiangji, right? Sounds pretty good to me.
That's crazy. Wind Cutter is a bit of an OG card there. Good one.
I mean, you're never losing influence, right?
That is true.
You deal damage and not lose influence. This is amazing. It's almost as good as drawing 2 cards here.
True. The cheese slices are back on the field. Making a pepperoni pizza.
I mean, the color scheme is already there with a red from Dylan here for the pepperoni, right?
True.
And he has the fire to cook it. And Audio Xmatic even has the water as like a small drink. Looking at the sideboards, I think Dylan might be tempted to actually bring in the Vulcan Acolyte, the Viridian, and Nimue for sure. Nimue Curse Torch probably goes pretty hard on the Majestic Spirit here.
It's so hard because there's so many good choices too. Like Meltdown is a great option, right?
It is.
Like Meltdown is such an underrated card.
I think Meltdown might be a pretty good card to bring in. It is just not very practical in this matchup because Nimue is just better.
Yeah, Nimue is really efficient. Speaking of cards that deal with Regalia, I had a funny interaction where I was testing a Pantheon deck with a friend and I dematerialized his Majestic Spirit. He was like, "You can do that?"
I mean, it says Regalia, right?
It says target Regalia. It does not have Spell Shroud, so it's pretty good. Funny interactions. Dude, double Fractal. This guy's the GOAT. He's actually the GOAT.
He is him. That is pretty nice. Let's see what Dylan is cooking up here for his next turn. After getting up a cat here. Just getting the backup charger and the power setter. Yeah, cat goes crazy. Okay. And Dylan brought in the Viridian Protective Trinket as we saw a glimpse of it. It's probably a no-brainer here.
Early VPT is pretty good. I do like the Fluffy. I like early Fluffy. Fluffy, very good.
Touch Fluffy tail indeed.
Whoa, holy.
Fluffy Shopkeep in OG Fire Merlin is a pretty cool card because you have 2 Regalias you want to get out of your material deck in various ways anyway, so you might as well just get rid of them to draw 1 more card, right?
Yep. For those of you who are just tuning in, we have updated the overlay. Audio Medic did win the first game. It's up 1-0 against Dylan. It's kind of a mirror. It's a flavor difference. We got Water Merlin versus Fire Merlin. Inert Sword coming out here for Dylan. Are we going to see the Cheshire Cat from Audio X-Medic, though? That's the question. Do we see the repeat of last game?
Who knows?
He didn't play it last turn, so I guess he's not playing it at all.
I was waking up and Is this now the early pressure from Dylan again kicking in with quite a bit of damage?
I was trying to figure out why his Fractal Ways are rested, and then I remember that Inner Sword requires cost payment. Put everything down to play though.
Dylan debating what to do here.
Guys, do I
Seems
play
like he has
do I play this Pendragon or that Pendragon? Or this
on level
Pendragon?
1. That's pretty hard. But if you enable Crux on level 1, let me know how to do it.
I don't know, dude.
would
I've
be-
seen people play Ghost of Pendragon at level 2. Seen it happen a couple times. Definitely not supposed to, but I've seen it.
And Audio Medigear leveling up, so that means he is right now more or less in the position to control the graveyards with the activated ability of Merlin Memory Thief here.
I really like his decision to level up to 2 before Dylan does. We saw Dylan do it last game where he kind of held Audio Medic hostage with the floating memory, forced him to just pay everything out of memory instead of out of grave. And I feel like Audio Medic's just trying to do the same thing, right? Dylan is playing a deck where building influence is like a little bit harder because you generally, if you're gonna play Creative Shock, you want to discard the floating memory, or that's how you want to get your +1.
Yeah, exactly.
But in this situation, it's it's pretty funny.
It is one of the cringiest parts of this mirror match.
I wasn't gonna say it, but if you're gonna say it, then I'll go with it too. I think the aspect of Merlin Memory Thief is to be as cringe as possible. Merlin Memory Thief's ability basically says, I will hold you hostage at this exact point until you make a mistake. Or until I have like exactly what I need in my hand.
We see Dylan showing the regal Inquisition for the Angel Attendant imbued here. And did you see the reaction from Audiox Medic here?
I did not.
He was face palming pretty hard, or it at least looked like that.
Regal down for the Angel Attendant. It's all right. I think.
No, it's more like a face palm of, oh, yikes, he has the card.
Yep. It do be kind of scary, but at the same time, you're also the person who can push the level up faster if you want to. I think he's trying to dig for a DG though.
You think so?
I don't know. It feels like it feels too greedy to dig for a DG here. I think you just level up to 3 naturally.
It just looked like to me that the backup charger gave him a card to play.
Oh, he doesn't have anything he can. Oh, he has an engulf. That's it.
He has an engulf. What is the Tide card called again?
Which card? Rising Tides?
Rising Tides, and he has a Rising Tides, an Engulf, Resolute Stand, Incarnate Majesty, and Spirit Blazer Sanction.
Just being chilling. I'll regain influence. You'll regain influence. We'll play the game when we can actually do things again. Mutual handshake across the table.
You think that is what they do? Handshaking?
No, because then you're just definitely conceding. We're asking for a concession. In Pantheon we call this the all Equinox Hour of you Equinox Hour, but I guess they're doing it in standard. It's fine.
I hope I can come across to watch the Pantheon stream that happened recently.
It was a good one. It was that game was completely unexpected. I was shocked.
Okay.
Just like I'm shocked in this game. Shocked at the fact that both players are looking exactly the same. This is just a repeat of game 1. Dylan is up 7 damage on AudioX Medic. AudioX Medic has 2 fractal waves, so when he decides to go to level 3, he's gonna get a billion influence.
Looking at Dylan's hand, he has quite a few very strong tools available here. If he has a Nimue, a Fireball, a Reprogram, a Dungeon Guide. So if he can establish the Nimue on board and circumvent the Engulf, that might be a pretty good position to be in, since then you can get rid of the key cards in Audiomedic's deck, that is the Majestic Spirit, right?
Woohoo, Dungeon Guide, let's go.
Woohoo, Pendragon.
Draw 2, let's go.
We are not seeing the Engulf here. Okay.
You'd have to pay so much for Engulf right now.
You have to fractals.
Paying 5 for Engulf sucks though.
But you have 2 fractals that you are not resting anyway.
That's true. That is true. We're gonna see a Rising Tides. It's gonna put. Okay, so this does draw a card to memory. So he's just gonna hold everything in his hand. Oh, but he needs to pay 1 more because Viridian Protective Trinket is a good card.
Does Rising Tides cost 3?
Costs 2.
Then he paid enough.
Oh, I meant he didn't pay the last card. I read away. I think he may have forgotten.
Hmm.
And then he was reminded.
I think everything looks right, but sure. Okay, let's see. What now? This one is now the turn of turns where we see the magic happening.
Oh.
No magic happening. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The magic happening. The magical generation of Bolt of Diamonds. Let's go. That was 1,000,000% not what I expected to happen just now.
Neither did I, as you might assume so.
That's so funny, dude. We're both like, dude, he's gonna go Kingslayer. The game's gonna progress. Nope. Generate Bolt of Diamonds. All good. We got a Dungeon Guide, which means we can use the reservable and then 2 more. We're efficiently leveling up.
Maybe that was the plan all along.
The plan is always.
You probably saw the Dungeon Guide from the Rising Tides going into memory and then just realizing that is a good opportunity.
True. If you do draw it into memory, it is technically more efficient. Can convert your float, get the Bolt of Diamonds, influence max, draw 4 to memory now when you already have like 7 in hand. Pretty good. I think one of those is a Fractal Waves.
Don't worry. It's not needed anymore.
Fractal of Waves replaces itself, literally. That's what they mean when they say a card replaces itself, right? You just draw another one of the same card. Yeah, the board state is exactly the same. Merlin 3, Inert Sword, Dungeon Guide, Cheshire Cat. Both sides have the same.
There's one key difference.
And a power cell.
One player has a Viridian Protective Trinket, Tyler. You can't forget this one.
And the other one has a Looking Glass.
Yeah.
Very minor difference. I guess one player has a level counter.
That is indeed a big difference. That also means that RDO is starting to draw cards before Dylan here through the Kingslayer ability, and it also means that he is turn cycling a little bit differently here, right? And kind of a bit ahead of Dylan. Every level counter on Kingslayer for Audiomatic represents 1 more prevention for the possible Coriolis ward on the Majestic Spirit. So, always 1 step ahead, you could say. Or what was the phrase of the avocado guy?
I have no idea. I have no idea where you're going with that one. A Resolute Stand? Free pay Resolute Stand. He's not interesting. He's not paying for it. But why?
Probably because he wants to materialize a Regalia that draws him a card, like a Drawn Blade, and doesn't want to lose any of the cards he has right now in hand. It's 2 Incarnates, Cruxite, and Spirit Blades Sanction.
But if you have Cruxite and 2 Incarnates, why don't you just put down the Incarnate?
Why would you?
You just put down 2 and you only banish 1. And he went into a Terrafring. And Terrafring Gaming. We currently do not have the ability to clear this Cheshire Cat. Dylan has not put cards down. There's no fire cards in memory right now.
He's for sure now activating an Incarnate, right?
I think so. Is he afraid of just dying to like... I mean, what can you even die to? Triple Fireball doesn't even kill you.
1 Fireball is 5 damage, even Triple Fireball is 50 damage, so that's still not enough. would put Audiomatic here to 26, Dungeon Guide 27. Cat would be
You also need
lethal
9
with
cards in
29.
hand for triple fireball, so also unlikely.
Yeah.
And one of them is getting engulfed no matter what. Is he gonna kill the Dungeon Guy? Nope, 3 to face.
Hmm.
We got 1,000,000 cards in hand. Some Cone of Frosts.
On how many durability
lot of
counters are the
Ascensions.
swords actually? Is it 2 for both?
I believe both of them have 2 durability. Neither of them have attacked with it yet.
Hmm. Let's see. 3 down, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7.
Woohoo!
We did it.
Card.
We are summoning the beast.
Without
The
pride.
majestic one.
The prideless beast. The majestic spirit. Who will be killing this cat.
Yow.
Dungeon Guide for 1, let's go.
Damn, putting on the clock here. Audiomatic still has enough cards in hand for a Coriolis ward for 5, so that's pretty good. 2, 4, 6, 7.
Should be at 8, right? Yeah, 1 from DG, 3 from Cat, 4 from Champion.
Yes.
Pretty good. And this is the tourney Terrafrings. Dude, this is actually just a mirror.
What is happening? Not only are those two guys are friends, they are also playing the same board stage.
You ever watched a fighting game called Dragon Ball Z Fighters?
At times I did. A couple games, I
This
think.
just reminds me of when the two players are doing the exact same inputs and they just bounce off of each other and they don't do any damage. That's what this whole match has been. It's just repeating inputs that your opponent took, except slightly delayed.
The slightly delayed part might be a key here. But let's see. We have the reprogram. Is this now the point where Dylan puts down the Nimue and gets rid of the majestic spirit here with a reprogram?
I mean, that'd be pretty good. I would do that if I could. Oh, Nimue? Imperial countermeasure, also a possibility. I don't think Audiomatic has cards in hand, but if he did, right now would be the engulf on the Nimue, right?
Yeah, but he needs 5 cards for that, so that's not possible. Yep. Everybody
he looked at it, he's like, I'm cooked. He's like, okay, man, I guess so.
You want to hear the sad part, though? We both know that Audiomatic is just activating another Incarnate Majesty here.
Dude, we know that Audiomatic is the best actor in all of Grand Archive, pretending like he's sad he lost his majestic spirit. I'm ready for it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna do the thing. Ascension?
Oh, okay.
Ascension's pretty good right now.
He just wants to show his opponent what he has.
Fireball. Flared Iridescence is crazy.
He actually has triple fireball. Oh my lord.
I actually think he can find lethal this turn. So 14 if he plays another one. Cruxite back for another 3 would be 17, and then double Cone of Frost for 12 damage?
That is indeed 12 damage. 23.
And then you attack, and that's lethal.
Lethal.
So you actually don't even need the second Ascension for lethal. You double Cone of Frost, attack with everything, and you win.
Yep.
Right, 4 damage. Or I guess no. Okay, so there's no inert sword. So Cheshire Cat for 1, Dungeon Guide for 1, puts him at 13. Double Cone of Frost is 25, and then you Ascension once and you win the game, or you just attack with the Prismatic Edge.
5 damage on the board. That's putting Dylan to 16, and both Cone of Frosts are 28. That's already enough.
Pretty good. I feel like if you're Dylan, You see the reveal on the prismatic edge? No cards in hand? I'll scoop, man.
Yeah,
I'll scoop. I'm
kind
cooked.
of been chilling.
Yep. It's a tough one for sure. Dude, water is so good right now, guys. Are you guys water believers, or am I just like giga coping? Yep, here comes the Ascension. He has one water. He put down his Cone of Frost.
What?
He's flexing on him. He's gonna Cruxite, play the thing again, and then Cone of Frost him. That's why. He's not gonna double Cone of Frost him. He's gonna double Ascension him and then attack with it.
Okay, yeah, that is certainly a way to close out the game.
It's the same amount of damage, but it's funnier.
You are all about sending messages today, Tyler, aren't you?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a send a message kind of guy. All right, chat. What do you believe in? Do you like to send a message, or do you like to just end the game as fast as possible?
So, if you ask Hank give a goat, his answer will always be send it to close out the game because he needs to go for a smoke.
That's true. That's true. Well, unless it's against certain people. If he ever was in a commanding position against Emp Peter, he would definitely try to send a message.
You think so?
100%. I think Henki's win rate in him is like 0.
Okay.
You got to send a message against your rivals. It makes it more fun. Thinking on the stack still. Dylan has no cards in hand, right? I'm not crazy.
No, Dylan has 0 cards in hand. All his influence went down.
But he has a Terrafring activated?
Yes, he did.
So if he has a Terrafring activated, we definitely should have kept the Cone of Frost in our hand.
Yes. I totally missed that one. But it's still, you 2 times Spirit Blaze Sanction and just use the 2 Cone of Frosts.
Yep. Or instead of the second Ascension, you just attack. Pay 2 and attack. It's like the same number of
It's
cards.
even more damage. But you use more influence for that.
He's going to pass. He had it too. He had it. So let's see. Double Cone of Frost is put down 4. She'll put down 2 extra cards. He'll have 1 less card from the draw. Double Cone of Frost, then pay. No, he had enough cards to play Double Cone of Frost and then pay for the attack. And still Ascension. Because the Ascension was in Wreck, so the first Ascension put him to 14. Mm-hmm. And then the Double Cone of Frost would put him to 26. Mm-hmm. And then you pay 2 and attack, and that's lethal.
And then another Resolute stand for free from Audiomatic here. He is sending so many messages today.
So the reason he plays the Resolute stand for free this time is because he has just enough cards to play an Engulf, I think. Or he has enough cards to play the Coriolis Word for 7. The thing is, I think he might have lost the game off that, actually. Do we know how many cards Dylan has in hand?
I can't really remember. Should be something along the lines of 8.
Because it's Fireball,
Flamed Iridescence,
Flared Iridescence, and then Ephemerate it.
Fireballs are hitting for 7 right now, so...
Flared is 4, right?
Yes, Flared Iridescence is 4 for 2.
Yup. I think Dylan can kill him. Oh, never mind. Not anymore. Okay, so I think what's going to happen is Audiomatic is going to play a Cone of Frost here. And then he's going to try to reverse kill him on the stack, and he's going to get engulfed.
That is how you have to approach the situation here right now. Ooh, Topsy Decree. For possibly Spell Shroud to just not die.
Topsy Decree engulf is pretty good here. And he has another engulf. So now he has to try to... I mean, Flared Fireball is not enough.
You need 2 fireballs and a flared.
Yeah, he needs 17. Doesn't have enough cards in hand. Our game is over.
That is indeed over.
Oh, that was close though. Dylan actually had an opportunity window to win the game, I think. Let's see. So Audiomatic, he would have to, if he goes flared for 4, he can only stop 1 instance of damage with the engulf, so he stops the 7 damage. So he hits him for 8 with the flared, and then the fireballs for another 7, 15. It's not enough. He needs the Ghost of Pendragon attack to go through. If he has the Ghost of Pendragon attack go through, he wins the game. But otherwise, yeah, Audiomatic had it. He definitely had it the turn earlier, though. I'm like not crazy when I say he could have just double Cone of Frosted, right?
No, you're not crazy. I saw that line too, unless we both missed something very crucial here. Very interesting showing of the Water Merlin deck that is actually not running 69 or 67 cards, right?
68,000 cards.
68,000 cards.
I mean,
What?
this one's a nice clean 60, and Andy K would be proud.
Andy K probably is very proud here. One of the members of Weeps of the Shore and the head of organized play, Andy K. If you're at an event and see him, make sure to shake his hand. He probably appreciates it. But it is super interesting, the showing of Water Merlin today with Audiomatic, right?
Yeah, I think he's been doing great so far. I believe he is 4-0 now, which means in theory he's just locked, right?
He is locked for one of the beautiful
if you
invite
choose
cards.
not to play, if you choose not to play for first, you can technically just double ID, right? 402 is like guaranteed.
Yeah.
Feels good to be a winner, right? Feels good to be a winner. All right, chat. I got some questions for you guys. What do you guys feel is the deck that you think is the best currently at the beginning of the RDO meta after the ban of Grimpastish, Baby Green Slime, and Carpson Coda? And then my next question for you is, what deck are you most interested in seeing to see if it's good?
Did you see any Daochan decks that go actually to level 3 right now?
Yeah, but I don't think they're very good right now.
Okay. Well, like the build is not good or the deck itself?
I think the deck doesn't suit what's currently out there right now, but I think the bigger problem I have with it is that it's too one-dimensional, whereas I think a lot of the really strong decks right now are not one-dimensional. Because you're either playing like
killer?
Yeah. So the way to find and close out a game being one-dimensional is really hard unless your deck is very efficient at doing it, right? Because even when you look at Water Aetherwing Diana last season, the main reason it was so strong is because it wasn't one-dimensional. Yes, it's a very attack-focused deck. Yes, you can Giga Brick on the deck, but the biggest aspect of that deck that made it really strong was your ability to have fast speed damage and fairly consistent due to the glimpse. If you got the first glimpse off, your deck is so consistent from there. Right? Being able to play Carpson Coda, and the fact that it's a skill and not a spell, so it gets around Spell Shroud, it like completely ignores Topsy Decree and such. That was one of the main reasons why she was so strong. Right? We look at
How many times did you sit there and had to grit your teeth because you got double or triple coded?
It's like it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, like CL is also a deck that performs really well for that reason. So CL's kill lines are the fact that you have really aggressive ways to find fast damage when it comes to your omens, whether that's for Awakening or just like your end step or Mancho Memoir. You also have Beguiling Coup, which is like the best attack you could possibly have because it does everything. It basically has unblockable. You can target your opponent's omens if you have it too.
That is the funny
and you get to make omens. Yeah, so if your opponent goes heavy swing, you can go Beguiling Coup, target your heavy swing. My Beguiling Coup is going to go into omens. Your heavy swing is no longer an omen. I'm going to activate it.
This is such a nasty line. I only had the chance to do this once at a local. But it's so funny because no one expects it.
Yeah, there's just a lot of lines. The more flexible your kill lines are, the better I think your deck performs in the meta usually. As long as you have some sort of engine. You need some sort of base engine. So like Merlin's base engine is every other turn you draw a card and you gain plus power. CL's engine is like level 2 fixes your hand, and then level 3 does damage every single turn as long as you have a graveyard. You can technically discard from hand too for omens, but it's not that great.
Going minus influence for 2 unpreventable damage is most of the time not the trade-off you want to have.
Yeah, and then Jin has like Berserker's Plate.
Jin having all those drawing areas is a super strong draw to him as a champion and also as a deck per se. And until very recently, he was just lacking some oomph in areas to make him more of a choice, right? If you look at all the influence that those decks accumulate very quickly, it's not only Jin, but one of the decks that does it is Jin. You might even be able to just activate your ultimate in a standard game and just run away with it if you are lucky.
Yeah, there's like it's just so interesting, right? When you look at all the different like engines and the different ways that decks operate in this game, it makes me enjoy the concept of deck building. Like I get that some things will be weaker, and I'm okay with that. Eventually, everything will get something.
Yeah.
Whether that makes them like competitively viable, I don't know, but it at least makes them playable and fun.
If we think about it, every deck basically now has access to the Benediction Angel and Escape the Wreckage as some sort of a small engine, right? If you are running advanced element cards, if you have in the wind element, you can even increase your engine part with windmills and reclaims. In fire, you can throw in cremations and creative shocks. What I have? Primordial Ritual and also the angels for that matter.
Yeah, Fractal Waves now. That's a really good one.
Yeah. So
I mean, in water, you have a lot of float converters in general, right? When we look at like generic stuff, you have 4 of diamonds plus bolt of diamonds plus diamond ribbon now. That's like technically an engine.
It is indeed technically an engine. Yeah.
Because diamond ribbon is arguably uninteractable, right?
Yeah. Diamond ribbon is very uninteractable unless you don't have at the point where you materialize it not enough influence to activate the ability. Other than that, it's not very interactable at all. Just like backup Jar Jar GCR or all those regalias that you banish to do the thing.
Yeah, it's the beauty of Proxy Vault too, right? Like you look at the base engines for each element, then you go, okay, what's the engine for the champion? And if the champion has a bad engine or needs help, being able to close out games or something like that, then you're able to. Weebs is able to create these Proxy Vault cards that they use to kind of rebalance the champions, and we see adjustments to them, right? Like Arsana had hers changed. I won't say it was nerfed. I think changed is very reasonable. I think going to a 1-cost Regalia is actually a buff in some cases. A nerf in others.
Depending on the matchup, it is a buff. You're correct.
Yeah, and then we look at like Alice, right? Like Alice's mantle just got buffed.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't performing. They said, hey, we added this to the game. We thought it would be really cool. It's not doing very well. We're going to buff it.
Yeah. That is one of the very cool parts of Grand Archive, right? That you have those Proxy Vault cards that just get changed with every iteration to make it do something for the deck that they want to support. That is so cool to see. One of the mainstays in the meta, I would say, is also Clarent Reimagined, right?
True, Clarent is a really good example.
It was roughly 1 year ago when the card got introduced, right?
I believe it's been a little bit longer. But very close. Because I know
it was announced during the Nationals in EU when Manila was happening. Or was it Manila or Jakarta? Can't remember.
It was Manila because Hachiko played against a Lorraine player, I think, that had Clarent at the time.
That got announced during the event in the keynotes.
Or no, it wasn't Manila, it's Kuala Lumpur. That's what it was.
See, I can't do the geographics here.
Oh, it was actually after that. This player did not have Clarent on their deck at the time. So it's been less than a year. Because that ascent was exactly 1 year ago and 1 day.
Oh.
It was April 26th.
Okay. I see you have all the notes down. Did you take screenshots? Because in the beginning you said you can just remember numbers when you take screenshots.
I have ascent information a lot of ascent information memorized because of hosting. Whenever I do interviews, I tend to look up a player's Fractal of Insight and then gather data on what they like to play, what their play styles are, deck building stuff, if they play decks that other people have suggested them and stuff like that. And then I kind of work backwards from there.
That is interesting. Now we also get a small glimpse into the work of a host.
True. There's a lot of little things that go into it. I think looking at people's Fractal of Insight data is really, really cool. You get to see a lot about how players like to play, whether they're very meta focused or they really like to play one style of deck or one champion, stuff like that. A lot of cool stuff.
Pretty cool. Anything else that you can share with us that the host, that the position of a host is entitling to? I'm pretty interested in it, and probably some people in the audience might be too.
I think it's hard to say because a lot of it's really personality based. It's based on your personality and what you want to make it. Because when you're hosting, the show is a lot more about you and the director working together to create a vision. And I think that you need to have a vision of how you want things to turn out and how you want things to look. And then you discuss that with your team, or amongst your team, and then you guys decide what the vision is and you work from there. I think one of the big thing is some people will tell you that you need a certain level of ego to be able to do kind of front-facing jobs like this. I actually think it's really important to not necessarily have ego, but to have confidence in your own abilities, but to be able to be flexible and work around with other people. I think it's one of the hardest things that people struggle with nowadays is being flexible enough to work on other people's schedules and with other people's limitations. And then obviously communication is a big one. As long as you communicate with your team, you can generally figure out just about anything.
So being a people person is for sure a skill that is needed in the host section, right?
I think it's a huge benefit. I don't know if I would say it's absolutely necessary, but meeting people through like Merlin's marketplace, like lots of like trading transactions or casting and talking to people at events and going to regionals and stuff like that, it's definitely made the host role easier. If I want to like make a piece of content or something, I can go. There's a lot more people that I can go up to and be like, hey, I already have rapport with you. You know, we've talked before. Are you willing and available to make a piece of content with me? I need this much of your time, right? People are less willing to do that with someone you've never talked to before and never met before. But if you have that rapport already, it does help a lot.
Yeah, it makes getting into contact with people also easier. If you know someone who knows someone, they can just recommend or you hook you up in a certain way. That is for sure something these days that is very helpful to just know people and interact with them in a friendly manner most of the time, I hope.
I do think, I guess, the one piece of underrated advice that I can give, and this may not necessarily be advice, but just something that I've experienced, is not being part of a team or having any form of a team affiliation. And also building rapport with people has led to when I ask a team or players, hey, what are you going to be on for this event? We already have that mutual like friend DA where it's like, I will not divulge any information until you guys are playing on stream or something, right? Until the availability to talk about your deck list where other people can see it as well is viable, right? Having that kind of like early or insider information really does help when you're in a role where you need to either interview players teammates, or if you're casting, it's also really relevant.
I can tell. At times I'm really sitting here a little bit confused because I have not seen some strategies or cards in decks. So I can just attest to that this helps by a lot.
Yeah,
and also this integrity, building it up, that people trust you in this capacity is a very huge testament to how trustworthy the person you're talking to is, in this case you, and also how much people in general trust the people they talk to, right?
Yeah, you have to give up a lot for it though. I will tell you that. Not being part of a team and living in a region where there's nowhere to play, it kind of just naturally worked for me because I just felt like I have no team affiliations or anything regardless. I'm just friends with a lot of people.
Mm.
So being like, hey, you know, I have no one to divulge your deck list to. I don't even play the game. I'm not competing. You know, the little things kind of add up in that regard. But
yeah,
I think we are probably wrapping up the end of round 4 here. Big shout out, congratulations to Audio Medic for the 4-0. It's going to be locked in for that. We'll try to bring you guys some pretty cool matchups here, but we'll be looking to go to a break pretty shortly here. But before that, I want to just shout out the sponsors again. So we have ENDGAME, TCG.ca. If you guys are looking for some new sets of sleeves, you can use code TRUE10. Get a discount there as well if you're looking for singles. CORETCG, one of the bigger, better, greater stores out there for getting cards. They have literally everything. I swear to God, they have everything. It's pretty good.
We
So
can hook you up.
yeah, if they don't, you know, it restocks eventually. But you guys can also use code TRUE10 there if you're looking for singles for Grand Archive. But without further ado, Gerrit, I think we're gonna send it off, and we'll be back with round 5 shortly.
Be in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the RDO Michigan Regional hosted by yours truly, True Champion Gaming. My name is Gerrit and I'm now here again once more with Valkyrie. How are you doing, Valk?
I'm doing well, Garrett. Thank you very much for introducing me back here to the caster screen. And, some unfortunate news for everyone watching. If you guys are a fan of Garrett, this is going to be his last round casting with us. So, it's been a long day going. You've done a great job here, and we got just one more round to go together. Me and you back at it again, the dynamic duo. We should actually come up with partner names. We could be like the Draw Two or something.
Yeah, we for sure have the Draw 2 energy here. Is this not the Draw 2 podcast? I'm not sure.
The Draw 2. But yes, we're getting ready to go into our round 5. And we just got done through the Merlin machines, right? We had a couple Merlins in a row. We'll see if Merlins are still at that top table or if we're going to get, something else, something new, something fresh. If you had to see a deck, any deck, choose a deck. Which one would you want to see here?
Okay, Tristan, why not? Do we
What
have even
elements?
any Tristan here? Water Tristan,
Water.
of course. But the same list you wanted to send me a couple hours ago.
Ah, yes. I don't even know if we have Tristan. Do we? Let's see.
We probably have at least one or two somewhere.
We have no Tristan decks here.
Okay, let's go with Tenoris then.
Tenoris?
Tenoris is
Alrighty.
one of the decks that recently came out of nowhere and surprising us all with what the deck actually can accomplish. It just floods your board with all kinds of nasty tokens, duplicates them, and then says, swipe your board for 30. And you sit there and do what?
Archon Broadsword is a really good card, comes to find out.
It is a good card. On a more serious side, the Tenoris deck is one of the more sturdy meta decks. As soon as you establish a level 3 board, usually, it is very hard to combat. And what the deck tries to do in the first few iterations that we have seen is it plays the water base element. So you have the Fractal of Waves, Song of Frost, maybe Storm of Thorns, some defensive tools available. You go up to level 3 and then you use the Umbra cards. No one knows. The Umbra cards, oh my lord, where I am. The Neos cards, no one knows what they do. Most of the time, you want to establish the Iron Fork Shield Halo. Is that the name?
The new domain.
Yeah, but it is basically a free reserve cost domain with 3 durability at the end of your turn. You get 1 additional durability counter on it for 2 tokens up to 2. So basically you go from 3 durability to 5 to 7 and so on. What the domain actually does is it says every other unit takes 2 less damage from every source. And with some other cards, you are able to set up a board state where you are kind of locking your opponent out of the possibility of dealing damage to anything. It is very, very nasty.
Yes, I've seen an Iron Halo on the field with a Hector, which prevents 4, along with the Throne Sentinel, which also has taunt. So Iron Halo prevents the 2 for the Throne Sentinel, and Hector prevents the 4, and Sentinel has taunt, so you can't attack into the Iron Halo. Just creates a really a rough locked board state. It would be really cool to see. Tenoris was one of those decks, or I should say Neos in general, has only really ever had a level 3 game plan that was viable, but it was hard to get to that point. You died a lot to aggro or a lot of these more aggressive level 3 decks. So I feel like with the introduction of RDO and angelic channeling on some of these special angels, the imbue angels, really helps Tony to actually become a playable deck and make it to level 3 with enough influence and resources to play some of your really cool Neos.
Oh boy, we are in for a ride with our next matchup here. We are having a Fire CL deck versus a good old trusty Fire Serene Luxem. That is going to be amazing. One of the players we know the name already of, that's Rex Kanin, one of the admins of Merlin's Marketplace. And ooh, turns out I'm wrong. We are not having a CL, but more of a Sylvie. Let's go. It's Tank versus Rex Cannon here. It's fires. It's wind slimes. Wind slimes. Oh my lord. Valkyrie, how much at home do you feel here right now?
Oh my gosh, it is I'm shivering. I'm quaking right now. I'm excited. Wind Slimes is actually a really, really cool concept just because you gain access to Galebind, and they're actually running one of my favorite advanced element slimes that came out, which is the Fabricator slime. Just the concept of being able to make tons of little baby boys on the field and using them for your own like devious plans is so cool. I wish it didn't have class bonus on that card and you could play it in Tony because it would be so much fun.
You are one hell of a guy, Valkyrie. But it is interesting to see how the slimes versus fires and a matchup fares. Back in the day, it was more of a, yeah, we are playing slimes, so it was usually norm slimes, and it more or less run over most Luxem decks with the board pressure that it produced. Let's see how the tides have turned and what the wind brings here for this Wind Sylvie deck versus Fire Serene Luxem Zenda. Do you have any predictions here for us, Valkyrie?
I predict 2-0 slimes coming up. I think Fire
Okay.
Zender is very strong, but it may not have that oomph anymore thanks to the unbanning of Baby Gray. That's exactly what slimes needed to sort of help the early game here. And here we are. Just that's a Baby Silver. Now it's gonna be confusing seeing which one's which on.
Which one is which, Mr. Slime Boy?
uh, hey, I'm not a slime enjoyer. I didn't play slimes back in the days. I'm just replaying slimes now to help get Baby
Okay.
Gray back banned. That is the is the concept of it. Why I'm enjoying the slimes right now. We want to
Okay,
see
okay,
that
okay.
go.
At least you have a mission.
Yes.
I can support the mission here. Not the approach, but the mission, for sure.
We should also mention both these players are sitting at 3-1, so this is an important round to win here, as that 4-win mark is going to be sneaking you into that top 16.
But the players don't need to fret too much because if they are losing this one, there is one more chance because 5-1. Then never mind. I'm just a clown. I should rename myself to Dungeon Clown, just like the emoji.
Ooh, we see a Sylvie level up here, Fluffy Shopkeep. We're banishing. It's curious. Fluffy is one of those cards that a lot of Sylvie decks are starting to run, just because when you do like level up into Wild Whisper, Whispering Wilds, and you get that buff counter on Fluffy Shopkeep, a 2/4 Interceptor is actually very strong.
And it's hard to get rid of. You will be protected for quite some time. The threshold that needs to be climbed from 3 defense to 4 is so much huger.
We're going
Let's
straight
see.
to here for Rex. Sort of just Xander things, getting that thieving cut. And I can almost guarantee you here, Gerrit, we're gonna put 2 down, prep that thieving cut, and go in.
Go
For,
again.
I lied.
Oh. I mean, two things can be true at the same time, right?
It is true, but I think I guess you're right. Yeah, you dungeon guide, keep the thieving cut, then you put your 2 Luxem cards down. and go from there. But oh, we have Rex remembering Lost Providence at level 3. Very important to note here.
He's
Looks
so
like
much better than I am.
put down Thieving Cut. We have Excalibur, we have a Topsy Decree, and we have a Lightweaver's Assault. I'm really contemplating here. Do we remove that baby silver off the field and give Tang that draw? Nope, opting into just passing here. Tang going into level 2. It's very rare we get to see Sylvie draw 2. Oh, no. I'll touch back on that banish here real quick after I finish the thought. But it's really rare for Sylvie to draw 2 off of her level 2 effect. And it feels so good when you're able to just get the draw 1, since most people usually just remove your animals before the level up here. But back to that banish, 2 Imperious Gelbines gone. That is so unfortunate because that's one of the main reasons why you play Wind, Gerrit. You want to play Gelbines.
I mean, it's a exalted card that says basically suppress 3 things, and if you are a good player, you get to draw 3 cards, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what the card does?
Or it also does say double Storm Slime on your turn if you so want.
Oh. I see. And here we see the Excalibur Cleansing Light on the Ethereal Slime that just got buffed up and was very juicy with the 2 additional buff counters for the Sylvie Slime Sovereign on enter ability. That is pretty huge, and this removes so much pressure from the board here right now for Rex Cannon. And Tang putting down the Lustrous Slime, buffing it up by 1. So all his little friends will be secured behind the big slimy guy.
The big slime, and shout out to that slime cyclone. Say that 3 times fast. In the memory for Tang.
I can't.
That is definitely a tongue twister. But I really like that card as well because it's just, you get a free baby slime every turn. Rex going to Xander reveal trigger here. I know there's a Lightweaver's Assault. And a thieving cut, or not a thieving cut, a gleaming cut.
Gleaming card says draw 2 more cards, and did he find something very useful? We will see.
Wait, Gerrit, what does gleaming cut do?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked, Valkyrie. It says banish Gleaming Cut, draw 2 more cards into your hand.
Yes.
That is certainly a card of all cards. So we are still pre-recollection, and it seems like Rex was debating on activating a couple cards still. We see a exploit vulnerability here. Is he prepping it? Okay, he's just opting to cycle.
Cycle, no prep. I was expecting maybe a prep to remove that lustrous slime, but you only have Xander on the field as a unit to be chosen. So if you don't have a mercenary blade, or you could use a thieving cut to go in, but I think you're only at 1 prep counter left, and you can't prep the exploit and prep the thieving cut at the same time.
Okay, so for Rex, the goal here right now with 2 Lightweaver's Assaults in hand is to just draw a couple more cards to go up to the threshold of 10, 11 cards, depending on what interaction he expects, maybe a couple more, and then just nuke Tang here out of his place with 2 Lightweaver Assaults right away, because 2 of them activated in, so how the sequencing works is you activate Lightweaver's Assault, put 4 down, hold priority, or opportunity rather, and activate the second one. That means both Lightweaver Assaults will resolve and check for the amount of cards you have in your memory and deal that amount of damage. In this case, with the baseline, it will be 2 times 8 damage because you have 8 cards in your memory. That is a big amount of damage coming out of nowhere.
Is a lot. The magic number is 10 influence for a lot of damage here. We even have access to this Luxera's map on our next turn. So if we want to find some healing, we could get a Luxem Sight, or just get super aggressive with a third Lightweavers, even opting into a Gleaming Cut as well, which for just more deck filtration. So a lot of really good options here for Rex.
What Rex probably just did is putting down 2 of the Lightweaver's assaults to have more chip damage, and here we see them. This is most likely just a going phase here.
That or removing the ethereal slime off the field. It looks like you are right. 4-2 Sylvie's noggin. Getting a little bit of a headache there from Sylvie being domed on top.
I think this is already enough influence. Now we are just cracking the Luxera's map to get maybe even one more Lightweaver's assault out.
Looks like we just found the first card, which appeared to be a Gleaming Cut. Going in for opting the draw more cards. And yeah, if you survive this next turn, the Xander reveal trigger into the Gleaming Cut is just going to secure the game. You'll be at that magical 10 influence to double Lightweaver's Assault and close it out here. The question is, does Tang have those Storm Slimes waiting in the wings to try and sneak this one through?
What's his influence right now? I'm kind of bad at looking at it.
His influence is 8 right
Ah.
now. He has 8, so with the Gleaming Cut, he'll go to 10, and then draw for turn to be 11, which would be enough influence.
You are correct. But this game looks like it's getting to a close very shortly here.
Oh, Tang actually opting in for the Covenant of Thorns on this Lustrous Slime. So Rex going to have to remove that big slime off the field before Sylvie's going to take any more damage. But you're okay with that, as you can just put those Lightweaver Assaults down pre-recollection to get that initial damage to really help make your way through that slime life.
Let's see what Rex is plotting here with his next materialization phase. He's probably finding another card that says pay 3, draw a card into memory, right?
Oh
Right?
yeah, like Insignia, Primsire Scepter. Looks like we're opting for the
Primsire Scepter.
Insignia.
And the Insignia is not a card that actually draws him, but it gives him a prep counter, so it's not to be underestimated right now. Especially if we have seen cards like Exploit Vulnerability. And Valkyrie, did you see a pattern here?
A pattern?
Yeah, we are drawing 2 more cards right now.
You're right. When we banish this Gleaming Cut, we get to draw 2 cards into our hand. Hopefully they're good ones, but it doesn't really matter at this point because of our Lightweaver combo coming through. Looks like Angelic Channeling and that. But 4 damage off the reveal triggers from the Lightweaver's Assault to that Lustrous Slime is 2 more damage, and it can be removed off the field. One thing to note, Tang has 2 cards left in hand, and he has specifically been keeping a Slime Shield in the wings, just for that little bit added protection.
Let's see if what I hope is happening. Ooh, Sadie, here we have.
Ooh, I really like this. A Slime Shield to protect the Lustrous Slime, preventing Rex from getting that agility. Oh, what a great play. That Slime Shield coming in handy now, saving Tang from just losing the game at that agility trigger. Rex is gonna try and opt into doing something else about this slime. Yep, the thieving cut into the lustrous slime to at least draw a card back.
And also removing the lustrous slime here. Oh, it has 2 buff counters. I just
Slime Shield
didn't
gives it a
pay
buff
enough
counter.
attention.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't Slime Shield?
That
So
is
slime...
the map thrown off by the slime shield.
Slime Shield prevents 3 and buffs the slime and buffs the unit if it is a slime ally. So Sadie's attacked in for 2, Slime Shield prevented 2, Thieving Cut for 3, Slime Shield prevents 1, and the slime ends up just taking 2.
And
Oh,
here
and
we have a couple more reveals. So what now is happening, Rex is clearing off the board here with 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 cards. That means he gets to distribute 9 damage freely on the board, however he pleases. 1 damage on the lustrous, 3 from the to the ethereal, 4 to the fluffy, so we are at 7, 8.
so we technically have 11, right? Because we get the reveal trigger from the Lightweaver's Assault, and
Yes,
then the 9 from the activated. So
that is correct.
it looks like we 2 damage into Lustrous, 3 into Ethereal, 4 into Fluffy, and the last remaining 2 into the Dungeon Guide. Not wanting to remove that baby silver slime has pretty much denied Tang a card this whole game. Turn 1 play that still hasn't generated value.
No need to generate value if you can just chop down on your opponent, right? That is valuable enough in my books. And Tang suddenly here in a very good position right now, with being able to get out the Gaia's Blessing, one of my most loved cards, if I dare say. And here we have a Terracide, giving Tang another card, and also acting as like a reoccurring GCR.
Dig in with this, scout the lands, not finding a Storm Slime anywhere. They are hiding deep in that deck right now. We saw off to scout the Slime Shield, 2, I believe, slime parties, or the norm slime that creates 2 little tokens.
We saw for sure 2 norm slimes, a slime shield and a lustrous slime.
I want to call it Slime Family, but I don't think that's quite right. We're gonna get Slime Shield off the top there, and revealing.
And here we have baby gray slime. Amazing.
That's a good card, I heard.
It is. I love cards that actually translate to virtually +1. And another baby gray on top.
Drawing that slime here, using 2 slime oh, it's happening again. Slime cyclones. Sort of as they imbue for that baby gray, which is super cool to see. Lustrous Slime is now coming in. This is going to be a big Lustrous Slime. Unfortunately for Tang is that the Lightweaver's Assault just goes right on top of it, but 4 counters for it. That's a 5/9 Lustrous Slime. That is a meatball if I've ever seen one.
A meatball? Does it have sauce and spaghettis with it?
It's a sauceless meatball.
Sure, let's go with that one. Rex actually being in a very tough situation here with only one Lightweavers in his memory and not many avenues to close out the game here.
Oh, I love this play, Gerrit. You get Chalice of Blood, and then you target yourself with your Lightweaver's Assault to push you over 20, so you get to do the draw 2 off the Chalice of Blood. It's so fun. And luck, so
It
when your
is
opponents leave you like
indeed.
just barely enough, and you're like, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, let me just do that. Oh, did we see another gleaming cut? And a turbo charge here. Drawing 2 more cards. I think Rex certainly understands how the game properly is played with drawing all those 2 cards.
The more we draw, the better we do. I like to stand by that word and method. I think we see an Uncover the Plot in hand too.
And a Regal Inquisition too. Is that a useful card right now? I'm not sure.
It is gonna be. I think Rex is just needing to find a way to close this out. We see Topsy's in hand. A lot
Creative
of
Shock into. Did he find anything? Not really, as it seems. Lightweaver, Sadie.
only one yellow card still in hand. Not finding what you need, but talk about influence. Rex has gone. 10 was a magical number. I think we're getting close to 20 here.
He's
And all Rex needs to do is find that second Lightweavers.
influence-wise, he's going from 0 to hero for sure. So what Tang now is probably aiming to is attacking Rex so that he is forced to release his spirit and losing the element of fire here. And as close as we are getting to a lethal situation for Rex, he might just be throwing down the Lightweaver's Assault, hoping to draw with the Gleaming card he has. I believe the leftmost card or the second leftmost card into another Lightweaver's Assault.
Second most left?
Yeah, in his memory.
Oh.
That was the part I was missing. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here we have it.
Just activating that Lightweaver's Assault during the attack declaration of Ethereal Slime. We have Gleaming Cut,
Ooh, a
Luxem
Luxem side too.
Oh, just clearing the board with this Lightweaver's Assault. That is a lot happening here. Recovering the 3, removing the allies, and being able to draw an additional 2. Very slow and calculated gameplay here, Gerrit, from Rex. We were talking about like these aggressive lines he could have taken to try and close out the game, but really just stopping Tang in everything they do.
He's certainly not from Texas. But it is indeed a very calculated play here, and also keeping the angelic channeling still in hand. You could, for example, cycle the Regal Inquisition here out of your memory just to increase the quality of cards in your memory.
I think we're hanging on to the channelings just to help imbue a Topsy decree if needed, perhaps.
Maybe. I'm curious to see if Rex decides to just add the Sadie back to hand in his recollection phase, because she's not going anywhere with the lustrous slime still being a thing.
That is true, just sort of plus back on your own influence.
I just spotted a creative shock again in his hand, so might just not do it here.
Alrighty, Tang just developing, gets board wiped once, more slimes. Board wiped a second time, guess what? More slimes.
I mean, that's how you play the game, right?
Oh, yes, indeed.
You're sliming your way to victory. I think Rex might just feel like a protagonist of a certain anime where he slayed 1,000 years long slimes to level up.
We're gonna just creatively shock that idea and draw 2. Unfortunately, we do have to discard 1. And we
Both are
are
not cards you want to discard at all.
Striking Illuminance and Excalibur. I think we discard Excalibur here. Nope, I lied. We discard Striking Illuminance, keeping that up.
So
Alrighty.
the thought is probably you just discard the Striking Illuminance here because you need to get rid of the Lustrous Slime beforehand, and if you get to Excalibur, the Lustrous Slime, you have a chance with your Photonic Blade here to just deal a little bit more damage.
Oh yeah,
Because
that is
every
very
time
true.
you recover, you get a refinement counter on the Photonic Blade, and the Photonic Blade is a 3/2 Luxem weapon that says every time you recover, put a refinement counter on it, and for every refinement counter, you get +1 attack.
Ooh, that's one of the new RDO weapons for Luxemzander. Another way for him to close out the game. So it's really cool to see some of these new cards actually in action here for Rex. And are we just gonna Excalibur this slime now, or do we save that for next turn?
So if you ask me as like the person I am, right? Excalibur, get rid of it, and just hit face. That's what I would do, yeah. And your Sadie could even try to pick off one of the baby silvers, grays, one or the other.
The silvers. Those are the silver kind. They are easily and often mistaken as baby grays. I'll have you know.
Oh, is that the flavor they come in, or is this just the flavor text they have?
That's the flavor text they have. Yeah.
Are you actually a Lore Master 3000?
I am. Thank
Oh,
you. And speaking of lore, the Luster Slime no longer has any, as it was blasted and removed off the face of this battlefield with an Excalibur, a cleansing light, and now Xander coming in with a Pret Thieving Cut, gonna draw that card, help cycle. Looking for that extra Light Weaver's Assault. We've already gone 2 away. And do we try to find that third? A Regal Inquisition. We're gonna look at what Tang's working with here.
He gets to keep everything. Okay, interesting. Oh, he throws away everything.
Are we going for the mill out plan then? For the amount of cards Tang has cycled through?
Maybe.
Now is given double Storm Slimes to Tang, which means Rex either has to win on this turn or keep up at Topsy Decree. Oh, a Regal again. So smart.
That is very funny.
That's 2 Storm Slimes gone. One of Tang's main win conditions. Tang only 3 cards left in that deck, looking quite thin.
We have a third one.
Houston, do I hear a third Regal? We do not. We have Sadie channeling Topsy.
Okay.
But we have nothing to stop this double Storm Slime, do we?
It's only one Storm Slime, right?
No, he drew the last 2 here off that last Regal.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Did we miscount? So recover for 6, put a 11 Storm Slime is 3, 4, 5 in banishment. So 10, 21 plus swing in. I think that's going to be lethal here.
That looks certainly like a lot of damage for sure.
If I did the math, I think that is a 4, 5. Lineage release go to 12. And then we'll go ahead and take 4 damage from the slimes. Swing in for 3.
Okay,
19.
4 damage is not too bad.
And then that second Storm Slime, Stormy Boy. Yeah, there is 1 card shy of the top C. 3 cards shy
Ooh.
of removing Tang's complete deck from the game. What a close game one. Tang on Wind Slime Sylvie, though, taking it 1-0 against Rex Cannon on the Serene Fire Luxemzander. Gerrit, let's go ahead and look at sideboards. What are we bringing in?
For sure. I think for Tang, one of the best cards to bring in is the Stifling Gaia. And that's probably even it. Maybe a Quicksilver Grade to have access to the Covenant of Thorns on fast speed, but that's really it. Or do you have other thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think Geyer, Grail, Psychopomp Scales not really needed, I guess. Yeah, no, not really needed against Xander. And then Twilight Slime, unfortunately, doesn't really stop a lot of Xander's damage, as Lightweaver's Assault is a skill.
That is
Right?
correct.
Yeah.
Let's look at Rex Cannon's sideboard here. He has a couple of very interesting choices. Just to name like the 2 things that stand out by a lot are Shadow's Claw and Dusk-like Communion. Who does remember the good old Dusk-like Communion into Shadow's Claw?
This was the meta play back in the days. It was people would have Dustlight Communions and 1 Umbra card just to try and counteract these slimes. Because with Dustlight Communions on enter, depending if you banish an Asher or an Umbra card from your material deck, you gain an effect. With Umbra, it's your opponent's champion get -1 level. And conveniently enough, all of the slimes that these decks run are typically Pride 3. And you'll be locked at level 2. And during the time, the meta was for slime players to have a beast spawn ears to counteract this. Now that has been cut out of almost every slime deck, as they are not really used to running against that anymore. So if Rex is able to find this Dust-like Communion, it will completely shut off Tang's advanced element slimes.
Funnily enough, I think the advanced element slimes are not that much of a threat right now, as more so the tiny allies that just swarm aboard. Because as we saw in game 1, the lustrous slime just protecting all the small little slimy babies was good enough, certainly, for most part. Right?
That is true. If you build enough 1/1 slimes, you can tackle any challenge.
You can tackle any, yeah, for sure. And you might even climb trees. But one of the reasons why Luxem Xander versus Slimes was historically a not so great matchup for Xander is because the board goes very wide very quickly, and Xander can't really deal with that very efficiently. So establishing a wide board early on is for sure one of the ways to victory for Slimes here. And here we see just a good old Keiki Forest from Tang to draw 1 more card. Why is it only 1 card, Valkyrie?
Well, I feel like if it was 2 cards, Forest Cake would be way too strong.
Would you say the opponent is cooked?
Yeah, 100%. Baked even.
Ooh, Hansel and Gretel. Someone is getting pushed in the oven.
Hansel and Gretel D. We went turn first materialization backup charger for Rex. And do we have the turbocharge? No, we have something better than
And
turbocharge.
here we have it with Dusk-like Communion. Both champions now get -1 level, and Tang is like, wait, what? Funnily enough, he has 4 scatter essence in the sideboard, and I doubt he actually put them in right now.
That is true, but seeing this now, you will definitely be bringing them in for game 3 if you do lose this one. A Dust-like Communion against slimes that you're not prepared for is still pretty difficult to fight through. You are going to have to go very wide with your little allies, so I wonder if Tang is going to try and shake up the strategy here and maybe not aggressively level up and instead just play the aggro game plan.
But those baby slimes are super cute. Can they even be aggro, Valkyrie?
They can. The smaller and cuter things are, the angrier they become.
Okay. I will note that down somewhere. This is probably the line that will be written on my tombstone.
What animal is going to take the buff counter from Sylvie? It's potentially a limitless slime. It is going to be. Do you want to know why?
I was about to say, the limitless slime has to actually get the buff counters here to be a threat. It's kind of funny that it is not even a floating memory right now, is it?
It is. It's class bonus floating memory at level 1.
Bonus.
Yeah, and level 2 is when it gets the kind of buff, and then at level 3. Oh no, you're right. It doesn't even have floating memory. The Dusklight.
Yeah.
You're correct on that one. See, it's been so long since we've had the Dusklight. It's wild. Who knew having level restrictions and then a card that interacted with levels would put such dampening on things.
It is very interesting to see those older cards resurface these days. It's also a very interesting card to play against Vanitas, if you think about it, right? Because all those horses require you to have actually Pride 3, so that means your champion need to be level 3.
Oh, that's right. He's shut off the Vanitas forces as well.
And I would suspect that the Dusklight is more of a choice versus Vanitas here than versus Slimes, actually. And here we have Dungeon Guide from Tang to go to level 2, so he will be drawing 1 more card. And it was Imperious Galebind, was it?
It was Imperious Galebind. Banished once more.
He has another Dungeon Guide, ooh.
Are we double Dungeon Guiding?
No, right? Because then you can't activate a cool, fancy-looking slimy ball from your hand again.
That is true. Unless we have 5 in hand, right? But no, just passing the turn. Creative Shock, discarding. And I think we're going to try and just eat this float here with our Thurible, paying 3. Yep. And let's see if Rex is going to have to respond to this just to try and save that floating memory. Tang should have just put all cards down in memory for this Thurible. No reason to keep that 1 card. But Rex just saying, yep, that's good.
It seems like that the card he has in hand right now are so crucial to his game plan that he doesn't want to afford to lose them.
And
here we have
a lot of sense.
Him leveling up to Zender level 2. Now we have the on enter on the stack that says on enter you gain 2 prep counter, and if you so wish you can remove a prep counter and get a assassin action or attack card from your graveyard back to hand. what usually happens is exactly what we have seen. People use it to activate a card beforehand that cycles. So in this case, exploit vulnerability that draws you a card, goes to graveyard, and then you just return it to your hand to draw one more card. So you basically drew 2 cards.
You just said my favorite words.
It's so lovely.
Rex DJing to 3 here. A very strong position to be in. Still plenty of healthy influence in hand. We have Lost Providence now as well. No Lightweaver's Assault like last game, but we do have that Excalibur. Very important, because that's what stopped that Ethereal Slime that first time on Tang's turn.
He also has one of the very interesting more techie cards against Tang here in his hand, that is Planted Explosives. Because you activate it in response to the on-enter of the Ethereal Slime, because it then is then only a 4/4, and the prepared Planted Explosives will be dealing 4 damage to an Ethereal Slime. So the threat is not there anymore.
It is a dealable threat. Neutralized threat is probably the proper term for that.
I'm just not sure if you even need to neutralize this type of threat at all, if it comes down.
Oh yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting about the -1 level. It is it is one of those things that is just like blowing my mind, that I'm so it's been such a long time since we've had to consider it. And it's like the pride never matters until it does, right?
Yeah. It's almost like element restrictions in graveyard.
Yeah, yeah.
I lost more than one game due to me forgetting that my opponent can't grab a card from his graveyard because he doesn't have wind element cards for cyclical breeze. But you live, you learn, right?
Right.
That was a very interesting line that we just saw from Rex here, because the Kohazi Insignia has not only the line of pay 3 rested to get a preparation counter, but also it says if your influence is 6 or less and you activate a prepared card and prepare it, you get to draw 1 card into your memory. So what he basically did was draw 2 cards from the exploit vulnerability here, actually, for the small cost of 1 preparation counter.
That's sort of a build your own draw too.
Yeah. It certainly doesn't come up that often, but it is a very neat way of having an interaction like that.
Oh, more and more exploits. They're everywhere. Keep coming in.
He is
and
for
through.
sure exploiting all his ways here.
No Lightweaver though. Oh, we did find one Lightweaver.
We find one. Luckily, with 2 Luxem sites in hand, you have a little bit of breathing room. So
Covenant of Thorns on this dungeon guide. Unfortunately, it's not a big buff luster slime like last time. Just gonna respond to that Covenant of Thorns though by Excaliburing it. It's not an issue if you remove it off the field.
Dang, with a somewhat decent board here with 2 limitless slimes, with 2 buff counters each here. And here we see the Ethereal Slime. Is he just cycling cards here?
Yeah, I think this is just a cycle. You want to try and find a Storm Slime. Effectively swinging in 3, 3. It should be 4 for those limitless, because they are level 2, so you get +1/+2.
Let's see another. Look, Sarah's map.
Korhazi putting in a. I think this double Luxem site is going to be the bane of Tang here, right? You're dealing 8 on your turn, and your opponent's recovering 2. So effectively, you're like just barely putting damage that sticks. And all Rex needs is an uncover the plot or just activate that Lightweaver's Assault to remove those 2 slimes and recover 6. And I think that just will spell the end of this game too.
For sure, 2 Luxem sides in combination with a Lightweaver's Assault is a pretty strong line that gives you a lot of breathing room. And a play I personally haven't seen coming was the Vanitas into sacrificing the Ethereal Slime here with 3 buff counters, so that's pretty neat. Getting more buff counters on all your tiny guys.
Buff, yeah. Just make the going wide strategy a lot more viable here. But I think Rex is going to respond to this here now. Create a shock, and then look for that Lightweaver's Assault to remove these allies off the field here, just so they are not getting too out of hand.
That seems like a good idea here, but you have to account for damage prevention of some degree. And ooh, we have another Gleaming Cut in hand here.
Ooh, a Resolute instead.
Resolute Stand is just the next best thing you can activate here, right?
Yeah, I do agree.
So you take basically 2 damage this turn, get to recover 6, and drawing 2 more cards next turn, and maybe even be able to find lethal that way. We have 5 cards down in memory right now for Rex, if I'm not too mistaken.
6, I believe.
Yeah. I can't really see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6.
And that's 4 yellow cards, which means 4 players from the hand have to go to the memory.
That is correct. That also means he will be going up to 10 total available influence to do things with. If he found, you think he might have found another Lightweaver's Assault here?
Another Lightweaver's Assault would be really handy here, but I think you just have to tutor it with the Luxera's map. This is definitely a, Rex has this game and is closing it out. It's just a matter of finding those pieces and having them fall in the proper places here.
Okay.
Also,
did we just see? Time is indeed a factor, and I think finishing the 3rd game might be a stretch here.
That is the issue with these longer decks, or not longer decks, slower decks, is they take a long time to close out games. And it looks like right now Rex is fighting for their win, and Tang possibly just trying to stay alive to fight for their win. They don't want to draw here. And it's just a matter of stabilizing and going in. Ducal Sill has been activated this turn. That means if these limitless slimes want to attack, you have to pay 3. Is that a Storm Slime in hand, Gerrit? Do you see it?
Yes, it is at least 1 Storm Slime we see. Let's see what Tang is brewing up here. It for sure smells like a storm.
It is. A storm's brewing.
Using the Kohase insignia here to get one more prep counter, putting 3 yellow cards more down. And if this goes through without interaction, then this might actually be a close here for Rex. Oh, stacking all those preparation counters for your recollection. And we see a slime shield on. Is it just Tang himself? Most likely.
Yeah, it's just to try and stop any damage. We see 3 Light
Yeah.
Weaver assaults. Whew. That is a lot. That recover 6/2 gonna be very handy.
That is indeed very handy. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Let's see if Rex pieces leave it together here.
I think if we do 2 damage to ourselves with Light Weaver's Assault, we'll be able to draw 2. Use the other 2 Light Weaver's Assault to pop the Slime Shield, dealing 1 damage to Sylvie. Can we triple Light Weavers on this turn?
If you have 15 cards, why not? But do you have 15 cards? Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We have 16.
Just a small number thing, right? If you have 3 Light Weaver's Assaults, your lethal threshold goes up from 16 to 20 because you're possibly revealing 2 times 1 Light Weaver's Assault, and that will be dealing 2 additional damage. It's very interesting that Luxem Zender can deal a ton of damage if you know the numbers that you need to reach.
It is triple Light Weaver's Assault is a lot of damage, had exactly the amount of cards they needed for that. And Tang just, saying, you got me. Let's go ahead and go to game 3. Both these players running with about 8 minutes and 5 minutes overtime, so 13 total for this game 3 here. Definitely is going to be a
That's an ambitious idea.
Yeah. Tang making sure to bring in those Scatter Essence to get those Dusklight Communions now. And I think it's very important that Tang did win game 1. Because if Rex closed out game 1 and then caught Tang off guard with the Dusklights on game 2, it would have just been a complete blowout.
Let's see how far we can go during the possibly 7 minutes of actual game time and the 5 minutes overtime. As we see, always nice to have a little bit of chat during the games with your opponent.
It's a joy time. Both these players, enjoyers of Grand Archive, here to have fun. Yes, this is a regional event where prize cards and national invites are on the line. It's also good to just, enjoy your time playing the game.
To have a good time, that is the reason why we play the game in the first place, right?
That is very true.
Or at least I hope that is for most people. It is a very interesting showing for the Wind Slime deck that I did not expect to do something, I have to admit. Oh. And here we have the Dusklight Communion on turn 1. Already threatening the needed interaction for Tang. And he says, let's go. I have an Angelic Channeling to find if I can dig out this one card that I need that is called Scatter Essence.
And we finally see a Gelbide banished, but will be coming back. First time in this matchup. Usually it's just banished and stays in banishment forever.
It didn't leave us for the whole time. It will come back. Don't worry.
Yes, that is exactly what we like to see. And
The
our limitless
limitless slime again. Is today the day of repetition where board states and plays just keep happening the same way as we did the game before?
This is nearly identical except for that angelic channeling. Rex did a backup charger as well. If there's another turbocharge, it will feel like deja vu, but no turbocharge here. Rex's hand, though, looking at it, is stacked with Luxem cards. We see 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, an Uncover the Plot, and a Luxem site.
Looking not so hot here, actually, on a first glance. The thing is, if Tang can find a 1 scatter essence, basically the whole tag of the Dustlike Communion is just out of the window here. Since usually people are not sideboarding in multiple Umbra cards, for this matter.
Yeah, unless you're an actual Umbra deck, right?
Yeah. Does Rex have another float here? He does not.
I'm very curious why. Oh, I guess it makes sense. You Creative Shock to discard the angelic channeling, just to get the Thurible out of the way. But I really would have liked to see the activation of the channeling to protect those Lightweaver's assaults.
Yeah, that was also my initial thought. I was wondering why he didn't do that. Because then you still have the angelic channeling in the graveyard. And you even could have activated on top, if I'm not too mistaken, and planted explosive to just get a fourth card in, so that you get to keep 1 card in your graveyard actually.
Yeah, maintaining influence though is the proprietary thing what Xander wants to do. And so Rex not opting into just trying to keep that, and instead being okay with the Thurible, and now Sadie gonna remove the unbuffed Limitless Slime and go from there. Unfortunately, no floating memory, Gerrit, because there is that Dusklight.
That is correct. No more floaty device.
No more floaty. He is a slime in water without a floaty.
And here we have prepared planted explosives just to get rid of the last slime here on the board and deny the on-enter draw here. Pretty heads up play, so Tang only did go negative here for leveling up.
Not being able to draw that card always feels bad. Not where you want to be. Oh, and a fluffy too here. It looks like Tang's game plan of flooding the board has greatly slowed down. We really need to see a Scatter Essence or perhaps a DG just to try and get to 3 so you could start filtering with a Terrasite. Rex leveling to 2, grabbing that planted explosive back. And I think we have a DG on the side of Rex.
Dungeon guide, always a good guide.
If I want to be if I'm gonna hire someone to lead me somewhere, it's gonna be a dungeon guide, 100%.
Which one?
Any of them, any dungeon guide. They are the best guide around.
I was more asking which version you prefer.
Oh, I play with the promo dungeon guide.
Oh.
That
Yeah,
is
so
the superior
cultured.
dungeon guide.
I wish I had a playset of them. And here we see Tang just doing the level up thing and having the angelic channeling trigger. So we know exactly what we are drawing from the top of our deck here for turn.
Hitting that level 3. Able to use the floating memory, funny enough, because when you got Sylvie level 2, you're technically level 1, which gives those limitless slimes float.
Finally, they have a use.
Yes, it's finally happened. Slime Cyclone.
I can't wait to see all those baby slimes. Hanky would surely be ecstatic to have more slimes on board. Two yellow cards, 2 down, recovering a little bit, and dealing 2 damage.
This game 3 is less about Rex trying to find the pieces they need, as they have everything now. It's just a matter of racing against the clock and trying to build the influence. Because you need to hit your triple light weavers in 10 influence to be able to close out the game. And the clock is just not your best friend at this current moment. Both players playing very speedily and calculated. It's just a matter of, oh.
With that sequence of cards being activated, I'm pretty much inclined to say this game is going to end in a draw unless something very dramatic is happening here. And right now we are in overtime. Tang has turn 0. For everyone who doesn't know what this means, in Grand Archive, you have 5 minutes or 3 total turns after the overtime is called to finish the game. The player who is actively playing has the turn 0, and then you count 0, 1 for the opponent, 2 for you, 3 for the opponent, and after this turn, the game is concluded regardless of what might be happening, or if the 5 minutes are reached before that.
It is the deciding factor here for both these players. Neither of them want to end in a draw, because if you do, Gerrit, that means that your next and final round is a win and in, and that is not a position to be in.
As a player, it certainly is not a position to be in, but as a caster, it is certainly a good position to have a match like that.
That is true. Win and ins are always exciting.
Yeah. And here we see the Ducal Seal for Rex that is basically telling us, you need to afford quite a bit to attack me here, and I will have the time of my life here during our turn.
The Ducal Seal is so mean, because aggressive decks against Terrafrings felt bad, and now when your opponents just Ducal Seal you, it feels even worse.
Yeah. And here we have Sadie with an agility trigger clearing off the baby gray slime, I hope. Maybe? Should be. And here we have a prepared thieving card, most likely going face, just to cycle a card. Now we are having the agility trigger, picking 3 cards up from memory to hand back. And with that, Rex concludes his turn here.
And this should be Tang's final turn. And
It
this is all about staying alive here now.
Yeah, staying alive.
Is that the Bee Gees?
I'm not sure. Tang activating the Gaia Songbird. He is looking for something stormy, something slimy, and finds a Lustral Slime. Not what you're looking for.
And Rex reeling back because Lustrous Slime also puts a damper in on closing out the game for them here.
That is correct. I believe though that the 2 damage that the Lightweaver assaults in Rex's memory might be doing to the Etheria is good enough for that matter, and if he gets a turn, he might be able to close it out here. Insignia of the Kohazi again. Now all the triggers happening.
The final turn of this round 5 matchup on stream here, revealing 4 down.
4 down, drawing 2 more cards, putting 4 damage somewhere. It looks like it is not enough influence here, if I'm not wrong.
We have to prereq return Sadie to be our 10th card.
Yeah, that didn't happen. And I think Rex just realized that.
Yeah, realized you're 1 card short, and that would have been that Sadie on prereq.
That would have been exactly lethal. Oh, yeah.
Is there a world where we return Sadie, which is 2, we go down to 7, we need to keep 5? Yep, there's nothing we can do there, and the game's just going to go ahead and end in a draw between Tang on Wind Slime Sylvie against Rex Cannon on that Fire Luxem Xander. Both these players will now be in a win and in situation for that 6th and final round to be able to make that top 16.
That was a very strong showing for the Wind Slime deck here. I like it a lot, even though I don't like it. It's just the bad spirits from Mercurial Horde are still haunting me.
Yeah, the ghosts of slime past have stuck with us.
You could say it's very ghastly, those slimes.
Yeah, it is indeed. But we're gonna be going over to a short break here as we're gonna be shuffling around casters and getting ready for our 6th and final round. So everyone, we appreciate you sticking with us, and we just have one more round until the conclusion of this event, so stay tuned. Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to round 6 of our RDO Michigan Regional. It is down to the wire. I'm Valkyrie, and I'm with Mental Boone Tyler, OnceInLuv, and we're going to be taking a look at our win and in for top 16.
Yeah, so this is an interesting match. It is the deck that I wanted to see. Well, both of the decks I wanted to see. So we're going to see on one side, we have Pavoni. For those of you who know, it's Mr. Bob Sherble. He is on the Essence Crucible Arsana Razorgale build. On the other side, we have one of my favorite decks. Not the favorite champion, but we have Fire suited Tenoris.
It is a matchup to go down in the ages. Both these decks are explosive, so we want to just keep our eyes on suited. If they're going to be able to build that board and smash through the wind deck's defenses for an early turn 3, turn 4 kill, or will Arizona be able to stabilize with a Veiling, a Calming Breeze, and just sort of outgrind and outvalue suited from this point?
There's two sides to this that are interesting. One, Essence Crucible Razorgale. Tempest Downfall is really good in this deck because it does apply with the Essence Crucible. However, I don't see any in the deck list. So that's like one of the big things that I think a lot of aggressive damage pushing. It's also very good into suited because it's just fast removal if you need. On the other side of this, Coach Shiki is not actually playing the new Proxy Vault card, the Duchess's Thorns.
And that would be a reason to play suited at this event, right? That new Proxy Vault card really good, but it's kind of a good, nice showing. What's the record now? 4-1 or 3-2 for this winning in, so not bad.
And it's just interesting to me because I feel like the Duchess's Thorns is what gives this deck legs. One of the big issues with suited is that it's very easy to circumvent the damage by abusing the ability to just like protect yourself, right? You're like, I'm gonna innervate agility, or I'm gonna do something that gives me stealth, or I'm going to have taunts on board. And the Duchess's Thorns kind of helps you get around that. So if you activate the cardistry ability of an ally, that ally gets +1 power and true sight until end of turn. And then you can also rest this to banish the Duchess's Thorns. And then the next cardistry ability you activate this turn costs 6 less to activate. So it allows cards like Chance, 7 of Spades to be playable, 8 of Hearts. You have more abilities there that you have access to.
Wait, is this the Duchess's Throne being brought out now?
I guess it is. I guess it's a replacement. Maybe it's a bug in the Omni decks because this happened last season. A new Proxy Vault card was not able to be added on Omni decks. So it looks like we are going to bring out the Duchess's Thorn. So this does enter hindered. Not going to be... Well, it is usable now because you can use it on any effect, right? It's just a static effect that says whenever you activate an ability.
+1 interest. Yeah, it's just the banish to reduce the cost of cardistry is the only affected part of the hindered.
So 3 of Spades, 5 of Spades. 5 of Spades, great. It does have a really strong ability where you basically just deal more damage. It gains power. You can swing. He's also a floating memory, so he's very useful in that regard. And then we have the 3 of Spades on the other side, which is like the generic, very good protect ally. So she says, pay 3, reduced by 1 per reserve difference, +2 life to a suited ally this turn.
Very, very good protective. It's really hard to remove a suited ally with a 3 of Spades on there as well. It just makes it so you are forced to have her use that cardistry immediately.
So we have gained confirmation about the Duchess's Thorns. So that is just a deck list issue on Omnidex. Omnidex doesn't actually allow you to submit the Duchess's Thorns. Doesn't recognize it as a real card yet. But yep, so that'll be in there. We'll let you guys know what it is replaced over in a moment. It's most likely the Fire Resonance Bauble, like you said, Valkyrie. But Pavoni here going to level up into Arsana, Herbalist Prodigy. You're going to see Gather twice. Say Razorvine and a Springleaf, I think.
You're correct on that. And this could just be the end of the game once. This is how powerful this deck list is if we see 2 of the brew potions here for Pavoni, It is 2 counters on Essence Crucible. They will replace themselves, and then you just activate 4 win cards, and that will just be the close out the game. But here we see the first brew, 1 counter on Essence Crucible. Now all damage will get an additional +1, and the second one as well.
Yeah, so distilled water is pretty good. It's basically +1 damage to all spell sources, like you said, and then cycle 1 card. It's going to be quite a bit. So Razor Gales come in for 3 now. There's no speed potion available, but Pavoni does have the opportunity to push a lot of damage, right? You only need to deal increments of 3 since the suited player here is on Spirit currently. So 4 activations of a win card. Okay, now we are down to
2 activations?
2 more activations of a win card.
3 visits plus Fairy Whispers can close out the game here.
Yeah, that's game. So there's that's it pretty much. That's a Blessed
6.
Clergy imbued,
Yep.
and then it's gonna be the 3 visits, and yeah, that's game one. Game one going down in around 5 minutes here. Pretty quick one. It's a very explosive deck. Coach Shiki doesn't really have a lot of ways to get around the damage, right? He's not playing many defensive cards in the suited deck here. Mostly for like ally defense, less so for anything towards your champion.
Yeah, that's that was an explosive turn. Coach Shiki, quite frankly, only got 2 turns, and 1 materialization for that. That's just kind of the high roll what Crucible can deal here. Sideboard wise, Spurn to Ash is probably your best bet bringing it in.
Do you really think it's gonna matter?
No, I honestly I don't. It is a race. You as suited, you cannot wait not play allies to keep a spurn up to remove a crucible. But yeah, you just need to have an even more explosive start than the Air Sauna.
It's tough, right? Because if you do open any of the 2 pieces, you basically have to open 1 Razor Gale, and I think you can probably push it aggressively enough in any case. You can get around it without opening the Razor Gale if you have the other side of the deck, which is like the Imperial Alchemist build. But I don't think Pavoni's playing that. He's going for a more kind of standard build where it's very, very much I'm playing Razor Gale. The Essence Crucible is like a bonus. Because we're not seeing the Tempest Downfalls, we're not seeing Imperial Alchemist, so he's kind of shifting towards playing defensively and focusing only on the Essence Crucible Razor Gale setup.
Yeah, and running a little bit heavier ally package as well. With we see the Blessed Clergies, the Asins. Return to the Archive as well for that early level float.
Yep, it's really good because he has the Looking Glass out from the start there. The other thing I noticed is that in Pavoni's deck, he is also playing Polaris, so it's going to be a really strong advantage against Coach Shiki since he can use that to push a board clear. Right, Pavoni doesn't struggle as much from losing his allies compared to what Coach Shiki is. Coach Shiki unsuited, you lose your allies, you basically have to restart. You're playing. I guess a lot of people will look at Fire Suited as an aggressive deck. It's actually more of a mid-range deck. The aggro aspects to this deck are the fact that he's playing Ignis Deus and Heated Vengeance with the Impact Hammer. Otherwise, for the most part, when you look at how the allies actually set up, they're more of like mid-range combo.
Very much looking at the list here. Yeah, I just noticed what you meant with the Heated Vengeance. It's the problem is though, like you have to really rely on the aggressive package here for Coach Shiki. You can't afford to play the tempo style that you're really wanting to with that mid range. And I'm actually curious about some of these ratios on the suited allies themselves with the amount that Coach Shiki is running. We don't see a single chance in the deck, and I know a lot of suited players were favoring chance for maybe a 1-2 of copy to close out the game, along with no 8 of Hearts. And I really feel like 8 of Hearts is a very strong card.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of 8 of Spades. I think 8 of Spades works really well if you're discarding for your Vanitas specifically. but we're also not playing creative shocks. So like discard outlet is a little bit harder to find. We're also not playing red hairs, which is the other really strong discard outlet in these fire aggro decks, or like more aggressive fire decks.
Yeah, we're just this is probably just purely suited. Usually we see sort of a hybrid. I see a lot of times people putting in Arthurs in their suited decks to really help push in the damage, but fully committing. We also see peppered chefs as well, which I think is a really nice interaction and allows you to do a little bit of Verita math easier without the help of your opponent having to remove some of your allies.
So the biggest benefit for Peppered Chef in the suited deck is actually using it on your Verita after she's attacked. So you'll swing with Verita for 4, then you'll Peppered Chef her away. All of your suited allies will get +1, and then you can swing with the Peppered Chef for 4 again. So it's like a pseudo like Inspiring Call setup.
Oh, is Verita immediately the +1, or
Yeah,
I
so
thought it
on
was at
death,
the...
it's on death. On death, suited allies you
Mhm.
control get +1 until the end of your next turn.
Oh, okay,
And
that's what
then
I was thinking.
when she's alive, the other suited allies you have immortality. So you if you want to sacrifice any of your suited allies while she's on the board, you do have to use her first. But it's mainly for the bonus +1 damage. It also gives you a fire if you're trying to kindle, like any sort of kindle effects, which is generally going to be your fiery interference. I don't know if there's any other kindle effects in this deck that they're playing.
I don't see any other Kindles here.
Or not fire interference. Intensified Pyre is the kindle effect that people generally use in suited.
Yes. No intensified pyres, though. Just the fiery interferences coming in here. But looks like both players are ready and jumping into game 2. And that first match, you said 5 minutes. It's probably shorter because we did pause a little bit to look at the material deck of CORETCG to see what the Duchess's Throne was replacing. So probably like a 3.5, 4 minute game on that game 1. And now we're in that game 2. How do you feel seeing Pavoni open another Razor Gale? Is this just... Are we running into the same issue? We're going to be another turn 3 kill?
I mean, your chance to open Razor Gale is pretty high, right? 40% if you go first. I assume he went. Oh, it looks like. Wait, I think he went first, right? I think CORETCG went first here.
Yeah, so
Surely he wants the
yeah,
materialization advantage, right?
I believe so. I believe
Yep.
this
So
is just the
Pavoni's gonna
first
draw for
turn.
turn there. He's gonna go second. Opening a Razor Gale is like pretty likely. Return to the archive also fairly good here. Gonna draw the 1, see what he gets. Could still go into it. Oh, we're gonna imbue Windmill.
Using it to imbue the windmill.
Imbued Windmill's fine. Push 1 damage on board here. Cycle the card, have the floating anyways. If CORETCG chooses to attack the Windmill, that's 1 less damage to face. If he doesn't, then that's 1 more damage on board. It's fine to do this instead of playing Razor Gale. Your cost difference between playing the Windmill now and the Razor Gale versus the Razor Gale now, Razor Gale being 2 cheaper later, it's probably actually better for you to wait, level up, and then play the Razor Gale.
And with the float, you don't have to worry about losing it in memory to a banish. So I like that play. CORETCG just needs to be attacking Spirit here, right? You don't want to waste any time swinging into allies.
It's hard to say. I think that you could use the 4 of Hearts to just attack the Windmill Engineer, but I think Pavoni has 3 cards in hand, which means he's threatening the potential for a reclaim.
Hmm. Yeah, that is... Getting a reclaimed if you do swing into it will effectively just negate your whole turn. Plus, if you'll probably want to activate 4 of Hearts here, giving it that True Sight N +1, so you'll even sneak in an extra point of damage. And that's
So we're gonna see a 2 of Hearts
exactly...
here. 2 of Hearts is pretty good. So you activate it for free. It gets +2 power, so it becomes a 1/2. It goes to a 3/2, and then with Duchess's Thorns, it also becomes a 4/2.
Or to activating the 4 of Hearts now. Pay 2, draw into memory, and then we get to play a Fire or Norm suited ally of cost 3 or less.
It looks like there's nothing in memory to play.
Maybe, or just might have forgotten.
Yeah, I think he's reminding him of the activation, what the ability does. Looks like it's a 3 of spades. So the awkward thing with playing a 2 of hearts with your 4 of hearts is that there's no availability for your 6, 10, or 21 math, which is your modes on most of the unique allies. So the aces, which is blue, noir, and rouge. So for rouge is 6, deal 2 to target unit. If it's 10, it's deal 4, I think. Or it's 1, 2, 4 maybe. I have to remember. It's been so long since I've had the opportunity to play
For
suited.
Rouge, it's
It's 2, 4, 8, right?
2, 4, 8, yeah.
Yeah. And then if for Noir, it's the buff counters on a stealth ally, which is really strong. So you get a buff counter, 2 buff counters, or 4 buff counters. Yep, so we are going to see the reclaim here. Reclaim on the windmill is pretty good. It's possible we see Essence Crucible here for the +1, but leveling up to Arsana means that we can activate the Razor Gale and then go into the windmill immediately.
Razor Gale, windmill, and then still have cards in hand for the maybe a Scoutland or a Fairy Whispers. 2 down, Razor Gale. And importantly, we don't want to brew any potions as we don't have Crucible out. And there's that one floating memory in the grave for that Crucible.
Yep, so Windmill Engineer will trigger the Razor Gale. It's going to take 1 from that. It's going to need to draw to memory here. One more is going to go up to 3. We're where we were last game. 3 to 8 before absolutely exploding his opponent with the Essence Crucible double water bottle build. I do like the double Fiji water into the I'll blast you for 1,000,000.
we call that the Baja Blast.
True. This deck is no longer, death by 1,000,000 cuts. It's more like large slashes repeatedly. Ooh, Infernal Vessel here from Coach Shiki. Coach Shiki, Infernal Vessel, pretty good. So it's going to be able to stop recovery. In this case, Bob Sherville or Pavoni will activate the 3 visits in response to the Infernal Vessel. So before it enters the field, he's going to recover 2 off that, glimpse 2, and rest his champion.
We're recollecting for Coach Shiki here. We have 3, 4, 5 damage on board. I'm trying to think, I think if we didn't mess up ace math, if there was a rouge in hand, it is possible to close out the game here.
Yeah, there's a couple ways. So Noir will also do quite a bit of damage here. Noir will come in at 10, 2 buff counters on Noir. She'll be able to attack for 3. The good old 4-3-2-1. So a pretty good setup. So
are we at
3? 10? Yep. It's 3, 2, 1, and then you just add the 4 is how you go up the numbers for suited.
Okay.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1 is the 6, and then the 4 makes it the 10. So interesting enough, he's going to take out that Windmill Engineer. Doesn't feel as pressured for damage. We're going to see a Veiling Breeze here in response to the second attack declaration. It'll trigger the Razor Gale, so Kochiki will go to 4. What does he have as a response here? So we're going to see a Straight Flare. Straight Flare is pretty good. Straight Flare before the Veiling Resolve. Straight Flare should come in for 6 here, because I think it says suited objects you control.
Objects, yep.
With different costs, and the Duchess's Thorns is a 0 cost. So it does actually include that.
And a Veiling for 3 then after. What are your thoughts on Duchess's Throne counting for Straight Flare but not for cardistry abilities?
I think it's fine. I think it's fine because Straight Flare for the most part are not that many suited objects. I think the reason it says suited objects is so that it can include things like Lucinia's Reign, the 0 cost one, or what is it, Wonderland?
Wonderland's Reign.
Wonderland's Reign?
No, that's the Chessman one. I think you're right on Lucinia's.
can't remember. There is one. A Lucinia's Reign's at 2 costs. Also a Chessman spell.
Oh. And it looks like Crucible's back at its usual second Razorgill again. It is that same setup as last time, and all you have to see now is one ally, not even an ally, a Cyclical Breeze. That's going to go to head v6, and then we will 3 visits for the game again. Same turn, same
Essence Crucible's
kill.
pretty good. Essence Crucible comes out. We see, the double water bottle build. Like you said, Baja Blast you for $1 billion. Double Razorgill out. There's no real way to get around that. That is like it's 2 really aggressive decks into each other. The Wind deck does have more defensive options because it's Wind. Wind has the balance between aggressive and interaction. And when you're playing a deck that has no interaction, you're really low to the ground playing Spirit like that, you're just gonna get blasted.
Yeah, it is. The new RDO potion distilled water makes Essence Crucible very, very strong. Because like we have Speed Potion, which requires 2 herbs, and some of the other, I believe it was Invigorating Potion was the 7 cost wind one. But like those
Invigorating
ones,
Potion's sick.
yeah, and like those were like fine to have. But the fact that you could get 2 counters on Crucible in 1 turn with just your level up is so strong, and it really makes that you have to have an answer for Crucible immediately.
Yeah, the strength of the 2 potions that can be brewed, distilled water and speed potion, are that they don't define what type of herb you need. With invigorating concoction, you still need 1 flower and 1 herb. So it is slightly harder. You can brick and not be able to brew it. The upside of playing invigorating concoction is that you can potion infusion animate it and it becomes a 7/7.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because it's a reserve cost. Oh my. That's actually really, really funny. Out of the herbs, there's only 2 flowers, correct?
I believe so. There's 3 catalysts, 3 adjuvants, 2 flowers, 2 roots, and 2 something else.
2 roots, 2. Oh yeah, you're right. 2 roots, 2 herbs, and 2 vines, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. When it comes to this Essence Crucible Razorgale Arsana build, I think a lot of people are saying it's like too overtuned. I think it's okay because it's one of the decks that forces people to respect certain types of decks, which is like really fast, non-combat focused interaction. Because at the same time, like if you're playing a deck that allows you to play hyper aggressively for damage, you could just kill the Razorgale player. Or if you're also playing Wind, you can remove the Razorgale calling, right?
Yeah, remove the razor kill. You can also, the important thing about Crucible as well is it says once damage is dealt, you increase it. So all you have to do is prevent that first ping damage from the Razorgale, and it stops that damage escalation as well.
Yep, that's a big one. So Calming Breeze, Veiling Breeze, both are very effective against Essence Crucible since it's a replacement effect on damage. It doesn't increase the base damage dealt.
Yeah, I feel like this is a deck that people should be prepared for, understand how it works, but it's not gonna be it's not gonna be Toronto 2.0, right? We're not gonna be everyone's gonna be on Razorgale, and that's all you're gonna have to be playing against or facing.
Yeah, that would be a pretty crazy one. Crazy setup if that were the case. But gladly we are not in that time. I know that you played that event. I casted that event. That was a fever dream, one might say.
Yeah.
That's how I'm gonna look at it. It's not something I want to think about ever again because man, that was an experience. That was an experience for sure. But speaking of experiences, if you guys are looking for more experience, there will be another set of regionals. So I believe tonight is the Oceania regionals or something, or like this afternoon is the elusive regionals, and then next weekend on Saturday we have the RDO number 1 TCG NA Online Regionals that will be casted and hosted on this channel, True Champion Gaming. So if you guys aren't already subscribed, make sure to subscribe. Come back for that one. I'll be running the stream as Serene Balanced, and then Valkyrie will be casting with some others. And then right after that, we have at 1 a.m. Pacific on Sunday the EU Cake Online Regionals, which will be run and hosted by me on my channel, Serene Balance Productions, and also casted by you guys. So if you guys are looking for more regionals to play, make sure to check out both.
Yes, it is an amazing time. And if you guys want to keep up with when we go live with regionals, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to True Champion Gaming right here. Hit that button. While you're there, just go slightly to the right and hit that thumbs up. And then might as well turn on notifications as well so you're alerted every time this channel uploads a video or goes live. And while you're watching some Grand Archive, you should think about maybe building a deck. And best way to build a deck is buying some singles from CORETCG.com using code TRUE10 to get 10% off on your purchase. And what better way to protect your cards than using some sleeves? So head over to ENDGAMETCG.ca using code TRUE10 to get 10% off on some nice sleeves. I talked about it before, but I love the cheddar cheese slice orange sleeves that were on stream earlier. If you want to get yourself some colors that match, check on that website.
Yeah, not too many other announcements to go with this event specifically. I believe that Superior is the winner of this event at a 5-0-1. Typical Superior moment. This guy doesn't drop a game, plays Genbu, wins events. What's new? Genbu is good. Don't be hating, guys. Genbu's good still.
The worst matchup for him has been banned out, so I feel like Genbus are sitting pretty happy.
Yep, definitely a big one. So congratulations to Superior. Thank you all for joining us here for the RDO Michigan Regional. Big thanks to Gerrit, who was on earlier, for casting as well, and shout out to the TCG guys for running the stream. Really appreciate you guys and giving me the opportunity to cast, because this is I want to say this is a very rare thing. It's usually once a season, but I think I've casted like 3 times in the past month. So it may be less rare, but still fun either way. It's great to have a chance to talk with you, Valkyrie, and chat with you guys here.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you True Champion Gaming for having us as casters, and we'll all see you for the next regionals.
See you guys next weekend.